suffering ends here. Shameful.
There's a field of spears and they slow down monsters. So if you've got a lot of fast monsters around, then that's a really handy one. And then the other one that's kind of useful is puncture. So puncture lets you teleport towards monsters like this. And the further away you are when you use it, the more that you're going to bleed. The more that you're going to bleed them. So it can be quite handy to use depending on the situation. And then I can pre-prepare my Whirling Slash before he arrives. And then maybe like get them back like this, then go back into the puncture, this kind of thing. So there's a lot of mobility to combat that you can achieve if you kind of know what you're doing, which I honestly don't really that much compared to some people on the team.
Yeah.
So I haven't done too much practice on this class. You can do it as a huntress. We do have a lot of other like elemental spear attacks. Like we've got a lot of different throws. But this class, what it's kind of really about is sort of going into and out of combat a lot. Mm-hmm. Like you charge in, you jump out, like this kind of thing, and then you've got stuff that you can do from range. You've got stuff you can do from close. It's really about exploring that that sort of in and out kind of thing that it's got going on.
I'll remove your head myself.
You'll have to catch me first.
Run, little rabbit! No escape! Witness my power! Torn to shreds! I'm going to witness.
And so, the Iron Count is dead. Maybe now.
certainly not supposed to be here. How exciting.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and I'm here today to talk about the Witch. Most classes have access to some kind of minion, but if you want to control an army, the Witch is probably the class you want to pick. In PoE 2, most minions don't require summoning manually. This scepter gives me a couple of free warriors, but it's also going to give me another resource called Spirit, which you can spend on whatever minions you want. You can see the Spirit bar above the mana here. On the skill screen, you can pick the composition of your army. This is a level 2 area, so I can only afford one other minion. I'll pick a sniper for now.
You can stay in the back with me.
When minions die, they'll be revived automatically so long as no other minions died recently. So before your next battle, all your minions will come back to life. You can also order your minions around with a dedicated button. Tell them to move to a specific location, attack a specific enemy, or even open a chest or door for you.
Open that.
We also have temporary minions. This spell is called Unearth. If it kills a monster or if it hits the corpse of a monster, it creates these bone constructs. They can't take many hits and have a limited lifetime, but you can build up a real army with these. While my minions are attacking, I'm going to use some debuffs on the monsters too. The first one I'm going to use here is Contagion. If a monster dies with Contagion, it spreads to nearby enemies. Each time it spreads, the damage increases, so it's a good idea to try and keep the infection going. If any corpses are infected when you summon a minion from them, the minion will be infected as well. Each time they hit an enemy, they'll continue infecting them. It's nice to have an army of infected scorpions on your side. I also have another Chaos debuff called Essence Drain. This one does even more single target degen. If the monster is infected with Contagion at the same time, then the Essence Drain will spread as well. This can turn into a real plague of destruction. Another minion type I can summon are zombies, but they require a corpse.
These will do nicely.
They don't come back to life if they die, but they're fairly tough and can bolster your minion numbers. Many minions also have command skills. I can order my sniper to deploy a gas arrow on the battlefield to get some damage over time. Now I'm going to summon a skeletal arsonist. They can throw little fire grenades, but they also have a command skill that can detonate your own minions that are low on life. When you see the red indicator, use the skill and the minion will go boom. It's particularly nice on these bone constructs because they expire quickly anyway. So, let's take all these tools we've found and fight the boss of this area, the Carrion Crone. So, that's how many minions you can get at level 2. But let's see what minion gameplay looks like at a higher level. This is a level 30 area. I want to try a different group of minions. I still have my trusty warriors, but there's a lot of different types to choose from, like brutes for stunning or ice mages for freezing, and most of them come with their own special abilities or command skills. For now, I'd like a couple of storm mages to shock enemies, a cleric to heal and revive my minions, and a bunch of reavers as well. Reavers do high damage, and you can also enrage them before battle. This slowly kills them, but my cleric should be able to keep them alive. While my minions are attacking, I can use channeled skills like Bone Storm, which creates a devastating volley of sharp spikes. The Storm Mage has a useful ability if lots of your minions die. He can summon a lightning storm to strike the location of every dead skeleton in your army. Just like that. We also have a type of skill called Offerings. These let you impale one of your skeletons on a big spike of bone in order to buff all of your other minions. The one I've just used here is called Pain Offering. It makes all of my other minions faster and deal more damage. After the battle, we have some extra corpses. We don't want those to go to waste. Profane Ritual consumes a corpse to create a power charge, which can power up some of my other spells. If I use them to summon zombies, I can create super zombies, which are more powerful. You also don't need a corpse to summon them. I can also use power charges to channel Bone Storm. If I do that, it adds a devastating AoE. In PoE 2, even non-boss monsters can be pretty devastating, like this Faradin Impaler. There's a wide variety of abilities and is pretty tough to defeat. But maybe I can put the body to a better use. This is a Bind Spectre gem. Using it, I can take the body of any enemy and capture its spirit so that I can keep it as a minion. Any monster can be captured, but the spirit cost depends on how powerful the monster is. It takes a lot of spirit for such a powerful enemy, so I'll have to unsummon a lot of my other minions, but it certainly seems like it might be worth it. If the Spectre dies, just like any other minion, it will respawn after a short time. So, I think it's time to fight the boss of this area, Tor Gull the Defiler.
You are relentless. And that makes you predictable. The end of Marraketh's tyranny is nearly at hand.
certainly not supposed to be here. How exciting.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and I'm here today to talk about the Witch. Most classes have access to some kind of minion, but if you want to control an army, the Witch is probably the class you want to pick. In PoE 2, most minions don't require summoning manually. This scepter gives me a couple of free warriors, but it's also going to give me another resource called Spirit, which you can spend on whatever minions you want. You can see the Spirit bar above the mana here. On the skill screen, you can pick the composition of your army. This is a level 2 area, so I can only afford one other minion. I'll pick a sniper for now.
You can stay in the back with me.
When minions die, they'll be revived automatically so long as no other minions died recently. So before your next battle, all your minions will come back to life. You can also order your minions around with a dedicated button. Tell them to move to a specific location, attack a specific enemy, or even open a chest or door for you.
Open that.
We also have temporary minions. This spell is called Unearth. If it kills a monster or if it hits the corpse of a monster, it creates these bone constructs. They can't take many hits and have a limited lifetime, but you can build up a real army with these. While my minions are attacking, I'm going to use some debuffs on the monsters too. The first one I'm going to use here is Contagion. If a monster dies with Contagion, it spreads to nearby enemies. Each time it spreads, the damage increases, so it's a good idea to try and keep the infection going. If any corpses are infected when you summon a minion from them, the minion will be infected as well. Each time they hit an enemy, they'll continue infecting them. It's nice to have an army of infected scorpions on your side. I also have another Chaos debuff called Essence Drain. This one does even more single target degen. If the monster is infected with Contagion at the same time, then the Essence Drain will spread as well. This can turn into a real plague of destruction. Another minion type I can summon are zombies, but they require a corpse.
These will do nicely.
They don't come back to life if they die, but they're fairly tough and can bolster your minion numbers. Many minions also have command skills. I can order my sniper to deploy a gas arrow on the battlefield to get some damage over time. Now I'm going to summon a skeletal arsonist. They can throw little fire grenades, but they also have a command skill that can detonate your own minions that are low on life. When you see the red indicator, use the skill and the minion will go boom. It's particularly nice on these bone constructs because they expire quickly anyway. So, let's take all these tools we've found and fight the boss of this area, the Carrion Crone. So, that's how many minions you can get at level 2. But let's see what minion gameplay looks like at a higher level. This is a level 30 area. I want to try a different group of minions. I still have my trusty warriors, but there's a lot of different types to choose from, like brutes for stunning or ice mages for freezing, and most of them come with their own special abilities or command skills. For now, I'd like a couple of storm mages to shock enemies, a cleric to heal and revive my minions, and a bunch of reavers as well. Reavers do high damage, and you can also enrage them before battle. This slowly kills them, but my cleric should be able to keep them alive. While my minions are attacking, I can use channeled skills like Bone Storm, which creates a devastating volley of sharp spikes. The Storm Mage has a useful ability if lots of your minions die. He can summon a lightning storm to strike the location of every dead skeleton in your army. Just like that. We also have a type of skill called Offerings. These let you impale one of your skeletons on a big spike of bone in order to buff all of your other minions. The one I've just used here is called Pain Offering. It makes all of my other minions faster and deal more damage. After the battle, we have some extra corpses. We don't want those to go to waste. Profane Ritual consumes a corpse to create a power charge, which can power up some of my other spells. If I use them to summon zombies, I can create super zombies, which are more powerful. You also don't need a corpse to summon them. I can also use power charges to channel Bone Storm. If I do that, it adds a devastating AoE. In PoE 2, even non-boss monsters can be pretty devastating, like this Faradin Impaler. There's a wide variety of abilities and is pretty tough to defeat. But maybe I can put the body to a better use. This is a Bind Spectre gem.
Once powerful spellcaster. It was such a great source of power that this particular Hollows monster turned into the Priestess of Hatred.
I'm Victor Lee, a principal concept artist on the Diablo team, and I concepted the Priestess of Hatred.
Victor Lee is one of the OGs from Diablo, and he's known for creating a lot of dark imagery. And every time we want to have a monster or boss, he's done all the greats, even Diablo himself. One of his monitors on the side of his desk is just like a dark black eye staring at him. And so when we needed something that's pure darkness, like, we had to tap Vic.
I feel like when we're talking about hatred, I kind of visualize it as like a black, webby, like...
Hi everyone, SirMariio here.
Spider configuration
Finally,
would work for this.
Finally we are getting ready for... First, I will show you the campfire chat. It's about to start in 5 minutes. Then, of course, in the minute that PoE 2 live stream started, I will jump for it, okay? Because that is my main focus today. But even so, I already got the popcorn. I invited my good friend in Brazil, Guido, will join me with his own popcorn bucket. So, will be fun for sure to watch the campfire chat of Diablo. You'll join me. I will speak in English and he will speak in Portuguese, because we have some viewers in Portuguese. So we're trying to offer you something different.
But it's the other way around. Like, the hatred is actually mocking humanity.
Please don't forget to share your comments, your feedback on the chat. I will be pleased to talk with you and share all the experience. I'm really curious about it. What will gonna happen with Diablo 4 Campfire chat, because the big stream will come next. So I don't know. Honestly, I'm curious. That's why I got the popcorn.
I went ahead with it and rendered it
For
out.
sure, I will laugh a lot. But anyway. Just waiting for Guido to join me.
I was looking at the concept for the first time with the designer.
Please let me know if the sound is okay at your side, if you are listening my voice, or the sound of the stream is too loud. If you can do that for me, I will appreciate.
And then we started thinking,
of course, I'm always keep an eye on Path of Exile. In the minute they start live, I will jump for it.
Or their quadrupeds. How's it gonna move? We can't.
Today is a big day for action RPG. For sure, everyone. The last 24 hours has been crazy. I was doing the live stream on Twitch with the countdown. And crazy day.
We wanted it to move in a very unique way. We wanted it to somersault through the air and be super unpredictable and zippy.
Let's see what they have to share with us. Okay, the animation. We want to hear is the content. And for sure, you already heard the bug about the potion. I found out yesterday on the video. Was crazy. That quest potion, when you get it, I saw it like you get life boost from 14,000, something like that, to 200,000 life. Man, crazy. I try, I have to be honest. This morning I entered in Diablo 4 and I tried to collect the potion, but it was not working. No, I just tried to collect to see if the bug is still there. Not using, because I'm not playing anymore, honestly.
And you're like, doesn't look like a boss fight. I'm in a boss arena, what's going on? But as you approach, you see that the body gets pulled.
Man, so far we have 2,158 viewers, okay, on Twitch. I'm curious to see when the PoE 2 live stream started, the viewers. That is something I will keep an eye on. And of course, I'm enjoying a lot with the comments. Let's see the comments. Some people rely on bugs and exploits because they needed to make any progress.
Vomit attack is really gross because there's like this part of the torso of the humanoid that has been kind of hollowed out and now has teeth.
Yeah, way to progress and item to have a value. Man, the chat, it's really busy.
So that the slit in the belly opens up and all of the hatred just pours out in a straight beam. It's pretty
this chat, this comment is all this work into animation and so on. We never get to enjoy any of it because things die in less than 0.0001 second. Yeah, it's true. We don't have time to enjoy the animations. Man, now it's 2,300 views right now on Twitch. Man, 1 minute.
It just worked.
It's about to start.
The eye on the screen has many functions. It keeps me in the right frame of mind. What we are doing is dark. It should be horrifying. I should feel the fear while I'm doing it. It's a reminder.
Man, this guy has a really cool look.
The eye also serves as...
It seems like that character. I think it's Tekken.
Like, get moving.
I think it is.
Too long and wander
if I'm not
around,
wrong.
You know? Get this thing moving. Get the work done.
You have the countdown on the top, as you can see. 1 hour and 4 minutes to start it. I think it's right.
Hello, Diablo community. Welcome to another Diablo 4 campfire chat with a creepy eyeball. We were just
okay.
This one is our patch 2.1 PTR campfire chat. I know we were just here last week.
I know.
We were talking about the mid-season update, but this one is kind of like the big one because we're going to be talking about everything coming with patch 2.1 and season 7. I am joined here by Mr. Colin Feiner, Mr. Charles Dunn, who have appeared on prior campfire chats. We were going to have Adam Jackson. He is unfortunately not feeling very well, so we hope he gets better soon. And we do also have another guest here who is live from Albany, Blizzard Albany, and that is Mr. Dan Tangway, who's going to be talking a little bit as well about what's coming up for patch 2.1. And he's showing off his red Diablo 4 jacket. We have our new black.
Right, this seems like not the last campfire chat, but the other one about the PTR. The guy is the same.
And he's not sure if he can hear me. Oh, no. But either way, a few things that we do want to talk about before we actually do jump into everything. Obviously, PTR is coming up soon. We are doing this stream a little early this time, mainly because the Thanksgiving holiday is coming up here in the US. And so we are going to be talking about some of the contents before even the patch notes are ready. We do plan on having a blog immediately after this stream, so players can actually check out the blog and read a little bit more about what we talked about today. But the patch notes will be available next Wednesday for players to actually
I'm curious
check
to
out.
see the patch notes,
before
honestly.
the US holiday here, so everyone can kind of dive deep into the patch notes for PTR. PTR is currently planned to start on December 3rd, so that will be after the US holidays here for Thanksgiving. So there's a ton of stuff that is coming up for players to kind of jump into. But I know what we want to do is really just dive straight deep into all the new stuff that we do want to talk about. So for the first thing we do want to chat about is just Season 7 and what that's going to be. So we're actually going to jump over to Mr. Dan Tangway in Albany to kind of walk us through. So Dan, do you want to take over? Oh, no.
Oh, this is starting really well.
I'm currently here. All right. What happened? So I don't know what happened. I mean, maybe we don't have satellites working or something like that. So instead, I guess we'll just start with classes first. Sure. Mr. Charles Dunn, do you want to talk about class changes that are coming with Season 7? I know we talked a little bit about with Adam Jackson. Just a reminder.
Posso ligar?
We were born. Expect that to be addressed for Season 7, and we will actually be talking a little bit about that now. So, Charles,
okay,
take us through.
Finally, we have Guido. Yes, with the popcorn.
All different classes in Diablo 4, as well as some broader, more
I was waiting for him.
Happening that kind of affect all classes equally in a way. So like I said, just going through individual class by class, seeing some of the new stuff that's coming for a lot of the. A lot of classes. Let's start with the Barbarian, I believe is the first one up. Yeah, so Barbarian is definitely a class that, we think a lot of the classes have been performing pretty well across the board. They're always a step under the Spiritborn, but Barbarian maybe a step and a half below, and so we're looking at a lot of buffs across the board for them here, specifically looking at some stuff with Hammer of the Ancients, buffing that number up here. A little bit of a rework to the Walking Arsenal passive. Previously, it was the bonus.
They already changed the Walking Arsenal passive a lot.
Active, you're gonna get more attack speed and some.
I know because I love the Barbarian.
Really plays into that kind of build. Additionally, we're also updating Earthquakes. That has been one of my favorite builds on Barbarian, right? Just seeing those big earthquakes come out everywhere.
Mainly, we are talking here about buffs.
The visuals on that is just
top
notch. So we're really, we took some lessons from what we
Pode ir
did
falando.
on
Sua voz sai.
with their stun grenades power, where a lot of the legendaries that talk to stun grenades also had kind of this extra bit where it increased the damage of all of your stun grenades, so that you kind of got these synergistic builds with the various aspects all together. And we're extending that over to Earthquakes now here. So we're adding on basically, hey, all these ones that talk to Earthquakes, just they increase the damage of all of them overall.
Yeah, it's a little bit less finicky too, right? Because now it lasts after the earthquake expires, or if you leave it.
Absolutely. So we think this would just be a much more comprehensive build overall. We've also got a new legendary that talks directly to earthquakes as well. Ups their damage and increases their fire, or turns it into fire damage. And I think this is really cool. And as we're going to see some more stuff as you actually get onto the PTR, but I think Earthquakes and Hammer of the Ancients might be a build that
eu queria só aí a sua esposa visse aí o seu áudio, porque o seu áudio dá uma ideia que está muito baixo.
Sorceress, one of the key notes that we've noticed with Sorceress over the whole lifespan of Diablo as Diablo 4 is that players often felt like they were pigeonholed into burning builds in particular. Firebolt enchantment is probably the most used enchantment by far, because it was just kind of a free way to apply a very small amount of burning to enemies, but that was what you needed to turn on a lot of the passives in their skill tree.
Mário,
that was
vai no Discord, aperta na minha bolinha com o botão direito e aumenta ao máximo o volume.
Ok.
Você consegue fazer isso, bota o volume em 200.
Yeah.
We decided that we really want these burning synergies to really
clica na minha bolinha, volume do usuário e bota 200%.
To burning type builds. And not just ones who are splashing in with Firebolt enchantment.
Okay.
And so with that in mind, we did a rework on the enchantment.
So direct damage.
Que bom te ver aqui, cara.
Direct damage from skills applies.
And changed over to this, which has a healing component to it. And then we also updated a lot of those burning passives to really play better in the dedicated fire-based build.
Honestly, I think they have big announcement, because this announcement for me it's the same old same.
Absolutely.
This seems like the live stream, I don't know, the last PTR, the last season.
Is increasing that build variety, so you don't feel like you have to take this checklist of mandatory things before
Eu vi que na última,
to what you actually want for your
Mário,
so
eles...
an example here on Devouring Blaze.
Os caras me deixaram meio assim, né?
Bonus.
Falaram que não ia buffar nem nerfar nada.
Against burning enemies, no matter how
Principalmente nerfar, né? O Night Spirit tava muito forte, né?
And you would get this. Now instead, you get a bigger bonus, but it's just for your pyromancy critical strike skills. So it really encourages, hey, you're a fire.
Yeah, the presentation is the same.
Do those big fire crits. Devouring Blaze is now even more valuable for those builds, and it's not something that you necessarily need to or feel compelled.
3,000, almost 4,000 viewers currently on Twitch.
We also did some updates for Ball Lightning. So Ball Lightning, the previous upgrades, like kind of
after hitting close 5 times with Ball Lightning and Skull stuns, 300 cannon. Man, I think I will have again the Bolt Lightning, really strong. I remember it was season 2. I play as the Sorcerer, Ball Lightning was crazy.
Streamline and really focus in on what the interesting factor is.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit more modular too, right? So there's more.
Thank you, Motel Trivago. I have a new follower, Motel Trivago.
Esse é um dos caras mais gente boa que tem na minha live.
Really?
Obrigado por seguir lá também, o Trivago.
Wizard's Ball Lightning is just always going to be generating more cracked energy, just more consistent.
Se quiser um pouquinho de pipoca, tem aqui, ó.
Right.
All right, on to the next one. We've got some of the new uniques that we want to show off here on the
Okay, let's see the uniques.
Talking about Ball Lightning. So
this
is actually something interesting we're doing this
okay.
season where we're making
I hear you. Ball Lightning will be super strong.
Slot. And they're going to modify the skill in a different way. So they will be mutually exclusive. So you can take either this one here, which turns Ball Lightning into a kind of like a bowling ball, really. You send it forward, it goes pretty fast, and when it hits a target...
No, I'm suspicious because I really love the Ball Lightning in Season 2.
Really cool. It offers a switched up play style, so the way you're familiar with Ball Lightning, which is kind of slow moving forward, or if you pick the other unique, you can actually retain the old gravitational aspect. So we can go on and take a look at that one here.
I think they need to discuss is about the Spirit Bond, the balance.
Right, so a lot of the Ball Lightning builds in the past, we're using the gravitational aspect that calls it to rotate around you, and we've updated that and kind of reworked the gravitational aspect so that now that functionality is built into this new unique and also has some additional bonuses. To encourage this kind of play style. And obviously the gravitational aspect that used to do this has been reworked into a new cool effect that you'll be able to...
Trivago, como é que estão os meus volumes aí na live, meu amigo?
Now, sort of how you want to use Ball Lightning.
Yeah, it really helps it be a bit more build defining, which is our goal for a lot of the uniques is hey, you get this unique and it feels like it's...
Você já jogou com essa classe aí, Mário?
One thing I do want to call out here is the...
Você já jogou com essa classe aí?
Right up near the top.
No, this was the class I play in Season 2. I play all the Season 2 with the Sorcerer and Ball Lightning.
And you're not going to have to
one of my favorite builds so far, honestly.
It just feels much smoother. And this
is
one that
I really love it, the Ball Lightning.
Just wants to be on the move, right? And that encourages that.
Eu de Sorcerer, a build que eu mais gostei de jogar foi com as Hydras.
This season, a lot of werewolf updates.
I love druids. I wish I could play with druids in PoE 2. I love the druid.
Over the course of Diablo's history.
No hardcore eu tentei com druida.
Me too.
Making that build come up to par.
Yeah, like pure werewolf, right?
Pure werewolf.
Mixing it with other things.
Yeah, a lot of times you saw some like rapid shape-shifting builds, and those are fun. Those are great, but pure werewolf wasn't quite hitting the mark, and so that's what a lot of our focus is.
Yep.
Let's take a look at some of these updates. So we've got updates to Shred, the main core
skill. What really upset me about Diablo 4 is the Daya art is really amazing.
So now it's going to
if we check only the art and the concept behind, it's really great.
Even more poisoning damage for the next 5 seconds. So this your kind of finishing move on your combo or your core combo, but then it also enhances all the other poisoning damage that you
Hoje live stream com o nosso querido amigão Mário, ele em inglês e eu em português.
All right, we've got.
A gente vê as novidades tanto do Diablo quanto do Path of Exile também, hein? Vamos, meu jogo preferido do Path of Exile.
Saw a good opportunity to improve on it. We had 2 upgrades on Boulder in the past, the 2 choices, and they were both fairly similar. They both dealt with critical strike chance or critical strike damage, and we thought that was an opportunity to rework one of them to give it a different identity. And
Ô Mário, essas atualizações serão para a nova temporada?
Eu penso que isto é no PTR. Eles vão fazer isto no PTR. A apresentação é muito igual à última, ao último PTR. Eu sei porque eu assisti.
Como eles comentaram aí, o druida, o Werewolf vai estar loucura de poison, né?
Yeah, they are buffing a lot the druid, the werewolf.
Yeah, it was always just generating some spirit, but you still do that, but now it gives you even more increased damage until you shapeshift out of werewolf form. So
be honest, okay, they are making some changes, but these changes don't change the gameplay.
We want to really reward you for staying in the werewolf form and really committing to
the gameplay identity. So far still the same.
Não é isso aí que vai chamar a galera.
I will not play Diablo 4
Vocês
again
estão preparados para jogar de poison?
Oh great, Werewolf is so strong. Yeah, I will play it.
The aspect of the Blurred Beast. So this previously was a legendary that just caused your Shred to do some bonus damage to poison enemies. It was fine, but it wasn't too enticing. But now with the new update here, you actually still do more damage just all the time. And depending on how far you're traveling,
maybe I'm wrong, but I think this is the hardest campfire chat they already did, because they know 1 hour after.
And so if you're really close, you're just going to get maybe 1 additional strike. But if you're at this further distance, as you see in this clip, you're going to get the full 4 hits. So it's really about positional gameplay a bit more than it was in the past, and you get very heavily rewarded for it when you do kind of execute that properly.
That's awesome. And it's going to be really great for like movement, just moving around.
Now I will talk about the guys. This guy here, Ido, is a very good player on PoE, okay? I learned a lot with him yesterday.
With the aspect of the Blurred Beast, so.
He's a veteran. No, he plays well. He's being modest.
Also, right? Because you can imagine like
launching. Mas você acha que isso daí é gravado ou eu estou fazendo ao vivo?
Targets that you're able to launch to, and that's going to optimize that build.
Absolutely. This is one of my favorite ones in this patch, actually. Big fan of it.
Eu acho que é gravado. Se fosse ao vivo, eles estariam tudo suando agora.
So this is a combo kind of combining the powers of Hurricane and your Wolf companions. So when you cast Hurricane, all of your wolves actually spawn a little
I agree. I think this is recorded.
And these will do bonus damage for each react of the wolves. So it really encourages these companion-based builds that already have this wolf pack of 5 wolves following them around. Now your Hurricane affects all of them, and they get bonus damage for how many you got. So you really want to be stacking up as many wolves as you can. They all get Hurricanes.
Os comentários no chat.
É isso que eu tô vendo. The comments. And the most fun part is watching the comments, more than the live stream.
Has been probably the rogue skill that I would say it maybe wasn't quite hitting the mark compared to most other skills. And that was for a variety of reasons.
Man, the presentation is the same. It seems like they recorded the presentation, launch it, because this is the same as the last PTR.
With your legendaries and your passives and those kind of things. Historically, Shadow Clone
nothing new, honestly.
Behaved inconsistently with those. It wouldn't necessarily pick up all of the bonuses. It wouldn't trigger all of the
literalmente.
Oh, no, I have here. Hi, Lavos, thank you. How exciting on a scale from 1 to 10 are you for PoE 2? Man, honestly, I play PoE 2, I test it at BGS, will be a 10, without any doubt.
11.
Yeah, my good friend is saying 11. I already play it. PoE 2 is amazing, believe me.
And then also
reminds me a lot Diablo. Diablo 2,
like
not Diablo 4.
Necromancer, skeletons, your druid companions, and
I love it. It's amazing.
So we did basically a rework of that entire system. And the long and short of it is that they should just work a whole lot better going
For sure,
O sensor emocional do Diablo 2 vai ser o patch of Exile 2.
Yep.
They're going to interact with
For sure,
all of your
I'm
damage
much more
modifiers and
excited
multipliers
to
that they
play
previously
PoE 2 than
were
the new season of
inconsistently
Diablo
working.
4. That I
So
can
just one
assure you.
example here, a very simple example. You've got Wind Striker's aspect. This is a very simple legendary that just says, hey, when you critically strike, gain some movement speed. Now, in the past, that was only when you, your player character, critically strike with one of your skills. And it would not happen whenever
you
one of
understand
your
me,
companions
Lavos.
or your shadow clone.
Diablo 2 is also my
of
favorite
that
so
will
far.
work. So
I
your
told to Guido
companions,
yesterday.
or your summons, or your shadow
He asked
clone
me
critically
what
strikes, and your
my
Wind
favorite
Strikers.
Diablo
Now
ever.
your
For me, it's
character
Diablo
gets
2.
that bonus.
That's why I love it so much, PoE 2.
I really can't,
The dark ambience reminds me a lot, the Diablo 2.
Interactions and synergies
No, of course, I'm eating popcorn first time I ever here because I'm watching Diablo. When starting PoE 2, forget it. My eyes will be 100% focused.
New unique item, and this one is Assassin's Stride. And the effect here works with mobility skills and your shadow imbuement. Once again, kind of playing up that combo aspect.
I like
so
the
all
rogue.
Of your mobility skills are going to
play this season with the rogue.
With some bonus potency. So
Vai ser super rápido, né? Aparentemente os críticos vão dar velocidade de movimento, você viu?
Yep.
Or boss with
No, I love the rogue. And also the rogue on PoE 2 is amazing.
So those of you who
They don't call it rogue, it's... Qual é o nome do PoE? Não é rogue, é...
Tem Ranger?
Não.
Mas não é Ranger.
And you're just going to be getting a
It's
lot
rogue.
Those
Right, let me check
and
it.
kills much
God
quicker
damn it.
as
Eu
you
ia ver aqui
shadow
agora, mas já que
trigger
você tá
shadow
vendo.
imbuement
And I play
explosion,
with the
and then
class.
move on to the next pack of enemies.
It's...
Really cool.
They don't call it
unique
rogue.
for that kind of build. Additionally, Caltrops,
No, Huntress,
maybe
no.
the
No,
skill
Huntress
that
is not the
was most
Huntress.
kind of
No.
clunky on control-wise.
Let me change this for English, because I have this in
If
Portuguese.
you've ever tried to use Caltrops, it can be a struggle sometimes where your character would leap backwards and you wouldn't go in the right direction, wouldn't hit the enemies. We've updated the animation here to just basically be very similar to the smoke grenade skill, where you just pick a point on the screen, your character throws it, and it just goes where you point it.
I am the king of like caltropping.
The Ranger.
Out of like 100 and then also
That's
falling,
it.
like jumping.
A Ranger, man?
Ranger, yeah.
Like, well, I didn't calculate that correctly.
Yeah.
So
It's the same.
this
It's
update,
rogue.
We were talking about this beforehand, like before we even went live, and I was like, thank effing
No,
God.
thank
I
you.
was
Thank
like,
you,
oh my
Lavos.
God,
Thank you
please.
for watching
So,
and
yeah,
thank you for joining us.
Caltrops should
Look,
be so much more
I
useful
already
now,
invite
and
you.
we think
If
that
you want
it's
to
a
play
really good
PoE
change
2
going
with
forward.
me and Guido, you are more than
On to
welcome.
Necromancer.
Okay?
So
E um
Necromancer,
também.
we've done some
And one.
improvement and updates to the
The guy
overpower
knows a
synergies,
lot, okay? The guy
specifically
knows a
the
lot.
Rathaman's Vigor
I
key
forget.
passive.
He's a bot.
So previously,
Yeah.
it would just,
I learned with him a
give
lot
you
yesterday.
some,
You can join
overpower
us,
once every,
okay?
12 seconds,
Just call me.
and,
You have my
or
Discord,
when you open up
my
for some
Discord
bonus
channel.
life, and now
Join
we're
me
just tacking on
and
a
call me,
big
okay?
chunk of overpower damage to it. We definitely felt like these pure blood-based overpower builds were just not quite hitting that mark, and just pumping the power into these pure builds through the Rathaman's Vigor key passive.
Você vai ver que tem muita coisinha no meio da gameplay que você vai falar assim, é por isso que os speedrunners fazem tão rápido.
Okay.
One of the new uniques. So similar to what we did with the Sorcerer, where we had kind of these paired uniques, that we're going to have two uniques in the same slot for Necromancer as well, this time in the pants slot. And they're both going to be working with Bloodwave. So this one, Kasemi's Legacy, will cause, instead of shooting one Bloodwave forward,
Eu vou
you're going to
explicar
get two
como
that
estou a
kind of
rir.
converge on you.
I opened the live stream on Path of Exile. 22,000!
Instead of pushing away. So instead of
Já abriu?
Yep, 22,000! The numbers increasing like crazy. Man, the chat is like... I cannot check one. Let me try to get one message. Man, the number is like the clocking. 897, 898, 899.
Nossa, verdade.
The alternative is Indria's memory.
Nem começou ainda.
Yeah, he didn't start.
It still shoots the bloodwave forward, and then at the end of its path, it will trap the
4,000 in
targets in a
Diablo.
bone prison.
Almost
So this is a
20,000 on PoE. Man, crazy. And the
Cinco vezes mais.
yeah, and the numbers in Diablo 4 will drop. No, 23,000 right now.
Or should I say blood spears, because that is what they now become. Blood spears, and instead of costing a bunch of essence, they're going to cost... or sorry, they drain maximum life, still cost essence there.
No, I think Guido is right. This presentation of Diablo, this is pre-recorded, this is not live.
To fire an extra bone spear / blood spear. So there's a lot going on with this one, but I think it really comes together to be a very strong build when you're using the bone spear and the blood wave.
Okay, sorry, Lavas. I was checking the numbers. I will send to you right now here on the chat. Give me a second.
It's awesome. All right, and so on to the Spiritborn.
Legal assistir o que apareceu aí.
Warned at the start, Spiritborn we recognize has been one or multiple steps above most other classes, and players have fun. People love playing the Spiritborn.
Só 20 mil a mais.
Yeah, they love it playing Spiritborn, a broken class, too overpowered.
A bit better class parity across the board, so you don't feel like you're doing it wrong if you're not playing a Spiritborn.
Okay.
Yeah, and we have like
you have there the Discord. Let me check it.
Are actually in a really good spot.
Yep, it's working.
Class, which is great.
It's working. Okay, love. Just enter on Discord. We'll play PoE 1 until the launch of PoE 2. You can join us. Believe me, you will learn a lot. Not with me, with Guido.
Não, você também.
And PoE 2, you can join us again. Okay.
Target there is closer to where the other 5 classes are, and Spiritborn was just too high up. And it's rather than try to power creep the whole game, we'd like to make sure we make some small improvements everywhere else to the underperforming builds and those ones that don't have
almost 25,000.
Get Spiritborn back down to a more healthy spot. And so with that in mind, one of the biggest offenders, or biggest power points rather, of
I will be honest, I'm not a huge fan of Spiritborn. I tested. I'm not a huge fan.
Eu não testei porque eu não comprei a expansão. Mas todo mundo fala que tá muito roubado, né?
No, and look, the only thing I really liked was the ultimate skills. The Jaguar and the Gorilla, it's really fun. Okay, the animation, it's really well done. But I'm not a huge fan of the class, honestly.
Você acha que se fosse uma classe que não fosse tão forte assim, ela não seria tão jogada? Só tá sendo tão jogada porque tá roubada mesmo.
Yeah. The class, I read a lot. Probably the class people were asking a lot until today is something similar to the Paladin.
Unintended ways that were just way outside of
people really want to see like a class as a Paladin in Diablo 4.
Double dipping or scaling too high. We've taken a pass to make those more in line with our expectations.
One of the
classes meio ansioso por uma Amazona, né?
Yep, I agree.
Pelo Paladino.
I agree. It's funny because one of the classes I really wanted since the start in Diablo 4 I will have in PoE 2 is the monk.
É isso, pô, exatamente isso.
Perfect.
Cara. Ridículo isso, cara.
Yeah, why? Because I played Diablo Immortal. In Diablo Immortal and Diablo 3 we have the monk. And I love the monk in Diablo 3 and in Diablo Immortal. So PoE 2 give me the monk. Thank you.
Foi o Diablo que criou e eles têm, e o Diablo não tem, tá ligado?
More so underutilized in
we'll go
6, so,
at least 30,000 viewers on Twitch with the Path of Exile. Easily. No, easily.
They actually tie back in with some of the changes that we're doing for those builds.
Absolutely. All right, we've got some updates to some of the underused units as well. Ring of Writhing Moon here.
No, Lavas, don't worry. No, Lavas is worried. He's worried about the age. Don't worry.
And especially compared to some of the other options at
come and join us.
The ring slot. So we've reduced that down.
There is no age limits in games. I play also with my son.
Up to 3.
So if you are telling me, probably it's almost the same age. I love it. So
nem sabia que você tinha.
Compared to other choices at the ring slot.
Already 15 years. Hold. So,
All right.
yeah,
So let's talk
so
a little bit about
don't worry.
some of the broader updates
It doesn't
that
matter.
affects all classes. So the
Tem como dá pra jogar com a gente
is
também.
the ultimate updates.
Yep.
So in the previous season, we introduced skill ranks on ultimate.
Ele já tentou,
so you
Poi?
can now rank up your ultimate up to
Eu
rank
já
5,
joguei
and
Diablo, amigo.
that was good. Gave you some cooldown reduction, some damage. But now, when you actually fully invest in it up to that rank 5, every ultimate in the game is going to get a new rank 5 bonus. So, for example, here on last
Other
rate,
thing I
we've
never
got
was
rank 5
a
last
huge
rate
fan on
damage is going to
Diablo.
be increased by
The
40%
Paragon.
of your critical strike damage bonus. It gives it this scaling factor. So you can see on the left, last rate at rank 1 is doing about 38,000 damage, but you rank it up to 5, and it goes crazy high up to 119,000 damage because it's now getting that critical strike damage scalar. And so if you really want to build a dedicated last rate build as kind of your core
A guy
damaging
here.
effect, this is going to be a great way to
So,
build around it, and a good
Season
reward for
7,
investing
just
all those
another
extra skill
patch,
points
and no
into it.
story again, just clean up y'all sloppy coding once again. Yep.
Points into skills.
Yeah, so often, sometimes you'd see
Eles vão obrigar
the access to the
o
utility.
player a botar
Hey, it's
5
fine,
pontos
but-
na
right?
skill
You get
principal
one
agora.
point, you get the utility, maybe you get some,
No, they
some
are
buff
not
from it.
adding
But if
story
you really
because
wanna
I heard
to
yesterday
invest in it, we wanna
they
make sure
want
that
to
that
add
investment in
story
skill
to
ranks
the
feels
expansion.
meaningful, and we think these
Okay,
rank 5
like
bonuses
the
on
part
ultimates in
2. This is
particular
like a
gonna be
movie.
really good way
Was
to pay
released
off those ultimate
the
builds.
Vessel of Hatred 1. Now they will be Vessel of Hatred
we've
2.
also got
So
some
they
new,
want to sell
generic
the expansion.
legendary
That's
aspects
it.
to really support this style that talk directly to ultimate skills. So we've got the Vehement Brawlers aspect that causes casting an ultimate skill increases all of your damage output by 10 to 30% for 8 seconds. And you also gain additional skill
Man,
ranks in
look
your
the
ultimate.
difference.
So, hey, we just talked about skill rank bonuses.
30%.
Now we've got
The other up
a
to
legendary that will give you some bonus skill
180%.
Nice.
We also got the Ring of
Jesus.
Magic Fervor, which says
Hi,
casting the ultimate
Sylvana.
skill will increase your damage by 8 to
No.
18%, so a little bit less than the Vehement Brawlers, but it stacks up to 10 times, so you can get way more if you can cast your ultimate fast enough and kind of chain it together. So this will be really good for like rogues that use preparation to really get that ultimate cooldown reduction, or any build that really wants to focus around casting your ult.
Quando
many
destaca
times
10,
in a row.
olha.
This one is going to be a great legendary for those style of builds. All right, we've also done some updates to the rune words. And so rune words, Vessel of Hatred feature, has been really well
Andre.
received. We think that they've
No.
really
So far,
spiced up
this seems
some
like the
build variety,
presentation of
and,
the
we're
last
gonna
PTR
add some new
for the
runes
last
here
season.
and update some of the
Some
old ones.
buffs in
So all of the
Barbarian,
invocation
Rogue,
runes, have
some
overflow.
changes.
So
but
the
not
cost of, many of them have also
so far
been,
we don't
adjusted
have
to allow
something
you to
that
proc
we
this
say,
overflow
wow,
effect and generate more offering than
crazy,
needed,
this is great.
much more often. And then also the ritual runes, the ones that generate the offering, some of them have been redesigned to have some larger potential moments of this overflow.
Sorry,
so an
Andre.
example here on the Seer rune. This generates a ton
I didn't
of
know.
offering, 300
Yeah,
offering
I didn't know you.
and you get that by
You are
casting
the
5
Andre.
spells.
Thank
But
you.
then,
Thank you for showing up.
instead of
Now with
just
the nick, I
casting 5
already
skills
know.
and then generate all of it. And
Ah,
then
o
cast
caso do
it
Discord?
instantly.
Yeah, but I saw here Andre.
This
So
exhausted period for 3 seconds. So you can get that.
nothing special so far.
300 offering at once, but then you
We
gotta
are
wait 3
even
seconds
eating
before you start building up
popcorns.
those stacks again.
Yeah, it's like getting like large buckets.
I'm here.
Little popcorn.
Yeah, I'm just having much more fun reading all the comments and see the fact we have
Muito mais.
32,000 viewers on Twitch on Path of Exile and didn't start yet. On Diablo we have 4,000.
Have those peaks and valleys. I really
Man,
think
crazy.
that leads to
Crazy.
more interesting moments.
7 vezes mais viewers.
Potency
Yeah.
versus
E ainda não começou.
Yeah.
effects, but you can't do it as often.
Right. And that'll play
Popcorn.
right into the updates with all the overflow to make sure that when you do overflow, it feels really good. It feels really
Popcorn.
rewarding to get that. So let's talk about some of the other runes. We've got
Ô Trivago, por que no mercado
so we've
tem,
got 3 new rune words here. The Nagu
tem
rune, a
pipoca
legendary
premium?
rune
O
that
que é pipoca
will,
premium?
gain 100 offering, as long as you're maintaining a summon. And so, as I kind of alluded to earlier with the
No.
Shadow Clone
Man,
section,
PoE 2 will
summon
be
is
crazy.
a new catch-all term
Oh, by the way, we are inviting everyone to join us. Okay.
But that includes things like necromancer minions.
You already know.
Druid companions.
You can join us. Yeah,
rogue shadow clones, and even barbarian.
Of course, you are more than welcome to play with us in PoE 2.
Those are all summons.
também.
Yeah, he tells also. And why? Também.
também.
Não, o cara é fera. O cara é fera a jogar PoE 1.
75 offering per session, roughly. And you actually cash it in by casting a non-basic skill to get that offering. So as long as you're out there kind of spamming your basic skill, you're going to be kind of banking up this offering. And then when you cast the non-basic, you probably trigger the rune it's connected to, you get a big overflow, you get a big moment of power there. And finally, we've got the Chak rune.
Yeah, it goes.
Or it requires 20 offering, rather. And this will invoke Druid's Lightning Bolt.
Bom, fica pouquinho de pipoca, tem pouquinho aqui.
It's not the core skill, the Lightning Bolt is
But
kind of
the difference between the chat on Diablo, I can read everything really nice.
Yeah.
In the Path of Exile 2,
and enable those
it's really hard to catch the chat.
Awesome.
Yeah, the difference.
Os caras só mandando login.
Yeah, login. The other one, relax.
Notes that we'll have that will be hitting next week. So players can look into those. These are just a few examples that we have for PTR.
Essa palavra login que eles mandam lá é por causa de streamer que se chama...
There's some people going in chat going like, hey, I'm noticing like
Killer
giving a lot of offering, and then there's a little bit
of a cooldown
period or something like that. Let us know. Like we want people to try those out, like test it out.
I think he already commented in one of my videos.
With patch 2.1, we can
he react to my video. Diablo 4 players will hate PoE 2. He made a live stream reacting my video.
Do we have
yeah, the guy stopped it. No, SirMariio, you didn't. No, I know. I know why you did it.
Yes, I was.
Was really cool.
Dan is actually going to be talking about all the new content that's coming in patch 2.1 with season 7.
Yeah, good question from this guy. One thing I'm asking since the start for Diablo 4, where is the armory?
Keep me from sharing this with everybody. So,
very good question.
This PTR.
É gravado isso aí, mano. Não tem como.
PTR of
gravado
at this point. This is going to be the first time that we're bringing the seasonal realm to a PTR. So
esse cara aí agora deve estar de pijama em casa dando risada.
And we want to be able to
lustrou a cabeça e tá em casa, pô.
It's pretty important for us to, like.
Ou então deve ter tomado uns antidepressivos.
Where y'all are able to test and, show what's working.
Pai.
Será que ele tá na tela principal? Será que tá a live dele ou a do Poi?
That we're bringing back seasonal character powers. So if you remember in season 2, Blood, they were vampire powers, and you slotted them into your sanguine circle. And so for season 7,
witchcraft.
A little bit different, not vampires.
What is some witchcraft?
This time it's going to be witchcraft.
Okay.
And so I'm excited to really dig into that right now and tease out what y'all can play in a couple weeks. So witchcraft enables you as a practitioner to call upon the power of the swamp to do your bidding. And so you've met some witches before in the game, and you're going to meet some more in the coming season. But before I really dive into witchcraft, we got to talk about your enemies. Now, your enemies of this season are going to be called the Head Rotten. Now, the Head Rotten are abominations that spawned from the Tree of Whispers. And you're going to slay them and collect what we call Restless Rot. And this is going to be our currency for the season. Now, like I said, the season is about witchcraft. So there are going to be some witches. And those witches are going to be residing around the Tree of Whispers. And they're going to have some altars. And these altars are pretty important to you learning your witchcraft. And so you're going to travel to an altar. You're going to make an offering of Restless Rot, and that's going to enable you to learn the witchcraft.
This is not something really new. It seems like they are recycling the ideas. And I'm not a Diablo hater. Very far from that. I'm an old school Diablo player. I love Diablo. The old
and
school
distill
Diablo.
it into something that's very convenient and easy
Man,
to
this
use.
remind me
And
the
result
season
is
2.
this witchcraft menu that you can see in front of
The
you.
blood,
And so
the blood
equipping
power,
is
yeah,
pretty super
on
simple.
season
You've got
2
inventory on the bottom,
with the
and then you're
vampires.
going to drag or
We have
otherwise
something
move
like
that
this.
power to one of the slots up top. And you're
Será
gonna
que
have
essa é a
Vampire,
grande
yeah, guy, it's
novidade?
mentioned here. Vampiric power 2.0, exactly. Season of
really
Blood.
special
Yep.
witchcraft that you can find. The other thing is that you can upgrade
Yeah,
your
so I
witchcraft
was not wrong.
directly in that
Everyone is
inventory
comment on the
using
chat.
Restless Rot.
This is like
So
a
again, we're streamlining the
recycling
process
of season
to,
2.
make it easy for
Yeah.
players to
Season 2 reskin, so zero new content. Nice.
Obviously, it wouldn't be a season without some rewards, and so let's talk about those a little bit. This season,
Man,
we're
almost
going to have
40,000 viewers.
in the form of Coven's favor.
30
Fort?
minutes to
Caralho.
start.
Headrot will get you
40,000.
headless rot,
10 times more than actual viewers on Diablo 4. Honestly, I know will be a big difference, but 10 times more.
Completing those
No,
whispers will
this is
increase your
crazy.
rank and allow you to unlock rewards, including
Ei, vai dar mais, tá? Vai dar mais que o dobro, tá?
Of sure, of course.
addition,
No,
you
what
vai
I
dar o
really
dobro, tá?
want to see is the viewers in the minutes that PoE2 started on Diablo.
and then you will
But
have
probably
new things
this
you can
will
learn
not
from those altars.
take too long.
And
I think they
then,
will
because
finish
everyone
before
loves
the
it,
PoE
we're bringing back
started.
the
Yeah,
Resplendent
they will
Spark as
finish.
well. So that's going to be at the
They
end
did this as a pre-record
of your,
and 1 hour.
Coven's favorite rank. And of course, the Resplendent Spark nowadays can be used from crafting, a random mythic unique to actually targeting uniques using a lot of those runes that you can earn in the game. All right, one last little thing with respect to witchcraft. So we wanted to try out something a little bit different. And so we've also created several powers that are lost to these witches, the Coven of the Swamp. And so those you can only find by
Eu já tô contando os minutos pra acabar logo. Quero ver a toy logo.
altars. And these forgotten altars will allow you to learn these lost powers.
Yep.
And we just thought we'd try
Man.
something a little bit different here. And
Please heard
let us know what
the
you
guy's
think about it.
voice.
Now,
So
let's talk
excited.
about some of
Look, the
witchcraft
excitement.
itself.
If I won the game and I'm talking about something new that I really believe, I was, look, the witchcraft, this is, no.
For the season.
It seems like he's selling some soup or...
Porque vai ter mais uma
Yeah,
coisa
we
também
have the
que a gente vai
witchcraft.
fazer para vocês.
You have the
Agora
powers.
vamos falar sobre...
That fights
que a
alongside
gente já
you.
falou, né, em outras seasons.
É, tipo, sem animação nenhuma.
Sim.
Parece que tá vendendo sabonete ou uma coisa qualquer.
A lot of poison damage. Folks are having a lot of fun with this one. Next up is Doom Orb. So Doom Orb is a pure orb of eldritch energy. That circles
Uau! Concordo,
Tem
André.
pé de sapo que vai te ajudar a
Exatamente
mais.
isso. Não tem alma nenhuma. Concordo
Tem
perfeitamente.
pé de sapo, caralho.
Companhia
Nossa, vou ter que
riquíssima em
comprar. Vou ter que
recursos.
comprar a expansão de R$200 pra comprar jogar, porque tem um sapo.
Não, eu estou lendo aqui o comentário do André e concordo com ele 100%. E também ele jogou bastante Diablo, é decadente como a equipa por detrás do Diablo não tem alma nenhuma. Uma companhia riquíssima em recursos e pobre em espírito. Não sou hater, apenas queria um bom jogo. Subscrevo e assino e carimbo por baixo. O PoE olhou para Diablo e hoje em dia nem o Diablo consegue olhar para o sucesso do PoE como... Exatamente, concordo com ele, 100%.
Eles têm a faca e o melhor queijo do mundo na mão.
Do mundo.
Mas eles não sabem aproveitar.
Exatamente. Everyone knows Diablo. Everyone. The name.
E dá vontade de saber mais sobre a história, porque a história é muito boa.
No, the gameplay. I told you yesterday. For me, still unbeatable. The story of Diablo. Everyone knows Mephisto, Duriel, Diablo. Everyone.
Headhunts are a whisper-driven activity, and so the tree is searching for these head rotten. The tree wants you to eliminate.
And the comments here are not being very nice. So same as D3, D4 is over and restart same season from V4. Okay, pass them.
In order to find the head hunts and kill the head rotten. Now these are subzone takeovers, similar to Hell Tides. they're going to feature a number
Agora, eles usar a palavra headhunt é complicado, hein?
This is an opportunity for our team to try out some new whispers and really kind of tell a little bit of a story each time you're going out on a headhunt, because whispers offer us that opportunity. Now, completing whispers has a chance of spawning a head rotten boss.
Guy,
and the head rotten boss
is this season 7 or 2?
Those are going to give you some additional rewards I'm going to tell you about.
2.2.
This guy, new class confirmed. Equal, let me check it, the Frog Whisperer. This is the new class.
Now, we're pretty excited about these. Occult gems are special socketables.
Man, the comments are priceless.
That help you fine-tune your build. So they can only be slotted in the jewelry slot. And so this is a way of basically having them coexist with runes. And
yeah, this guy is right. Can we talk about new stuff, please?
These are going to disappear.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, I think you're going to have a lot of fun with
Se tivesse como curtir os comentários, né?
So each occult gem has built-in defense. We don't want you to have to make a choice between, you know, a royal diamond or a royal skull and an occult gem.
Uma das coisas que eu acho que chamaria atenção seria se eles lançassem um paladino. Aí eu acho que chamaria atenção. Eles falariam, tem isso aqui também. Paladino.
Oh, we have this guy. I told you. Paladin, bro. Paladin.
Então, é isso.
We have many players asking for the Paladin. If I was there, I will launch the Paladin for sure.
Elder Sigil may be a good fit for you.
Oh, the viewers on PoE2 are dropping. Only 46,000.
For folks who really dig, you know, specking out with Eldritch powers. So if you equip 3 or more Eldritch powers, then slotting a Killing Wind into, say, one of your rings might benefit you quite a bit. And then finally, we've got this is a legendary one, so it's going to be even more powerful than the other 2 I talked about.
Man, honestly, this presentation, for me, I have the same feeling as the play the current season. I'm bored.
So each time you do that,
I'm distracted because I'm talking with you, I'm checking the viewers on Path of Exile 2, reading the comments, otherwise I will be right here. Like that.
E por que eles não falaram isso aqui tudo na última que teve? O que tem aqui que eles tinham que guardar segredo?
You know, we are just really excited to see what
isso seria lindo, André. Templar vai ter Paladin como a Sandys.
It's going to be pretty exciting. So, final thing is, you know, we were doing a lot with the Tree of Whispers. We've got the witches around them, you know. So we thought, well, we should, you know, take some of the quality of life feedback we've heard from players and try and address it.
This reminds me that events
we've
on
updated the town
Christmas,
the Tree of Whispers.
Blight, Blight of Winter, Winter Blight, something like that. Yeah, they are recycling the events and change some of the stuff.
And
that's it.
The waypoint so that it's just quicker to get to the Tree of Whispers to turn in things. But sometimes, you know, you're in the middle.
Mário, eu vou digitar Path of Exile na Twitch e provavelmente tem algum streamer de Path of Exile que tenha mais views do que a live de pós. Deixa eu ver.
Não, claro. Não duvido.
Obrigado a ver isso.
Okay.
So that you don't have to go back to the tree town. Now, you're not going to have access to all those other services, so you know, you hit your inventory limit, you'll probably want to go back to town. But in the moment, when you're in a flow, you can go to the Raven of the Tree.
They have currently 4,293.
And finally, we felt like we wanted to expand the rewards a little bit.
O Matthew tá com 4,2 mil.
Pretty low probability of getting one, but they're there. And these guarantee you getting an ancestral item from a cache. So obviously you see this pop up. I have a feeling you're probably going to select it. So, yeah, I think that's all I have to talk about for the upcoming piece.
Man, be quiet. Slow down a little bit. You are so excited to that presentation from Albany.
Sim, dá nem pra ouvir o que ele tá falando. É tão rápido que eu não consigo nem entender o que ele fala.
I'm super excited for all the Tree of Whisper updates.
Yeah, we can see you are all super excited.
Having to go back to the Tree of Whispers every single time, being able to turn in Grim Favors right there through the Raven. On top of that, also just the
awesome.
of the zone, so everything's a little bit closer. You're not have to walk all the way across to walk all the way back to the waypoint or to get to the vendors and everything. So there's a lot of big changes with that. Actually, please do choose the Ancestral Connection. Yes, like, why would you not?
And I think it's important to remember we added the ability to favorite waypoints as part of Season 6 or of the last patch.
No, I'm laughing because the comment from Andre.
People have been seeing some of the witchcraft powers and noticing some familiarities of like past Diablo lore. And I will say we'll be talking more about the story of Season 7 as we get closer to launch, so players can hear more about kind of like the origins of all of like what we've been kind of talking about here with this story with Diablo 4. So thank you again, Dan, for walking us through all the content that's coming with Season 7. And of course, last but not least, we do want to talk about some big quality of life changes. One really, really big one that we're really excited to talk about.
Armory.
Mr. Colin Feiner will talk and walk us through everything.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. So most of these are sort of systemic updates, so I'll talk through them. Paragon migration is more just a reminder on how the new Paragon system works. All of the Paragon experience that you've earned in a season is actually at the end of Season 6.
Do you know one thing I think it's the big problem right now of Diablo 4? It's the sales, okay, because they got good sales. So in their heads, they are doing all the good, the work is being done right, okay? So why? A couple of gamers complaining because we have so many sales, so everything we are doing, it's right.
Level 300, you can actually earn that on Eternal. So if you're not willing to.
Aí quando eu vi que o Diablo 4 foi pra Game Pass, cara, fiquei muito desanimado.
We think that's going to feel pretty good.
It's going to be really nice as you're.
Eu fiquei muito chateado com o Diablo quando ele foi pra Game Pass. A gente pagou, sei lá, 400, 500 reais pra jogar.
500.
Do nada, tipo assim. Agora tá de graça pra quem paga.
Exatamente.
Pra que eu paguei aquilo tudo, cara? Pra que, cara?
Extensively, and you level up your Paragon.
Yeah, definitely. The second one here is now we are essentially tying the unique power. So if you think about like the Fists of Fate, that random damage roll from 1 to 200, that's going to be tied, the floor is going to be tied to the amount of greater affixes that are on that item. So if you have 1 greater affix, the floor is going to go up a little bit from the 1%. When you get 4 greater affixes, it's going to go up quite a bit. It's not exactly perfect because we wanted to maintain the sort of specialness of a 4GA with a perfect unique roll. We've seen some of those on Reddit, and I think it's always such a cool moment to sort of see those drop. But it's going to be a substantial.
Quanto é que é o salário mínimo aqui, André? Boa pergunta. Eu acho que é 1.200, né?
Aqui no Brasil, 1.400.
1.400 já? Eu ainda estava nos 1.200 e qualquer coisa. Será em euros 1.400. Será uns...
É 6, né? Vezes 6.
Está a 6. Está a 6. 250 euros para aí.
Por aí.
Por aí.
E o poder de compra do real é muito menor, né? Eu perguntei no Discord de hoje quanto que custa uma 4080 lá em Portugal. Eles falaram em torno de 1.200 euros, né?
Eu sei, não, mas eu entendi a pergunta do André. Claro, não, 500 há um ano e meio. Há um ano e meio não era 1.400. Era quase meio salário. Meio salário mínimo para um jogo.
Sort of top-end ranks of that legendary power that could drop.
Yeah, we saw lots of conspiracy theories on Reddit of people going like, hey, I think like my Codex of Power is not getting updated correctly or something like that. And we totally understand. Like there was a lot of confusion behind it. We admit
Mas
that.
pro André entender aí, eu tava falando
This just makes it easier and better for players.
Que a 4080 para eles lá no em Portugal é 1.200 euros.
He was literally just like
o que em reais brasileiros daria o quê?
Like that,
grind harder.
So that most definitely will address a lot of the confusion there as well.
Tá, 6?
Just make it better for players.
É 6 e pouco, 600.
And then the second point here is we've pretty substantially increased the ancestral drop rate across the board.
Man,
not going to be raining from the sky,
60,000 viewers
pretty substantial
on PoE.
60, pegou?
Level up all the different activities in the game, and that should just feel a lot better.
Eu chuto que vai chegar a 110 mil.
No longer special, but we thought that we were a little bit too
Really?
conservative on our first win.
And this will affect all Torment tiers, right? Not just tier Torment 4?
Yep, exactly. So all Torment tiers are going to get this increase.
Great.
And then the next one. So we saw that gems were dropping a little too frequently,
mais ou menos isso.
constantly getting stuck on the ground and players were
isso, André.
them. So we were doing a patch
isso
to
mesmo.
reduce them overall. But
Não, é que é assim, estando aqui e ganhando em euro, maravilha.
Sim, nossa, muito maravilha.
Aqui é maravilhoso.
Sim, 7 mil reais, André, exatamente.
É.
Tipo isso. Que pra gente aqui daria em torno de uns 4 meses, né?
É.
Uns 4, 5 meses trabalhados.
Agora tá ótimo para vir fazer aqui turismo. Com o euro.
É isso?
They're going to work similar to Altars of Lilith, right? Do you have more details on that?
Yeah, so class quests, so most classes, or every class has this...
A gente tem que aproveitar e conversar agora, porque na do Pônia vai ficar quietinho ouvindo.
Não, depois eu vou estar...
In the past, when you hit level 15, you'd get a quest where you had to go and help out a mage to find a lost tome. So for players who have already completed that, you are going to, if you do need to log into that character first to kind of unlock it across your account. But once you've done that, any subsequent sorceress that you make, once you hit level 15,
and their presentation is really boring.
Slot, and then once you hit level 30, you'll unlock the second one. Now, for every class, the exact level is going to be different. It depends on when that would normally unlock, but you won't have to go through the whole quest line to do so. But for those of you who really enjoyed doing those quests, there will be a pretty juicy reward.
Uma coisa que eu acho muito legal da Blizzard e do Diablo são as animações e a questão visual. Tipo, tudo se encaixa muito bem, sabe? Mas claro, porque a Blizzard tem muito tempo com isso, né?
Claro.
Principalmente por causa do World of Warcraft e tudo mais.
No, the animations and the visuals are great. The problem is not that. The problem is the gameplay.
On my necromancers for a little longer than I would like to admit.
Well, production spoiled it.
They announced it. The PTR will be available on December 3. So 3 days before PoE 2.
Armory is coming with Season 7 patch 2.1. So, Colin, want to go through it all?
Absolutely, yeah. This one was a really...
Yeah, the cinematics are amazing. Are amazing.
Guy who asked for this is for you. I'm just kidding. This has been
even the animations in I play like 2 months ago, the Diablo 2 Resurrector.
Everybody's going to get this update. Armory's
I was wow.
It's going to save your equipment.
Man, Diablo 2 animations for the time.
You can even name it.
Amazing.
And what this really allows you to do is be a lot more flexible in the end game, right? So
you're
really liking the fireball build, but you got this really sweet ball lightning unique. Now it's really easy to just save off that fireball build. If
this is everyone was asking about the armory
build. So we're really
since the start.
This. We're not going to charge you for respecing or anything like that. So you save it, it's yours. It's even come with some cool quality of life things where we actually mark all of the equipment that's actually...
For me, this is the only new really they are bringing that...
Just saving the equipment,
I like
right?
it, I really do. Because sometimes I'm playing, for example, with the sorcerer. I want to test the lightning, fire, and I have to respect all the points, the skill tree, change the gear.
So you do probably want to get multiple sets of gear if you want to be building these up, but it's so much easier to swap between them, so much easier to explore all of the new build possibilities that we introduce every season with the new items and updates.
Absolutely. And it's in all the main towns, it's even in the training rooms, which is very nice. And it's important to note that we will swap it from anywhere. So if the equipment is in your stash, or if it's in your inventory,
finally.
You don't have to worry about it. We'll just swap it out for you.
O cenário, que massa.
It's auto-magically does it, which is really nice.
O cenário deles que irado. Aquela estátua do Diablo lá em cima, lá, você viu?
Which I think is great.
Cool. So yeah, we're super excited. We're really leaning into
I love the statue.
That's why we've just removed a lot of the cost to switch around, and we think this should open up if you're playing a druid, you don't have to go make another druid or go through 300 clicks to change out your paragon. So
yeah, and I think one thing I do want to
note. Até que durou bem a live deles, pô. Achei que não ia durar isso tudo, não.
People to actually test it. It's a brand new feature. There's a lot of complexities behind it. Obviously, it's pulling things from your stash, pulling things from other.
Eu vou usar uma expressão. Se o André estiver aí, ele vai logo reconhecer que eu uso muito aqui. Eles são muito bons a encher chouriço.
One thing I do want to call out is in PTR, it won't have controller support. It will have controller support when we do.
No Brasil a gente fala encher linguiça.
Eu sei porque eu disse a um amigo meu aí do sul, ele encher... encher linguiça.
Falar abobrinha.
It won't be there for that specifically. So, tons of changes coming for Season 7. Obviously, all the class changes, the ultimate changes that Charles talked about, the balance and
muito massa essas esculturas lá atrás lá, muito louco.
Reworked rune words as well. We have, of course, all the Season 7.
O quê? Aquela escultura? Aquilo custou uma fortuna.
Muito massa, né, cara? Olha aquela lá em cima, lá da cabeça do Diablo lá.
Aquilo é uma fortuna.
Nossa senhora.
Ih, que saudades que eu tenho, André. Chouriço na brasa. Ei. É melhor não começar a falarmos de comer, porque se há coisa que eu amo é o comer Portugal, por amor de Deus. É melhor nem me lembrar, porque senão eu daqui a bocado tenho que fazer pausa e ainda vou fazer ali um bacalhau. É melhor ficarmos por aqui.
The prior PTRs, we did character copies before, or account copies.
Esqueceu de coisa, pô.
Things are going to be a little different for patch 2.1. This is way better for players. If you guys remember back with even the patch 2.0 PTR, we actually did an account copy. And
agora deu indício que realmente é ao vivo. Ou quiseram errar de propósito pra gente não saber que é gravado.
Now we are giving being able to account copy on demand, essentially, for PTR. So with patch 2.1 PTR, there will be a kind of a new button on the UI where you'll be able to actually account copy over to your PTR account. So it'll take all your characters
87,000
and move them over. There are a few
Chegou 87?
I want to mention though, is that it does replace everything once you do
2 minutes.
And you can
Okay.
do it multiple
Get ready.
times. So
I don't care.
each
Sorry,
time you
guys.
do that, it
Let's
does
jump.
replace it all. So
No, I will jump.
between,
Yeah.
PTR and
Tá bom,
So,
vou botar aqui então.
I'm loving so much that I will do this.
and let's see.
Bye.
Já vou trocar aqui. Tchau, Diablo. Aquele abraço.
Login.
Login, boy.
Não, eu acho que vai acertar. 90. Caraca! Man, um aumento de 4.000 viewers tipo em 5 segundos.
Sim.
Estava 93 em 5 segundos, tipo.
Aí já tá em 93, que não atualizou ainda.
Não, estava em 93, de uns 4 segundos aumentou para 97.
É, eu acho que vai chegar nisso daí.
Que loucura!
Uhum.
Vou só aqui no Diablo, só por curiosidade, para ver quantos é que estão no Diablo. I will check Diablo. Let me see it. Because I want.
Ó, passou do 100 já. 100.9.
Yeah, just for fun. Let's see it. How many?
Ah, é verdade, né? Vi quanto é que vai cair, né?
Yeah,
agora a gente já saiu.
Okay. We still have 4,000 viewers on Diablo.
Please put them in chat and we
40 segundos, Mário. Já troquei, troca o jogo, tá?
Não, the game. Ok.
Troca o jogo na Twitch.
Não, na Twitch sempre teve Path of Exile.
Ah, beleza.
Ok, troquei foi o cenário. Porque eu já tirei.
Bora.
Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one chance. And remember, when you hear the whispers, call for help. Do not attack.
When you hear the whispers, what do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah.
Then Dorman, shut your damn mouth. Ugh, why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
Hmm?
Summon!
Ô, louco.
A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own sword. Captain Oren? Captain? It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
Rain! On my back, blade up!
Man, the cinematic is really
A
good.
cinemática do começo, Mário.
Really, really good.
Muito doido. Tô até babando aqui, rapaz.
No, it's not. Run.
They did a big upgrade on cinematics. Well done.
Sim. 125 mil.
Mm-hmm.
Captain! Captain! Why are you here? What is this? Stop! Humanity isn't ready. On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
What is this?
Eita.
Get the body. Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have on. Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
Que isso, cara. Que legal, mano.
Even this
Muito
reminds
top,
me
cara.
of Diablo 2.
É verdade. O pezinho mexendo.
A very, very good start. Man, now I'm watching the viewers on Diablo 4 dropping. Crazy.
Só isso aqui já valeu mais do que a live toda do Diablo.
I'm Jonathan Rogers, game director on Path of Exile 2.
E aí?
Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th. But even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this live stream, we're going to be introducing everything you can expect. So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
Existence is
Another trailer. God damn it.
precious, but impermanent. Life and death are mortal enemies, and yet bound to one another. The continuation of life must be protected at all costs. So
Que isso?
said, my methods are brutal. To this, I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice.
Man, I will be honest. Soon I will play all the classes.
We are faced with the end, and I will.
Caralho, travou geral!
Must.
E
Those who obsess with death, let them soon be acquainted with it.
Now, as you just saw,
Ah, por causa disso as
early
mãos.
access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game.
Yeah.
It's actually been 5 years since we announced PoE 2,
Que legal.
and over that time we've revealed a lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access. Classes, character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the end game. This is going to be a big one.
É isso, pô.
For 20 years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more. The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him.
Man, I already got like 3 or 4 advertisements here.
And this is where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren
Eu espero que o site deles para a compra dos pets sejam muito boas. Travou.
Epa, lagou, lagou. Aqui também.
Que seja muito bom o site para a compra dos supporter packs, porque o site vai entupir.
Tá caindo a live, mano.
Tá caindo a live, mas então.
Eu achei que era aqui.
Não, é aqui também.
Vai cair full. Não, voltou.
Lost camps and treasures.
Yep.
Roaming merchants. And of
Não,
course,
não cai não, porra.
no two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds.
Ah, travou tudo. Eles vão ter que voltar essa parte, porra.
But first, you have to pick a class. Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them.
Não, peguei
Fast
anúncio.
and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out.
Mostrando anúncio na minha live, mano.
Não, mas tá travando. Não, tá travando o Twitch.
Like all classes in PoE, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos.
Yeah, Diablo already finished. I told you. Man, why?
get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows
1,
all
2,
the active
3,
skills
4,
available in
5, 6,
PoE2.
7, 8, 9,
You
10.
can choose an existing.
Não, tá travando, cara. Tá com FPS baixo pra mim a live, cara.
Me too. Look, technical difficulties. Yep.
Ah,
No,
sim,
the fault
sim,
was
beleza.
not your. O problema não era nosso.
É.
Man, I think they 180,000.
Eu acho que não tava liberado pra dar sub. E agora eles liberaram. Olha o tanto de sub que tá vindo.
Exactly. Look, Prime. Look. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Prime. Sub.
178k.
No, I already saw 180.
Nossa.
They have to stop. Look. I wish I can have this sub on my Twitch. Man.
Nossa senhora.
Please, don't stop it. Man, all the subs are entering now. That's why the live crashed.
Tomara que eles passem de novo. Cara, a gente quer ver até de novo, tá ligado?
Exactly. And I'm concerned with the website. Because I'm pretty sure once they finish, everyone will jump for the website to buy the supported pack.
É verdade.
Even so, I'm here on the website. Let me see it. On PoE2.
Não, eu não vou nem entrar. Olha que diferença, cara. A live dos caras do Diablo, 4K de pessoa. A live do pós chega a travar.
Não, eu estou aqui no site porque de site percebo eu, né? Isto é a minha praia.
Ah, é verdade.
É. Apesar que o site deles, do 1, tinha que ser muito melhorado, porque não está responsivo.
Entendi. Eu esqueço que você trabalha com isso.
No, Lavos.
Opa!
This is not our fault. This was technical problem on Twitch because
eles vão botar de
was
novo.
not released the subscription on Twitch. That's why they are repeating.
There are 21 active skills.
No, my friend doesn't speak so well English. Okay, he's speaking in Portuguese because we have some viewers that are from Brazil or Portugal.
Start of PoE2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren plains of the Vesteri Desert. And delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Val city. There are challenging monsters, hidden rooms.
Cara, tem uma classe ali que a gente não viu ainda, tá?
Roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations.
Agora.
But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them.
Exactly.
The monk is a fast and furious.
The classes I play at BGS, it's the 6 classes. I knew it. This will be my class, the monk. Already decided.
Eles vão anunciar mais uma.
Look, the monk. My class. I love it.
To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7. So there's no harm in trying out something.
Legal.
The monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind. But don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try killing palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use killing palm to dash.
The lightning is amazing. I love the
This will
lightning.
provide a power charge. Then we could use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it.
This skill is amazing. I tested.
Que legal, cara.
Man, this skill is amazing. I love it.
The monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to
Tu
being
vai começar de Monk, eu vou jogar de mercenário.
Ok, eu vou do Monk. Tá decidido.
Só pra dar tiro no sino.
21 active skills in the core staves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo attacks. Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the warrior is for you. He pounds the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time. Among the skill options for maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills. Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fishes to erupt.
Don't tell me now. Looking at this don't reminds like the real sequel of Diablo 2.
The warrior can also use war cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, and can double that for even more craziness.
Muito bom.
If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In PoE 2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front.
Yeah, I love this. To raise the shield.
Your stun meter will build.
Você viu a barrinha aumentando ali? Olha lá.
If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable.
A barrinha em cima dos flasks ali. Você viu que só tem 2 flasks?
Also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash. If you see one of these coming,
No,
be sure to dodge out of the way.
the fact we can defense with the shield for me it's great. I love it.
Like shield charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies.
Será que vai ter mecânica de puxar agro?
While charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front.
Tipo, obrigar os mobs a bater em você?
Access to totems. Some totems have built-in abilities, like shockwave totems.
Olha lá
o totem.
Os 2 flasks.
Os 2 flasks tá ali. Yep. Health and mana.
This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill
For me,
you
it's
put
much
other
better.
skills into. I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my ancestral warrior totem.
Meu Deus, que legal, cara! O totem dando Sunder.
There are 20 active skills for
I told you, I choose monk because I have to choose some class. But in the end, all the 6 classes I play at PGS and I love all the classes. All the classes are great.
The ranger is primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure.
Você viu o totem fazendo assim, Mário?
Caralho,
que legal.
Combined with all
The ranger is really cool also.
You'll have a lot of mobility in combat. Bow skills have a variety of lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks.
I'm seeing this and my willing is to play with all the classes at the same time.
Pô, eu vou fazer isso aí, cara.
Yeah.
Ice attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants. With 21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation. By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky, bouncing around.
Nossa senhora!
Crazy!
Muito doido.
You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In PoE 2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one.
One thing I'm seeing and I'm really loving is the pace. Okay, it's slower, but it's not too slow.
But that's not the only thing you can use charges
The gameplay, okay, it seems like a little bit slower, but not too slow. I really like the slow pace of the game.
Ah, é com charme. Que legal.
It will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen. To recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots.
Nossa, que legal isso, cara.
The mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play.
Yeah, I didn't test so much playing with WASD, honestly.
Sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, as long as you already have them loaded, which makes the
Yeah, I agree with you, Lavos. The base seems like a perfect combo of Diablo 2 and PoE. I agree with you. I have the same feeling. It's like perfect. You can see all the skills in details, for example. Okay? In Diablo 4, you don't have this sensibility. Okay, you are doing all playing all the skills, but sometimes you are not seeing what you are doing. It's really cool.
If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before moving in.
Tem balista, mas elas têm range.
There are 22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll
Nossa
destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun. If you're looking to take a back seat and let your minions do the work, then the witch should be your choice. She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her, while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies. Occult skills are some of the most
the witch is amazing. I tried the witch and it's really, really cool.
Sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2
Look the graphic details.
This is a spirit
The graphics are really good.
From a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fire.
Olha só, mostraram, porra! O Summon Raging Spirit. Mostraram o Summon Raging Spirit.
So you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time.
Que legal, velho.
Here, I'm using the skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap but weak, useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists.
Man, this is really, really cool.
Minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions.
No, the graphics are amazing. I play it and they are amazing.
Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease
I know.
or bone skills to impale.
I was balanced between the Necro and the Monk. I have to be. It's my top classes, Necro and Monk. Okay, I will go for the Monk because I really love it. But the Necro is the Witch. Perfect. It's really fun. Lavos is already decided. He will start with the Witch.
This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from
Eu falei que a Witch era.
The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more. Fireballs, icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others, even between different elements. For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass through it. If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it, they'll gain extra fire damage. It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this. The Sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right.
Yeah, no, believe me, you can play with the Witch, Lavos. The Witch is amazing. I tested it, it's great. So, I will go with the Monk, Guido, Mercenary. Correct? With the mercenary, né?
Se você for de Monk inicialmente, eu vou de mercenário.
Okay, so he will be mercenary and we already have Lavos with the Witch. Perfect.
Skills on any class, so long as you have the attributes. For example, a poison ranger might want to try out using occult curses to increase her poison.
And I have to know because I have a very good friend. I like him a lot. He will join us. Also is Matt. I don't know if Matt is watching us, but Matt, I didn't forget you. Okay, you have already your spots already reserved exclusive for you.
So let's talk about support gems.
Wow.
Path of Exile 2 has a system of support gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally,
No,
if you
don't
fire a
worry,
grenade, it'll
okay?
look like this. But if we add multiple
Of course,
projectiles,
school
you
is
get
your
3 of them.
priority.
Once
Of
you
course,
have the gem,
but
you can also freely move it
it's very
between any of the
it's
skills
very
in your
easy.
character.
Okay.
If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle
When
instead,
you are
then
available,
simply move the gem over to your
call me
high-velocity round skill.
on the Discord,
Generally
or
speaking, if
when
it
I'm
sounds
playing
like a support
online,
gem should
because
work
I
with the
will
skill,
do
then it
a
will
lot
work.
of lives
So it's a
playing
good idea to
PoE2. Just send me a message,
Note that
for
you can
example,
only
like
have one of each
you are
support gem in your
doing right
character,
now,
so
or
you'll
on
want
the
to think
Discord.
carefully
Hey
about which
Mario,
supports can be used best
I want
with
to
each skill
join you.
for maximum
So,
damage.
not a problem.
Now,
Okay,
if you want to
don't
stick to
worry
the
about that.
recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of
Caraca,
supports
que
that
legal.
will work with your skill. There are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know
Hundreds,
the results of all
hundreds.
possible ways these can interact. Each skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it, and if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas. Now, all of this is just scratching the surface. You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground. Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide.
Muito legal.
So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems, the passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on there. Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first,
Yep.
but try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple. Each level you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character.
Eu achava que eles deviam fazer algum tipo de tutorial para iniciantes, porque isto é das coisas que eu ouço que assusta mais o novo jogador.
You'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken
verdade.
and spending a little
Alright.
bit of gold. Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster, you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage. The real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they
Não
tend to
falou
have
ainda,
more
Paulo.
about how your build works and what skills you're using.
Começou agora há pouco,
For
não
example,
falou ainda não
in
na
the
live.
mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow
Tudo
skills
Paulo.
to not consume a bolt. And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time.
Ok.
This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely. Note that even though this is in the mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree. In order to get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need.
You have the exam on the same day of PoE2.
At the respec
Don't worry, do the exam.
Tem viewer que falou no meu Twitch aqui, Mário, que os pacotes já estão no site.
Já?
Have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design around.
Mas eu não quero ver agora não.
Não, mas qual site?
Which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand.
Path of Exile 2 or Path of Exile?
You can use a two-hand mace with a
Path of
shield,
Exile,
even
vou
dual
mandar pra
wield.
você.
He's telling me the supporter packs are already available on the website.
Before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around.
Mandei no seu
They can be
Twitch.
very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills.
Ok.
One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to
Let me
have your
check
passive
it.
tree change as you switch
Yeah.
between weapon sets.
Early
to take advantage
access
of specific
supporter
bonuses
packs.
on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization. Or you
Yeah,
could switch
the
between
packs
one-hand
are
and
available,
two-hand
guys.
setup in order to be able to block
Okay,
boss
you can
attacks
go
while following up
30
heavy hits from your
US
bigger
dollars.
mace. Or perhaps you could have a full
Then
curse
we
setup on the
have
witch to debuff
60
enemies before
US
switching to a
dollars,
chaos degen build for maximum
100
damage.
US dollar, 160.
If you want to stick with just one weapon set,
The expensive is $480, but the starting pack is on $30. I will
Mas é o que
share
o meu
here.
viewer falou pra mim aqui, ainda não tá mudado o valor pra gente. Não sei se vão mudar. Rapaz.
O Labo está perguntando se está disponível para Xbox on Xbox. Good question.
Não sei.
I will check it. Give me a second. Okay, because I have Xbox. I'm an Xbox player. Let me check it for you. I have here the application.
Mais tinta de espírito que matou o boss. Ah, legal isso aqui, ó.
For example, if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to
Fire resistance.
One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the Canopy in
Aye.
Act 1. Defeat the boss in this
Let me
area
check
to
it
acquire
here.
a permanent addition of spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from spirit are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades. There's one in each act. Now we haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression, items. That's why we're all here, right? Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic,
Okay.
rare, and unique.
Oh, vai ter o Crew Rain, legal.
One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with 1 mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a second mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a third mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods. One of the things we think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs. Another important area of crafting items in PoE 2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an artificer's orb.
The sockets here is like the rune words, no? In Diablo 2.
Armors and 2-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and 1-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost. If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often. Other vendors offer a gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of this system to experiment with your tree and...
Legal, isso vai deixar muito mais fácil o jogo.
The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you
Dá pra dar respec nas passivas.
on an open market.
Um gold.
In exchange for a small gold fee. Now, all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold. Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't. Uniques. They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's build. They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character. Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison. The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand past your foes. And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine, like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed. Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match. The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension. Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character. Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of early access, only 2 per class will be
legal.
Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character. As a sorceress, you could become a Storm, a Master of the Elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell. With Strike twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage. And going deeper into the tree, all damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock build from any skill. Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time.
Que massa isso, Mario. Olha só isso, cara.
She has many other time manipulation.
Tá vendo?
Esse é qual?
Temporal Rift, she can teleport
Ela pausa o tempo.
location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was. Or with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and
Você viu aí?
her spells again.
Estou vendo, mas este é que eu perdi, estava vendo. Aquilo é daqui, da Witch?
Or the Titan.
Não, da Sorcerer.
The Sorcerer.
Ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems.
Look,
Jade Heritage,
the gorilla.
You can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries.
Ignora o Warcry cooldown. Caramba,
The
é
Titan
brabo.
class is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock. With Crushing Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With Surprising Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage. As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With Endless Munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile. With Gathering Winds, she gains a small increase to movement speed with every attack. But be careful, she loses them when getting hit. With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy. Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal various types of damage. A bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage. Contagious Contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while overwhelming toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by. Running Assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies.
Witch.
The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion. The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies.
Nossa!
She can also transform into a literal demon.
Olha isso que massa, velho.
Lindo. Beautiful. I love this
Ele
one.
virou nosso cubos mesmo, velho.
So if you're planning on transforming into a demon,
So lovers, you already know it. Okay? This is for you.
A master of life and energy. All blood mages must pay the price.
I was checking the Xbox store, I didn't found
But in
yet.
exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an Invoker. With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With Faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate your energy shield. Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning.
No, I'm okay. I'm not connecting to the Xbox. I will check later.
Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. I will check later on my
Some monks
Xbox.
choose to reach into the darkness instead, The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well. Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage.
Honestly, so far, probably my favorite was the Witch.
You might choose to become a Witch Hunter.
Yeah.
Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky. This is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do.
Legal.
You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated efficiency will give you extra skill slots.
Man, I have to be honest with you. I decided the monk, but the mercenary and the witch
Adaptive capability allows you to use any
looks
color of gem
really
without worrying
cool.
A ascendência muda muito, né, mano?
Yeah, but the mercenary and the witch.
Legal, né?
All
o away dessa
clássica.
clássica.
One thing we haven't talked about yet is how you ascend in the first place. Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the great trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign. Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast. Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different.
Ah, vou ter que matar boss.
Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed on the relic altar to begin the trial.
Man, the dark ambience, I love it.
In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be
Vai
able
matar
to
boss, matar mob.
While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and
tipo
you
no
find another
Sanctum.
coin in order to try again. It is a good idea to make sure that you are
Man,
well
the
prepared
spider,
before
the
challenging
spider,
trial
it's
of the
really
Sekimas.
great.
After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a
Yep.
key that can be used to
It is
unlock
Lava.
challenges
Sanctum,
later
é
in the
Sanctum.
trial. Once you have claimed your reward,
Ó, é
you
igualzinho o
can
Sanctum,
the rest
pô.
of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed. Which
The
challenges would you like to
ascendancy
face,
in
and which
the
rewards
witch,
do you want to claim?
for me, probably
Some
my
rooms are more
favorite one so
dangerous,
far.
afflicting you with debuffs that will persist for the entire trial. For example, entering this room will afflict you with spiked shell that will cause all monsters in the
Não,
rest
cara,
of the
não
trial to
precisava
have
disso aí,
increased life.
O quê?
cara.
You will
Não,
want to
cara.
take care if you
Pra tu
choose
ter
to
ascendência, tu vai ter que passar por esse santo aí, eu não
There are
gostei,
many
não.
different challenges
Foi?
and rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly
Olha
traps,
isso, cara.
waves of monsters, and strange artifacts will test your honor. As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the Jinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Sekima's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of the rewards you may find is Sacred Water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the Jinn and the Maraketh. Trading it with the Jinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him.
Okay, this is the boss to ascend.
Having
I
defeated
got
the
it.
boss, you've earned the right to ascend.
Igual o labirinto, né?
Mm-hmm.
The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys. Let's use the Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and get 2 points to use in the tree. Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Sekimas, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame. For now, let's talk about the second Ascendancy trial, the Trial of Chaos.
Yep.
In Path of Exile 2, you
Yeah,
can choose
you are
whichever
right,
trial
Lover.
you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend. If the Trial of the Sekimas is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you. For early access, we will have 2 trials as options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full release. While exploring the Vaal jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos. Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential,
Agora vai ser coisa da Ultimate.
Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental
Criaram uma mecânica para Ultimate, legal.
In this case, we will be picking shocking turrets. As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all
Ah, que
monsters
legal.
that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets.
Man, the elevators, really cool.
After each room, you will need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more
Vamos,
risk.
they have PoE 1 season mechanics in PoE 2. Yeah, some of them. But I will ask to Guido because Guido is the expert on PoE 1. Guido, o Lavo está perguntando se PoE 2 tem season mechanics. Sei, mecânicas seasonais do... Tem? Ok.
É, eu já vi duas já. Eu já vi a Ritual, e até agora Santo e a Ultimate, por enquanto.
Okay, you
Vai ter
already,
Breach.
you already saw 2. Okay? The Ritual, Ultimate, and...
After defeating the boss, you may claim your
E o que a gente usava como labirinto para se tornar ascendência vai ser a Sanctum.
Oh, okay, Sanctum. Yeah, they have season mechanics. You already saw 2.
Now it's possible to go much deeper.
E aqui
There
travou.
are more bosses, rewards, and
Mas eu acho que é
risks to
aqui
take,
agora.
but we'll talk more about that when we get to endgame.
Não, aqui não.
So how
É, a
about we
minha
talk about
internet
that now?
caiu. Logo volto.
So far, we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the endgame is where the game
Okay,
truly
the end
begins.
game.
Something
Starting
that happens
level
almost every
65.
time a new
Okay.
action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough in-game content. Well, we want to make sure that in PoE 2, people don't feel that way.
Tomei 30
And we
segundos
actually
já
only
devolvi na
changed
tua
our
live.
development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of PoE
Peraí.
2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player. This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other
Okay.
hand, people spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on endgame and make that great. For new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content. But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the in-game challenges to overcome. So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making in-game content. At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types. But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. and of course new rewards. You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases. That will take you to around level 65 where the end game begins. Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing cruel difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to the end game.
Ok. Não, legal. Gostei. I like it. I really like it.
I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
The cruel is like the hell in Diablo 2. You replay it in the
Point
hell.
antes era assim, Mário, você sabia?
É?
Você chegou a jogar nessa época?
Não.
O point não era 10 atos, eram 3 atos que fazia 3 vezes.
No, but they are being clever. Focus a lot on the end game, and that is the biggest problem on Diablo 4.
Only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2, we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through. This is the Atlas, and it
Man,
serves
the
as
Atlas
core
is
of the
amazing.
endgame for Path of Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in all directions. Now, we are not going to
So
spoil
beautiful.
the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas, you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Val research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the
Flicker
map
Strike.
are distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to 11.
Man.
The monster packs you will face in each map
A
are totally
velocidade do
random,
monk.
and the combination of them can
Você viu?
some very interesting combat situations. There are
Eu tenho uma build assim, depois eu posso te mostrar no Poi 1.
a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies.
Man, I love the
Once
witch.
you have done that, the area will be
Muito louco, né, cara? Olha
No,
só.
I'm indecisive between the witch and the monk. I will keep the monk, but I will play for sure with the witch. The witch is amazing.
to get to the areas behind
Se você começar de Witch, eu vou começar de Monk.
encounters you might find in maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the
Caiu
artifacts,
FPS,
you will
hein?
get a powerful
Now I will
temporary
start
buff.
with the monk.
Some of the buffs
Okay,
make you
so we
faster,
have at
others
least
rain
3
lightning
difference.
or fire
Monk,
around you,
mercenary,
and some even give
Lavas
you
will
increased
join
experience
us.
or help you
We'll
find
play
better
as the
weapons.
witch.
You can also
I will
find
check, for
strong
example,
boxes.
Matt,
These
the class
enigmatic
Matt will
chests
choose,
guard
so
piles of treasure,
it will
but
be
are
great
always
to
a
have
trap.
different classes.
Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can optimize the contents. But be careful of opening one you can't handle.
Ah, legal, pô. É meio lenta, né? Tem que esperar toda a animaçãozinha de acontecer. Isso é meio complicado, mas tudo bem. E aí, Yuri, eu também senti sua falta, pô. Eu tô no YouTube agora.
If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category. For example, we could use this one on some boats to ensure
Agora eu vou botar movement speed, mais fácil. Legal.
Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade
É, então, garantido. O speed garantido. Muito, muito bom. Ó.
This is incredibly powerful since it allows you to get a
Nossa.
second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed.
Massa.
Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger
Legal
challenges.
isso. Muito bom.
There are a variety of
3
factors
ponto bom, 3 ponto ruim.
waystones.
Muito bom.
Eu tenho uma ideia, depois vamos falar depois da live, tá bem? A ideia é boa.
Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame. You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the in-game world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys.
I have the same feeling as you regarding the monk. Now I'm decided I will play the monk.
Into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later.
Nossa.
You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise and Undisturbed
Pô,
Island
que legal as sucumbos,
that
cara.
give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp.
Man, the map looks huge.
Hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of
Vai ter que
operations.
ganhar o hideout, legal.
A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your Atlas are influenced
I don't know
by
if you, Guido, if you already play this kind of map and design reminds me Civilization.
Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge
Northgard
together,
também é
forming
parecido.
and grotesque abominations. You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them. For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content. We will be showing you 7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come. Bosses are not the only icon you will see on the Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the in-game systems, Breach.
São as duas que eu tinha visto aí pro teu colega.
Yeah, he's confirming. Lavos, he's confirming the 2 seasonal mechanics in PoE 2 from the PoE 1.
Rewards and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on
Ball
this
lightning.
plane of existence. By engaging with the breach,
This is the
you'll
ball
create
lightning.
a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow
Nossa,
you
e
to
quando dá overlap?
by stacking them up
Nossa
from multiple
senhora.
tablets. In your fight to
Isso
hold
vai
the
ser
breach
muito
demon
massa,
you
cara.
may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each
You know,
in-game mechanic
it's
always
going
has
crazy
firepower that can
with
only
the
be gained
breach.
from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach, you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mobs. You can also find Breach Rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach Rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game,
Massa.
giving you some good motivation to face the demon hordes. In addition, each endgame mechanic needs to have a pinnacle endgame encounter. While killing Breach monsters, you may find Breach Splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a Breach Stone. Using a Vaal technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your Breach Stone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of breach inhabitants.
Man, the breach are really cool.
Legal, né? Ó, o cara usando o Flicker Striker.
And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader.
Ó, deu boyzão. Boyzão da Breach. Que legal, cara. Olha o dano em cima da...
Sim.
Da vida.
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE 2. We won't
Que legal.
the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All of these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from there, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the breach domain even
que legal.
will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the twisted domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your
Man, for
breaches.
early access, they have a lot of endgame
Get some
content.
more points and you can
Sim.
allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands.
This is early access.
Aquele negocinho de jogar uma semaninha e acabou.
No. This is not a game you play 1 week, okay? Have fun and logging out. No, logging in.
Above certain thresholds.
Log in.
Defeating Sesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed.
Now,
But
they
there are
were
many
really
more
clever.
modes in
Ritual.
Ritualist.
Instead of spend a lot of time on X, concentrate 3X and endgame.
If
Sim.
you encounter this symbol
Really,
on the Atlas,
really
then
clever.
you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you slaughter in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you will be fighting a truly imposing number of
Guido,
foes, but will have a
eu até vou
significant
falar em
amount of
português.
tribute to spend.
Uma coisa que eu estou reparando, eles estão mostrando o endgame.
These are special
Eu
items that
vejo
allow
que
for
continua com um pace de gameplay relativamente equilibrado. Não está uma velocidade louca, mas também não está demasiado lento.
Sim, tá top. Pô.
Está perfeito, quase.
Sim, é isso aí.
I was saying to Guido that I was afraid
bastante
the endgame
mob.
can be really slow, really fast. I think the balance, the game pace on the endgame, it's almost perfect.
The pinnacle
Really,
encounter
really
of
cool.
Ritual is the King in the Mist.
Tem muitos mobs, está bem bacana de ver.
He is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched
Pronto,
by insects.
agora pronto.
A mysterious entity has taken a special
Agora
interest in you.
pronto.
Step through the looking
Delírio.
glass and you will find your
Nossa, vai
nightmares
ter
coming to life.
delírio,
When you touch
rapaz.
a mirror,
Nossa
the mists
senhora.
of delirium will spread out
Man,
across the area.
the graphic really well done. Really well done. The effect.
Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel,
Man, the monk, I will love the monk because the monk is really fast. I love always fast classes. That's why I love the rogue. I will love the monk for sure.
out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers
Emotions.
a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree.
Ah, é os olhos.
Gaining an extra passive point for free attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the trees.
É os olhos da Cássia,
to get
pô.
off-class bonuses that will
Blight.
normally be much harder to get. Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your
Ah,
maps, applying delirium
legal,
to them
pô.
and adding additional difficulty.
Mas aí isso quer dizer que não vai ter Blight.
You to further juice your in-game maps.
Ah,
The
vai
templates
tirar
you
o
can find
Blight.
from delirium can be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of delirium. Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will
Que lindo mapa, mano. Olha isso.
No, the map is beautiful. Really,
Olha o
no,
mapa
the
do simulacro, que lindo.
graphics are amazing. Really well done. Não, este mapa tá.
Omnifobia. Nossa.
The bosses you will face as you get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying.
Ah.
If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain
Entendi.
points for the delirium section of the
Expedition.
Esta live está um bocadinho melhor do que a outra que tivemos a ver.
Só um pouquinho.
Só uma coisa pouca.
Occasionally, while clearing corruption, you will encounter
Já passou 1h10, tá? 1h06.
The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them
Olha
up.
que legal, cara. Vai ter Expedition já, cara.
Kalgurans have marked the locations where the
Olha,
relics
muito
can be found.
conteúdo pra gente começar, cara.
Não, é para começar tem muito mesmo.
Muita coisa, cara.
They have a lot of content for early access. Endgame, I think we have much more endgame than Diablo 4.
É verdade.
Early access has much more endgame than Diablo 4.
É verdade.
Of which will further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding.
Ó, Gwen.
Danik, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange
Tá,
the
mesma
artifacts
coisa.
for useful items and runic magic. You can also find tablets to increase the number of expeditions and the rewards. This one increases the radius of explosives.
Legal.
While this one increases the number of remnants you will find. Eventually, you might discover a logbook.
Legal.
These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics. Essentially, one giant dig site. Here, you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants. But be careful, many remnants have mods that can really break your build.
Ó, os sucubus de novo. Que legal, cara.
If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can handle. There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in
Eu agora estava aqui pensando, Guido, só na brincadeira. Imagina se um dia a gente se encontra, está aqui juntos, a gente põe as duas esposas. Vamos dar uma voltinha, vamos passear.
Olha só que lá piruar um pouco.
A gente fica em casa.
Boa. Os dois sentadão no sofá com o trolinho na mão.
Sim.
Endgame trials.
As you get higher level coins for the trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor has its own challenging rooms and a floor boss that you will need to
Tá, é o lab, mas não precisava, cara, porque o cara é obrigado a passar. Tá, depois a gente fala.
There are 4
Okay.
floors in total, leading to another
No, I
pinnacle
have an
boss at the
idea
end of the
for
last
that.
floor,
Eu tenho uma
which can
ideia,
only be
ok?
accessed in-game.
Guarda aí,
The
guarda.
trial of the Sycamores is
Tá bom.
where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to gain a lot of power here. There are also other types of jewels that don't provide any bonuses themselves, but affect other passives surrounding them. This jewel increases the effect of small nodes and radius by 25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it. There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself. In order to push further into the trial and uncover the secrets of the Maracay, you want to take advantage of its progression system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only 1 honor for the entire trial, so you will need to do a completely...
HP santo, tá?
The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As
Isso
you
é legal.
get inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Val style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At endgame, you can progress through up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Val Empire, such as Val Orbs.
Agora.
Val Orbs are
Val
powerful
Orb.
crafting items that corrupt your gear with random, mysterious outcomes.
Não rolou
Corruption
nada.
prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft. But it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might re-roll up to half of its modifiers. Val Orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have. A body armor could get up to 3 sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods. Val Orbs can even modify uniques.
Yeah.
Adding enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break them as well. The Trial Master will also occasionally offer you soul cores. Originally formed by Chaos, the Val sought to replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like all endgame content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door.
Legal.
Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out. Had enough yet? Because there is still just one more thing. The most difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by an Uber-Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting the city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it, as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges for PoE 2. As you can see, this project is crazy huge. Way bigger than even we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access? Well, during early access, you'll need a key to get in. To thank our existing PoE supporters who have spent more than $480, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free. Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been released to the store. If you just want early access to PoE 2, then you can get a key in the $30 early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store.
I agree with you. More endgame content than Diablo 4 is crazy.
Microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items. The cosmetics can be used right now in PoE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early access starts. Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately. The Lord of Ogham supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself. There is also a matching back attachment. Which has an alternate
Okay, we can buy the supporter pack and somehow using on PoE 1 and in the early access.
Fallen soldiers in the Red Vale of Ogham, and the offspring of a vicious crowbell boss found in the hunting grounds. This one doesn't look so fancy. On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's
I have a mosquito right now here. Yeah, goddammit.
Hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history. You will also get a series of hideout statues. This pack contains the statue of Hillock. For Path of Exile 1's closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi.
Yeah, I agree with you. Cute but ugly.
The series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet. The pet will loyally follow you into battle, run away at the first sign of trouble. Become the ruler of the desert with the King of the Faradin supporter pack. Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the Vastiri. The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground with ancient sand magic. Now each armor set comes with body armor, boots, gloves, and helmet, but the boots are covered in sand. If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want. The accompanying back attachment equips you with 2 powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle with arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy. Replace the appearance of any bow with the Faradin's Glory skin, or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin will be applied to spears and war staves in Path of Exile 1. If you want to truly show your worth as a King of the Faradin, then you definitely need your trusty moving entire city fortress known as the Dreadnought to travel across the Vastiri plains.
Man, this city, it's amazing. We had in the Act 2.
There's no exception here.
Dá pra transformar no hideout, se liga, que legal.
Or use decorations from elsewhere in the game. Additionally,
you
get the Deshred's Blessing level up effect. The King of the Faradin Kiwi pet. And last but not least,
que legal, Val.
Oversoul from Path of Exile 1. For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier, so you'll get all the items from the Lord of Ogham supporter pack as well. The Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporter pack features an armor set and back attachment themed around the Vaal and their pursuit of science and progress. You can find the Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to spill from your weapon. This pack also contains Doryani's Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doryani, and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1. That's not the only Vaal weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin, and the Royal Sacrifice Dagger skin. You wouldn't think to put sacrificial gems on a Kiwi, but the Vaal did.
Guido, uma pergunta. Eu que tenho um PC e uma Xbox, eu tenho que comprar 2 supporters packs.
When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt.
Boa pergunta, né?
Eu acho que pro Xbox não vai precisar pro Play.
É?
Acho que sim.
E como é que eles fazem o cross? O cross entre a minha conta da Xbox?
Isso é só um problema do
Sim, mas como é que eles conectam? Como é que eu conecto a minha conta do PC à da Xbox?
Tu vai conseguir porque agora eles criaram tipo a conta da Blizzard com a hashtag e o númerozinho.
Tem que...
Cara, se tu entrar no site do POI agora, tu vai ver que a tua conta lá em cima já tem a hashtag.
Eu estou vendo. Por acaso está com um hashtag que eu não queria. Isto é antigo, eu queria mudar o hashtag, nem sei como é que muda isto.
Não, isso daí eles criaram e colocaram para você.
Não é o número, é a nick antes, que é uma nick antiga.
Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes, or Tukohama's Crusher to your one-handed or two-handed maces. A true Karui warlord is always accompanied by their trusty
Now my question is how we connect our PC account and microtransaction to Xbox
once one of the most feared beings in
after we buy it.
Slain by a powerful exile.
That is my big question.
May the statue commemorate the virtue of Exile's past, present and of the future.
Vai ser pela mesma conta que você loga na Steam.
You'll want to look good in real life too.
Yeah, but on the Xbox, I access and log in with my Microsoft account.
In the series is the Liberator of Rayclass supporter pack.
You understand? I log in with Microsoft account. That is my big question. And here I'm not logging with my Microsoft account.
Set up your base of operations in the beacon
That is my big question. If I buy the support pack here, will allow me to play on PC or also on Xbox.
Boats that you can use to row between them. Just walk to the piers.
That is my big doubt, honestly.
Eu não sei ainda não. Não falaram nada sobre isso, eu acho. Dá pra controlar barco no hideout agora, você viu?
You can also get the Window to Twilight portal effect, a beautiful mosaic piece of art that shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you approach it. As you walk away, the glass magically reforms back to its
really
original
cool.
form. Rule in style with the Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure, this map device can create portals to endgame maps.
Louco!
It also comes with a throne you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom. Look down on the plebeians running your maps. Being the Liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day. If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command. Liberator of Rayclass supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin, the Deliverance crossbow skin, the Justice flail skin, and the Redemption shield skin. Once again, you have an accompanying Kiwi, and of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Rayclass's history.
Kitava,
the battle
pô.
between
Que
the
legal,
powerful
cara.
Exile and Kitava, the Insatiable. With the help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the Exile was able to defeat him once and for all. This
Nossa, que
also
legal!
contains the Path of Exile 2 art
O artbook do
The
Pós 2.
15-page full-color art book includes a huge amount of amazing concept art and lore produced during the long and
Que
exciting
massa.
journey of Path of Exile 2's development.
Yeah, but the art book...
And finally, Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community
Ó.
participate in designing game features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order foil reliquary.
Vai ter item foil, que legal.
By becoming a Liberator of Rayclass supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the reliquary will start
Rain
dropping,
foil.
and other players will be
Legal.
able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted, along with a message for the lucky player. The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely. Now, almost all of these items are available to use in PoE 1 right now. There are a few exceptions where the item class clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails. And there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in PoE 2 at the start of early access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use. If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the early access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date. These supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout early access. We'd really like to thank you for your ongoing support. Without you guys, Path of Exile 2 could not have happened. Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. Stick around,
Legal.
because coming up next, we have a live Q&A with Ziggy D.
Acabou? Acabou. Ai, ai.
But I have to tell you, the supporter packs are not 100% clear. Ok?
Já vai começar, não dá nem pra respirar. Eu... Porque assim, Mário, não sei se você já comprou alguns outros dos packs mais caros que teve, né?
Não, assim,
Eu
não,
tenho um
não.
amigo que compra todos os mais caros.
Sim.
E ele me comenta que é sempre na média de R$1.200 cada um, dos mais caros, né?
Não, eu
E
vou,
aí agora
eu
tá
vou te dizer o que,
$500.
que é que está confuso. Eu vou explicar. Por exemplo, vou aqui um. $160 US. We have
That people didn't feel like it was just, limping
we have
along and kind of, just
one Path of Exile 2 early access key. And below, Path of Exile 2 early access key or Path of Exile 2 key. This is confusing.
Come here expecting that there would be
You will see it later.
mapping, placeholder end game.
É verdade.
It's a little bit confusing.
É como se o jogo oficial fosse pago.
PoE player
Exactly.
in mind.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we have to make sure, look, Path of Exile's endgame
Or
is kind
Path
of
of
known
Exile
for the fact that you get to choose between different types of content, and that like
ficou muito
some people
estranho,
enjoy
por
one thing,
quê?
some people
Tá
enjoy
confuso.
another, and I feel like that choice is like a huge part of what makes it good. So if we didn't have that when we entered endgame, then I don't think that would be
Muito estranho.
that wouldn't be a Path of Exile endgame. So that's kind of
100%.
what we have to make sure of. So we kind of said, okay, well, like, what is the minimum number of like different in-game things you need to be able to have in order to be able to actually have a viable in-game that you feel like you get different choices, and that's how we ended up with what we have here.
I definitely feel like a lot
Tá
of
bem estranho
games nowadays release, you know, and their campaigns intact and real good. You get to the end game and it just falls real flat.
Yeah.
And it was certainly a very important moment for us when we were like, hold on, that's the wrong thing to do. Like, let's not make the same mistake as everyone else. Let's pivot.
Muita coisa, né, cara? Eles vão
Muita
demorar 2
coisa.
horas aí
Thank you
respondendo as perguntas agora.
Carcidian for
All
falling.
of a sudden,
Yeah.
you know, 100 times bigger with an infinite amount more content, right?
It was definitely hard though, because like, okay, like, so we're progressing. It's like we would have made it. We would have gotten
Muita coisa,
all
né?
these acts in if we hadn't have changed direction.
Ah, não teve nada que eu não gostei.
Specifically, not finish this content.
Eu só fico chateado com o cara ser obrigado
Eu entendi.
a fazer uma mecânica
Like that was certainly a hard one.
pra
Some whiplash there.
trocar pra ascendência. Eu não acho muito legal isso. Tipo, no POI 1, eu não gosto do labirinto por conta disso. Tu obrigatoriamente tem que fazer o labirinto pra se tornar ascendência. No 2, eles vão fazer a mesma coisa com uma parada que vai demorar mais. Que eu não sei se você já chegou a jogar o Santo no POI 1.
Não.
Então, é uma mecânica que não é todo mundo que gosta. Eu particularmente não gosto de Santo. É uma mecânica que eu não entro. E agora eles vão obrigar a gente a jogar o Santo pra pegar a ascendência, tá ligado?
Entendi.
É uma coisa que eu assim não achei legal, mas eu vou fazer, obviamente. Eu tenho que fazer.
But let's listen, because I'm curious they explain the supporter packs, because I think it's a little bit confusing. I already accessed the website and for me it's not clear. Even, for example, if I have a PC and Xbox, what I have to do it.
Because Path of Exile's kind of set the bar, the original game has set the bar for what is available to endgame in a game like
Honestly,
this,
I think I will send an email for supporter.
É bom.
Yeah, they reply me really fast. I will send them an email to clarify how can I play on PC and Xbox.
Yeah, but
Sim.
If I have to buy 2 supporter packs or 1, and how connect my account on PoE and Microsoft, the Xbox.
Community feels like they're also served. Like, yeah, sure, we're doing all this stuff for new players, and that's really important, and that'll expand the audience. But you know, if we launched and all the PoE 1 players are unhappy, that wouldn't be good. So you know, we have to make sure that they also feel like, you know, they've got a game for both them and for all the new players we hope to bring to the genre.
And you definitely want all those different axes as well. Like, just having 2, right? You'll get a lot of content can be immediately divisive, right? Obviously, that's the nature of it. That's how it goes, right? And so you have all of these different avenues because there are different players who like different types of content.
Yeah.
So if you're just like, here's your one end game system, well, immediately then there is a portion of players who are just like, I don't want this, right? And so having all of these options is like ultra key, and that is what Path of Exile 1 has taught us. And again, it's like, I'd say lessons learned, you know, for the genre, and that is expanding in other games and stuff. But yeah, certainly, as you said, competing with ourselves, yes, PoE 1 has like, you know, 40 axes, you know, and we've got...
Eles mudaram alguma coisa no PoE 1, hein? Tem uma atualização de 5 GB.
Caraca.
7 is a lot, mind you.
Especially if all, like, you know, like people have to learn a lot of things again. It's going to be very interesting to see how long it takes people to do the kind of difficulty 4 pinnacle content. It's like we have to. It's honestly like we actually don't even really know, because like you never know what people are going to find in terms of builds and so on. Like I'm hoping that it will take people a while to be able to work it out, but you know, you never know. Maybe end of day 1, people just be like, oh yeah, easy, no problem, mate. You know, it could be what it's like.
We have a few people that are doing that sort of thing. I saw like a solo self found level 100 in 24 hours or something.
Jeez, okay, this is where we've got it now, is it?
So but I imagine there'll be a little bit of a soft reset there for people. A relearning period.
There's stuff to learn.
And I mean, PoE 2 has changed a lot over the years, so more than 5 years of development now, and What was that
E
initial?
aí, você tá animado, Mário?
Não, eu estou aqui, estou escrevendo a dúvida para mandar a eles.
Ah, você já tá mandando?
Ah, eu sou.
É isso aí, pô. É bom que a gente já tenha
over time it kind of feature creeps
resposta na hora.
into a proper sequel. But the thing that we were saying is whenever we were talking about it, and I guess this is the main thing, is that we're like, okay, when we make an area here, it needs to be that there's like a theme for it. It feels unique from everything else. We're not going to just like have recycled stuff like within the campaign that just feels like, oh, you know, we just took this area and modified it slightly. You know, each one's got to have its own stuff. It's got to have monsters that were like carefully thought about that like, you know, fit in with the world. And it's got to have bosses that are actually like good tier quality. You know, and every area is going to have one. So those decisions have kind of been things that have meant that they really raised the quality bar to a level that took us way longer than we even really expected. Like those things there, just like it's huge, right? Like honestly, I feel like we underestimated significantly what it would take to deliver that level of quality.
I remember really early on, a battle I fought for, and I mean like way back, was like, if you think back to say Diablo 2, which obviously still holds a lot of, you know, power in terms of
Diablo 2.
design motivations and philosophy and stuff within the company. You get things like the super uniques, and PoE1 did them, and it's just like, here's a boss with 1 or 2 skills. And I remember very, very, very early on in PoE2, I'm like, I want every single boss to be memorable and a thing. I don't want a unique monster that's just like dies in 2 seconds and uses heavy strike and has a fancy name. And
the guy is laughing, man, this is so direct to Diablo 4.
Pushback at the time and thinking like,
Os caras estão dando risada na live, pô.
Yeah, the guy was going directly to the heart of Diablo 4.
I don't want that. Like, this is just terrible. But of course, that decision, me pushing for that, me wanting that, turned into this megalithic.
What have you done?
Now we have 50, aiming to be 100. Honestly, probably later, several more 100 once all the end games, everything start to evolve and more expansions comes out. And I'm like, yep, we maybe just made, 100 times more work for ourselves, but 100% bloody worthwhile, because I'd say those bosses are one of the main, attraction pieces of the game, and anyone who plays it is just like, holy crap, those boss fights are amazing. So like, obviously some are bad and some are good to different people and all that. That's how it all goes. That's part of all the fun. But it is true that me pushing for that thing literally created thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of work.
A live deles deu mais de 35 vezes mais pessoas.
Numerous axes, and as we just raised the quality bar to what we thought was good, it certainly went from, what was it initially, just reskinning some character classes and new rigs or whatever, into this like mega scale entire campaign, everything. But
full standalone separate game. Yeah.
Fun other anecdote, since we went out of that territory. It was originally codenamed Project
I was
Chimera.
here and a mosquito sucking my leg. I have blood.
I've never been a fan of the codename.
God damn it.
It was this like, there were times way back in the original Office, there was all this like, sometimes there'll be a feature you can't really do in PoE1, and it was always like, we'll do it in Project Chimera. That was like amongst the developers, and people were like, what the heck is that? Now, ironically, there is a boss in Act 3 called, well, it's got a different name, but it's called the Chimera internally. It is a Chimera. It's a multi-headed beast, and you've seen it in a few of the marketing, things here and here, different trailers, little snippets of it. And I think it's just ironic that was actually the first boss asset made. Everything, the first monster, because back in when we used to just make random monsters and we'll find out how to use them.
É isso.
So that was made for that game. It was used in the original PoE2 trailer, right? It is the
O preço tá porque lá em cima a bandeirinha do tá escolhido, tá a bandeirinha de outro país, pô.
Não, isso eu sei.
Do PoE dá pra trocar pra BR, tá ligado?
Não, isso eu sei. Mas a minha dúvida não é essa.
Sim,
Isso eu sei.
Só por conta do preço, né?
É a questão como é que eu compro para Xbox e como é que eu compro para PC, se uma chave dá, se eu tenho que comprar 2 chaves, e como é que eu ligo? Ou seja, para nós é muito melhor mudar para brasileiro. Olha a diferença. $30 não dá 80 BRL.
Não dá.
Caraca, até dá-me vontade de comprar o outro a seguir.
É, então.
Por exemplo, se eu precisar de 2 chaves, let me check.
Como é que eu tô com a vontade de comprar esse 266?
Não, já não morremos os dois hoje. Que era o que eu estava a ver.
Então, exatamente. Mais uma vez, né?
A gente pensa igual.
Uma por dia.
Path of Exile.
O de R$260 é pra voar, cara. Nossa. Mas não dá, ainda não dá.
Eu tenho que fazer aquela pergunta. Vou fazer agora a eles. I have to make this question, and I think will help a lot. Not only me, because I'm pretty sure many people has the same doubt as me, who has console and PC. I am in touch with the supporter since last week, so I will ask them.
To get that kind of stuff in shape, it's just been crazy. Obviously it's nerve-wracking, coming up to a release day. But I think we do have something that players are going to really enjoy, and it's always comforting when we had a live event in LA recently. People. We got to the time limit and everyone's like, "Oh man, we don't want to stop." So I think people are going to really enjoy it.
It's been a whole different experience for me here playing this time around as well, whereas before I was playing a very buggy kind of internal version of the game that was very experimental. Now playing almost what I'm going to be playing.
Well, I heard you still managed to blow the count up the elevator with some kind of knockback.
I wasn't going to mention that.
Yeah, we have to get that one.
I did send the Act 1 boss up an elevator with knockback. It was good.
Intended mechanic.
I thought it was pretty funny. Yeah. He was in his big wolf form and kind of trapped in there, so just barking at me through the wood. It's good. So I'm sure there's a few things to work out over this next 2 weeks. I hope the team can have a little bit of a rest for a day before they get back into it. Maybe. Yeah, it's been a lot. So you've done that pivot to the end game focus and got so much for us now to play around with in the beta. And it seems like originally I was thinking, we might be playing for a few weeks here, and then maybe going back over to some Path of Exile 1 stuff. But it seems like you guys want us playing through Christmas.
That would certainly be good. Look, there's enough stuff there. I think it will take people a long time to get through.
Yeah.
And obviously, it's also going to be the first time people are playing through a completely fresh campaign as well. I think that will take people a fair amount of time. There's and then of course the end game as well to explore. It should be pretty significant. We've always wanted it to be that Path of Exile 2 leagues, are going to be, like how PoE1 leagues are, where you play them for a reasonable amount of time, and then sure, you get done with them eventually, and then you've got the next content that comes out. So in order to be able to realize that, you have to have enough of a base to make that happen.
Yeah, people are definitely wondering how invested they can get in the beta. So I definitely want to ask a few questions kind of around that idea. Firstly, is there going to be wipes and resets, and will there be something before launch as well?
So we are going to be having new leagues effectively throughout the beta whenever we launch something significant, because we want to make sure that all of the effectively that people are able to play through. But that stuff will be merged into an early access league, and effectively after we go into full release, that league will stick around. Now I can't promise that everything about your character will function exactly like how it did in that thing.
I already sent the email.
Kind of snapshot.
And I have the answer. I will update everyone about
it.
it.
You can contain all that stuff in sort of early access league, and then if you still want to play those characters, then you can go right ahead and do that. But the action is always going to be in whatever the most recent league is, and then of course after that point there'll be a standard that everything goes into, which all our economic sins will forevermore be archived in the.
Okay, the viewers now drop a lot. Even so, for 120.
It's nice that it's not going to be affecting what will be in the standard.
But that is normal.
So that people will be able to kind of get invested in their characters. There's even something kind of cool about the idea of making something that will be a historical piece.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, and I'm sure there'll be some handful of legacy things that only exist in early access leagues. So I guess we'll have to see what gives the unique balance.
You talked about the playing for a week or how long are we expecting? Yeah. Well, we're a lot of the PoE1 players were thinking very differently to people who are obviously going to experience this as a new game. It is a new game, right? You don't have all these predefined, hyper-refined builds to play to immediately, go through things. You don't have people coming in with fully detailed 7 million line with build guides of exactly what to do with what items. The discovery is going to be there. The discovery takes time, and the discovery is honestly ultra fun for me. I love it. Now, those things will emerge after time. Of course they do. Completely fine. But you just got to remember, like, there's a lot of game to play here, to discover, to learn about the world, the new narratives,
Yeah, I agree.
the new world building, the new unique items.
We have a lot of stuff,
ascendancy
a lot of
classes,
stuff to discover.
Massive passive tree, which is bigger than PoE 1's. The, like, you know, end game systems, the bosses, it's not going to be this, like, you know, even, you know, I personally, when a PoE 1 league comes out, for example, I play for like a month. Sometimes a bit longer, sometimes a bit less. It ultimately also depends largely what's going on here and how much I need to invest here. So, you know, and there are other people who play for more like 3 and whatnot, but there's certainly going to be a much longer time period you can play this for while still discovering new stuff and not feel like you're finished, you know what I mean? Now, of course, you see that's subjective. Everyone can pick their own point when they finish, but if you want to see everything and do everything, you're going to be
Eu
investing.
confesso que eu não achei que ia ter tanta coisa, não.
Não, eu também não.
Eu achei que ia ser mais limitado.
Yeah, was a surprise. I never thought they will be such end game content for the early access. Honestly, I thought we'll have like the 3 acts, we already know it, some end game content, but not so much content for early access.
You know, it's up to you.
For me, it was a surprise. I agree with him.
That's the beauty of a new game as well, which we haven't been able to experience with Path of Exile 1, you know, or other games and for so long, is actually discovering the entire world. And yeah, there's some familiar mechanics at the end game and stuff like that, which is awesome for people. But I certainly want to really, I'm very excited to see people discovering the new things and getting so excited about it.
I can tell you're amped for watching people go through that discovery process. I'm maybe even diving in yourself 100%. I mean, I love sitting there in Path of Building, as many of us do, but I am very excited for that. That new discovery process for a while.
Here on the chat, people are just writing keys.
60% spell, 40% discovery, and that's my play archetype. You know, so
coming up with our player profiles, Timmy spikes, and
because I'm pretty sure there is some questions and doubts about the keys.
Ultra excited, and I'll mind you, that's coming from someone who kind of knows all the content. I'm still, because there's something different about making it versus actually playing it live with the players, seeing them discover it, uniques being linked in chat and on Reddit and all of that is just so
Você viu que quem comprar o pacote maior vai ganhar algumas keys para doar também?
Eu mandei para eles.
One chaos or what's worth 10 chaos, what's worth 100. If chaos is
chaos
even the metric.
is chaos even the currency?
That is my the keys. I have some doubts. That's why I didn't decide yet which key I will buy it, because I have doubts.
Given that Exalt is now,
I think it'll be chaos.
People probably
ad remove will still be.
People don't appreciate, by the way. Like, so when we say we've increased, you're going to be getting multiple Exalts in Act 1. In PoE 2, like we actually have increased that a lot. It isn't just like an idle, you know. Like
I can see Exalts becoming the new kind of like chaos. And
I think actually that
chaos
will
being
be
the new divines.
I actually agree. But we'll see.
That's my point.
But it's a new economy, right? Like, who even knows? The market will have to.
But I like that we're already arguing about this. It's good fun. So, do you have some kind of like beta release roadmap for updates and things like that for people to look forward to?
I mean, we certainly.
Man, the live is
6 months ago.
What? 2 hours.
Now that we're sort of getting to release it slightly. So, I mean, look, I don't think it'll be any less than 6 months, and I think it.
Tem muita pergunta, muita coisa.
É muita coisa.
É muita coisa.
2025, I think.
And for me, this live is not enough. For sure, there will be a lot of questions.
Vai ter muita coisa pra gente ficar em dúvida ainda. Meu Deus.
But I mean, honestly, like we have to get all the content finished.
Só vendo, só jogando pra saber.
You know, we always feel like we underestimate these things, and of course, we have to learn what we need to learn. We have to get the game to the point when it is really fun. You know, we have to make sure that like all of the things, like, you know, we've got the difficulty right for all the players, we've got the economy right, like all the stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things that we have to sort out. So I kind of have a feeling that the first few weeks at least are going to just be scramble of like, you know, oh crap, someone like worked this crazy thing out or found this thing, and like, you know, that's always scary. You know, because it's just when we had content in PoE 1, it's like at least the kind of basic stuff that we have is kind of, you know, well tested and people know kind of what's going on with it. But here it's like just complete new world, and we're the kind of game that has a lot of ability for players to do stuff that we wouldn't.
Você pretende comprar qual pacote?
Não, eu tenho que tirar essa dúvida.
Just the way support gems work.
Tem que tirar essa dúvida. Porque eu quero jogar no PC e quero jogar na Xbox. Aí é que está a questão. Porque eu tenho Xbox, gosto às vezes à noite, deito na cama, tranquilo, jogar uma horinha. Não tenho que ficar aqui a ser comido por mosquitos.
Sim.
Pronto, então eu tenho que saber e eu não quero fazer erro. Como ainda temos tempo, eu não me quero precipitar. Entende? Quero saber que eu vou conseguir jogar no PC e jogar na Xbox. What I was saying is, I want to make sure how the system works with the keys because I want to play on PC and Xbox, okay, with the cross progress. But first, I really need to know which supporter pack I need to buy. Or if I need to buy 2 supporter packs, I already sent an email for their support.
You totally could have done 6 and then, like, I don't know, added more later in an expansion or something.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we could have. I mean, look, this is the plan. This is the plan. You know, I mean, like, as people go through early access, it's going to feel like there's just expansion content coming out pretty frequently. Just because, you know, we have all the stuff that we kind of, you know, got some of the way, a lot of the way through. So,
look,
this
I'm not the only one.
I'm pretty sure, like,
I have a comment here. Why does
it's a lot of fun.
top supporter pack say, man, stop it.
As well. There's, like, those kinds of things I think will be...
Man, it's so many comments we can... But I have here a user with the same doubt as me.
Talking roadmap like things is we've always been,
because it's confusing. You have key Path of Exile 2 and key Path of Exile 2.
Reacting to what the players want.
I'm not the only one.
If you plan everything for so long, you're going to have
key to early access and
Path of Exile 2. It's confusing. Yeah, I'm really confused about it.
This class needs more of this or something. So if you're planning, then you're going to be delivering on what they want.
Man, I have a guy here having spent, já comprou, he already bought the 450 supporter pack.
This is the main problem. Like, sure, obviously you need more than a week sometimes. Most of the
Man,
time.
this is crazy. For us, $500. This is like buying a phone.
Alleviate as many problems as possible. So, yeah. Try not to
Quase compro meu PC.
Planning has generally been our philosophy because, especially when it comes to
another question, have to buy it for $30 or you get one for free if you have spent at least $480 in MTX during your lifetime. Man, there are a lot of questions about the support packs.
What does the team want out of the beta? Because obviously it's like a good way to
I think they don't talk about it right now or release on the official announcement on the website explaining everything.
I think it's going to be really good for the development team to get back into a live
because it's confusing
and like get it back into the idea of like everything we make is shipping.
People are seeing
this. Like get back into this, people are seeing, like actually getting back in that and like
Vamos ver se tem uma coisa no site do POI 2.
Okay, we make something, it goes in the game, people like it, don't like it, like that kind of stuff.
Mas eu tenho a certeza que eles vão anunciar num Twitter ou no site porque está confuso. Está confuso.
After that point, I mean, we are a company that likes to think that we can do live service better than anyone else. Like that is our goal. And so, like, getting back into that again, for everyone in the studio, so that everyone's working on things that are going to be releasing within, certainly in less time than 3 months away. Is going to think be really, really good for us again.
Na loja da Steam tem alguma coisa, vamos ver.
Do that because these long term, like really long
tem alguma informação que não tem no site.
So long without proper feedback, like stuff kind of gets made and then it's not really in a real game, and so it doesn't get properly.
Perspective
and you absolutely lose perspective on this stuff. So I think that that's just going to be really great to get back to that again.
Yeah, I honestly, as you said, it is early access, it is a beta period, and I'd say,
não tem, os links estão errados.
We mentioned it briefly about the character balance and the builds that are broken and all that. That's obviously pretty useful to me, right?
Yeah.
Plus we have other systems in there like, the checkpointing system, right? You have to kill the boss in one life. These are things we haven't mass tested, and obviously other games have, and they work, and that's awesome. There are other things like, the end game system is a little bit less forgiving, and
thank you for following.
If you die, you fail the map, right? These things are things that we obviously need to test and iterate on in the future by adjusting the difficulty and stuff like that. And especially as you get towards this point of, the end game, like, okay, Act 1 has been tested like crazy.
Yep.
Right? And you get less and less testing as it goes on. Because less people, they've just been around for less time. And so, yeah, it's going to be a huge amount of iteration and feedback and from the players and us just, reevaluating all the stuff. And the thing is, we're always dynamic about that stuff. Like, we'll just change things if it's wrong. We'll redesign it. We'll come up with a new way. Jonathan's a firm believer of if A doesn't work and B doesn't work, then we'll find C, we'll find option C, we'll find option D, and we'll keep changing things and we'll make it work. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of that iteration on our design decisions, how forgiving, because, the game is pretty hard, it can be pretty hard. And so when you're on that fine line of things are difficult, it's not too easy to know if you've tilted one way or the other. So, finding what everyone agrees should be the common corrected difficulty is something that I will obviously be paying very, very, very close attention to.
It's a pretty hard thing to nail down when you are making the game. And so we've seen that a lot where you folks have been pretty willing to change and then rechange again. Some of the core features like flasks and the waypointing system and portals, and you're keeping that kind of mindset going into the beta then?
Of course. I mean, look, we're always willing to change stuff. Like that flask thing, the most recent change to that was ultra recent. Have we even had a closed beta of that yet? Was it? No, I think we haven't. Yeah, I think it's way better than it was. It's things have improved a lot. And honestly, that's one of those things we've been wanting to do something to sort out flasks for ages.
Yeah,
and it really came about because when actually looking at what new players were having trouble with when they were playing, Flask Piano was actually even from the very beginning of the game, actually ended up being one of those things that people just had.
Mário, vou te mandar
just the manual dexterity required
no teu WhatsApp.
And then
uma foto de quando eu criei minha conta,
move to the next one and various things like that. All that stuff actually was just a large amount of mechanical complexity right from the very beginning.
Yeah.
And then even at in-game, I don't think it was really that satisfying either, because you end up with just having to press all these buttons all the time. And obviously it's all utility flasks that people are using at in-game. And then we kind of tried to here we won with the just some of the flask automation stuff that was added there. But there was still this idea that
it's
more powerful if you don't automate. So therefore, there's that trade-off there. So
old school gamer of PoE.
Sure, I guess. Sure.
I mean, it's all automated and you're very powerful.
Yeah, sure, all right. But so the point is effectively that the charm stuff.
Comecei a jogar o jogo. Ele tinha menos de mês lançado. O jogo lançou em outubro.
And I think that is definitely a step in the right direction.
Dia 23 de outubro de 2013.
More meaningful, I think.
E eu comecei a jogar no dia 16 de novembro.
Caraca.
Com menos de mês de lançamento.
Seems to tend to not matter as much. I mean, obviously,
11 aninhos.
recovery and things like that, but now.
Aí dá pra entender porque eu tenho mais de 10 mil anos.
Of course.
On your life flask, the choice between do I want.
No, I'm checking here some comments. It's I know.
Stuff actually can be a lot more meaningful once you've only got one.
We cannot.
I think it is a lot better personally.
Happy everyone.
We'll jump ahead to Floss since we're on the topic.
Most of them, of course, like it, but some guys call PoE2 like a copy of PoE1. Really, they didn't play PoE2 for sure. Because I played them both, so I know. Yeah, because the mechanics, I understand.
But I think it kind of has to work that way because
really não sei se você conhece as mecânicas todas do Patch of Exile.
Não, todas não, mas conheço uma grande parte, sim.
Tem a Blight, você tem que defender o esporo no meio com a Tower Defense, né? Eles aparentemente tiraram isso do jogo, que pra mim é a mecânica mais fácil que tem pra jogar com build ruim. Se a sua build não é boa, você joga essa mecânica e consegue fazer por conta das ajudas que a própria mecânica te dá. Tem um jeito de você fazer com que os seus anéis eles fiquem tão OPs que tu congela tudo e dá dano de fogo em tudo, aí não passa nada. Então pra mim é tipo a mecânica mais fácil que tem pra você fazer cunts no começo da liga. E aparentemente eles tiraram isso do jogo, no 2, né? E aí eles colocaram a Delirium, que pra mim é a mecânica mais difícil do jogo, em questão de o teu personagem ser forte. E aí a própria Delirium é quem vai fazer os anoints dos itens,
Okay.
como a Blight fazia.
I feel like that
Okay.
one's never come to the fore. Like we know about the Leech one, but
Estão reutilizando uma mecânica,
but no one has a better
se
idea
aproveitando
what
de outro.
accuracy that it can give.
Entendi.
And then, like everyone's going to come up with like in
I
chat,
got it.
I bet they'll be like saying, oh, you know, it can give this or this, whatever. But there's like, yeah, seriously,
Vou
there's been
sentir falta da Blight.
arguments about that topic. It's like it's outrageous. Yeah.
yeah, you've got me thinking about it now.
Yeah.
I mean, a speed would be good, but then that's
No,
probably
but
too much.
No,
That's too much.
something like Dex, you just
Yeah,
can't.
Dex
no.
stacking speed.
Oh, we can get all the designers down here right now.
Yeah, I know. We'll just have it out again. We'll just have it out again.
The longest Q&A of all time.
Yeah.
It's already going to be that.
Sometimes you're just like, you start the day, you're like, all right, here are the problems we need to solve, and then you're like,
what about
Bem, eles agora, usando aquela expressão que eu usei há pouco, agora estão na fase de encher linguiça.
Just make it accuracy.
Exactly. That is literally how.
Eles agora já estão a encher linguiça.
This is okay.
Yeah.
Rewinding a little bit, we can't forget our roots with Path of Exile 1, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So for the PoE 1 enjoyers, what is the plan for PoE 1 during the course of this beta? Is there going to be leagues launching? Is it on the back burner?
Yeah, there absolutely will be leagues launching. Now I don't know the exact date, but the plan is kind of late February.
Nossa,
But I mean, look, we'll see what happens. I will admit that unfortunately we did have to steal a few PoE 1 resources just towards the end here, which is kind of been a bit unfortunate. I really wish we didn't have to, but yeah, as I said, we kind of underestimated some of the stuff. But everyone is going to be going back to PoE 1 again for the February League. And you know, we're going to make sure that we can do that. Like one of the things that was a big problem for our studio when we had a long-term project and a short-term project is that you know, you've always had that thing of like you always want to work on the short-term thing.
Yeah.
So now that we've got two short-term things coming up, I actually think it's going to be a bit easier to prioritize in some respects because you know, it's like
Os caras estão soltando umas aqui no chat lá, você tá vendo, Mário?
But we'll see how it goes. But yeah,
Tem gente soltando aqui aleatório no chat lá.
You know,
Quem sabe é uma das keys pra jogar o beta.
É sério?
Teve um maluco ali que botou umas letras aleatórias que pareciam aqui da Steam, sabe?
Caraca.
Talvez ele já comprou, já pegou as keys e jogou ali.
Entendi. Eu tô vendo.
We can't necessarily guarantee, and then of course you have
Eu tô com o mouse preparado aqui pra se acontecer de novo.
coming up and all of that. Right? There's so many variables to consider, but we also don't know how much time is going to be invested necessarily or need to be invested into live operations for post-release. How many problems are going to go wrong? How many builds how many of the uniques are broken? How many, you know, and where do all these resources go? There are like just millions of variables here to consider, and so like it can get very, very difficult, especially at this time. But once you release, you have a bit of a grace period, so to speak, where or more like a period of extreme amounts of fire, where we're putting out fires everywhere. But we have a period where we're fixing everything. You get everything stable, and then we're going to be like, all right, let's recalibrate, figure everything out, and what is our plans, and then establish all of that, based also on the feedback we get from that, you know, period where everything's on fire. Not to make it sound like it's going to be bad, but that is the inevitability, is that there's always problems. And
hopefully it appears good from a player perspective, but there's always going to be like, oh my god, people found this, and you know, like, yeah.
We don't have to see all the fires.
Yeah. Like
Achei muito legal a parada de tu melhorar a mecânica conforme tu vai passando os objetivos dela.
If we obviously normally have to worry about like the whole mid-league nerf.
Tipo a Breach. Você faz a Breach, enfrenta o boss, depois você enfrentou o boss, você consegue deixar a Breach ainda melhor.
You know, no one had a chance to kind of like
everyone
didn't swap their build over to it or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna have to be really on the ball for PoE 2 just because there's so many things that are new.
Well, I mean, look, we have several bosses with several elevators. How many of them can be pushed up the elevator? You know what I mean? When I say a fire, I'm talking about bosses getting pushed up elevators. Like, that's not okay.
I am liking my mercenary flashbang knockback is very fun.
Right. Yeah, you need to look into that, by the way. The whole flashbang.
I feel like you're going to nerf my build.
Yeah.
Is this when he's finding fires already?
Yeah.
No, these are the fun things. Discovering that stuff can be very fun for the players. It's just internally, it's like, oh no, what are we doing? It can get a little bit panicky after release, you know, and it you know, there's lots of things going on. You're like, oh geez, what do I solve first? But obviously, you know, it's the same as PoE 1. We're good at it at this point.
Got some experience.
Yeah.
Belts. You aren't going to be torturing us with like releasing beta stuff at the same time as PoE2 League launch, PoE1 League launches.
Yeah, the plan is to keep them separated a bit from each other so that you get a chance to play.
Don't make me
both
choose.
Yeah.
So we saw a cinematic, to put it lightly. It was that was quite epic, and I know it's been cooking for quite some time, and that was pretty exciting. But we've also seen just a lot of story stuff happening on a much higher level than previously now. So stepping up your storytelling game here a bit.
Yeah, so we're really wanting to make sure that the storytelling in PoE2 is much better than what it was in PoE1. There's a lot more kind of, I guess...
I agree with him.
Kind of like stuff with the
they can improve a lot the story.
We've just got a lot more storytelling going in. All of those.
Eu achei que eles iam mostrar a Zana nesse dia.
Also, can kind of like light
Pena que não mostraram. É um NPC importante do PoE1.
Motion graphic type cutscenes just kind of establish things, and there might be some more surprises later on in the game as well. Not in early access.
A Zana é personagem que quando lançou o patch of Exile ela fazia parte de todo o centro da história. Assim.
Okay.
E aí quando lançou a
and so, effectively, we want to make sure that is not the case this time around.
A expansão que entrou o Sirius.
One thing I will say though is
a expansão que entrou o Sirius, aí a Zana falou assim: não quero mais saber disso daí, vamos embora. Aí ela só vazou.
Não, eu conheço jogos que até se chamam Diablo e não tem o Diablo. Olha lá, que loucura.
I'm personally a believer of the fact that if you just change the camera position for a cutscene, immediately it feels way more.
Se ela aparecesse agora no 2 ia ser muito massa, ia aumentar muito o hype da galera que gosta de lore, tá ligado?
Sim.
That kind of thing is like, that can be cool. But then if you're you're playing through the second, third, fourth, fifth time, you want to be able to go to the NPC and go click.
Sinceramente, eu vou ser muito sincero, adorei a apresentação, esta parte aqui eu estou a ficar completamente aborrecido, está-me com vontade de desligar a câmera e deixar isto a rolar, que eu acho que eles se perderam aqui. Tá
uma conversa meio boba, né?
É, parece tipo conversa de café. Conversa de dois amigos que estão ali no café, em vez de responderem às perguntas, tirar dúvidas.
All through, while also maintaining the fact that if you know what you're doing, it's like you don't have to go.
E você pergunta exato, é isso aqui, e aí, sim ou não?
Sim, exatamente.
Eu não sou muito fã desse cara aí, Ziggy. Esse cara aí, não sou muito fã dele não.
Yeah, you said something this morning that stuck with me, where you said like Path of Exile is a game where the player's meta knowledge is allowed.
They are losing themselves. They should answer the big questions. For example, people have questions, and I have about the support packs, doubts.
Needs to be sufficient.
Deveria ter Eles deveriam estar respondendo perguntas que realmente vale a pena responder, não ficar aí conversando com só falta uma cervejinha aí no meio, tá ligado?
Yeah, it seems like 3 guys drinking a beer near the beach.
Yeah.
So you explained to me the other day the kind of the context for the beast and how that leads into the cutscene in the beginning of PoE2 from PoE1, and that I think helped put it in a lot more.
Tipo, ele tem umas perguntas interessantes.
Não, tem aqui muitas.
Mas não é pra. Eu digo assim, o Ziggy tem umas perguntas interessantes. Mas não pra esse momento aí, pô. Agora a galera quer saber umas paradas muito certeiras, tá ligado?
Exatamente, que o pessoal ainda está na dúvida. Isto é uma novidade, tem que ser. Isto é o tipo de pergunta para se fazer noutra live. Não é agora.
Tipo o que o Diablo fez hoje. Quer ter outra live depois? Faz outra live depois.
Exatamente.
Não tá mais nada a ver. Aí tudo bem, aí podia ter essa conversa de cerveja aí. Mas hoje seriam umas perguntas mais focadas, tá ligado?
Mais técnica, ok, vocês vão comprar este suporte está isto, como é que vocês usam? Usam aqui, vão aqui. Tinha que ser.
Sim, para tirar a dúvida da galera. Eu tenho um computador, tenho um Xbox e um Play.
Como é que eu faço exatamente?
A mesma conta nos 3? Eu não sei responder isso.
Eu também não.
Olha essa box aí alguns streamers receberam.
Ok, Lopes. See you December 6th. If not December 6th, for somehow you have a lot of exams, I will play a lot of days, okay? We can see, and you can play with me in December 7, in December 8.
And it's a wolf.
Anytime. Okay. Thank you for watching and take care. Okay.
He's telling him. I stomped out of the room. We need to rename that notable. He's Karui.
With us.
Yeah, with us.
Actually, he was.
But he understands.
An orphan and was
You can
adopted
play
by
with
a
us.
Islamite
Okay,
and
you know
he
what's
was-
jealous.
and so yes,
Okay,
there's a mixture
no
of Karui
worries.
and
You already
Islamite
know.
background.
Go
And I
for
was
the
like,
Discord. Call me on Discord on the chat when you. And if we don't talk each other, very good luck for the exam. Okay.
But that just
Big hug.
points to the fact that I feel like you're doing a lot more with the characters.
And Guido, I'll be honest, I will leave, okay, all these
Yeah,
questions
so,
because I have something to
we
do
just think a lot about this kind of
until
stuff.
the
So
ending.
the acolyte of,
Honest.
I always get this name wrong. The acolyte of is it
Tudo bem.
Chayula?
I think they are
Chayula,
talking
I
too
always say
much
this wrong.
and they are not
So,
answered
the acolyte of
the
Chayula,
doubts I
for
have.
example,
Sim.
so that we have this sort of
Agora vai
story
ser só
in the
essa
origins
conversa
of
aí
monks,
mesmo.
there's like an order
Yeah, I
of,
will leave
monks
the
who,
conversation
worship
for
a,
everyone who
called
wants to
Dreamer.
see it until
And,
the
the
end,
Dreamer is
then
actually,
I'm done. Okay?
Chayula.
I'll speak with you later, okay?
They effectively
Fechou.
worship breach demons.
Thanks,
So, the acolyte
guys.
of Chayula is effectively you
Take
embracing
care.
the fact
See
that
you
I'm
on
worshiping
December
this demon,
6th,
I'm just gonna
okay?
go all the way. And
Fechou. Abraço.
yeah, exactly. We're just gonna do it. So yeah, there's a lot of thinking like that goes into these things. Like what is the history of these people? Like because I think a lot of that
Não
stuff
esquece de
inspires
encerrar
interesting
a
mechanics. as
webcam
well.
no site
so,
lá.
For example, on that one, you've got that into the breach skill, which kind of means you always
Está me
in a breach
ouvindo
all the
ainda?
time. You can see.
Só, não, eu vou encerrar e a gente já fala. Tá bem? Eu já apaguei. Eu já apaguei o webcam.
Não, ainda estou vendo aqui tua webcam.
Agora já não.
Agora sim.
Little things that I think is cool as well, and hopefully people will notice and pay attention to. So there's one of the bosses that was shown as uses a lot of time or chronomancy, and interestingly, if you are a sorceress and you ascend to chronomancer and you then go to fight that boss, if you, for example, try to use time freeze. The boss is like, that doesn't work on me. And has a dialogue line. And if you cast temporal chains on them, he's like, just puts it back on you. And it's like, And so there's interesting things like that. And it doesn't like change things on a grand scale, right? It doesn't make a certain class not viable or anything like that. But there's just interesting little quirks and quips everywhere. Different bosses have different intro lines depending on what class you're playing. They have different skill lines sometimes depending on what class you're playing.
Yeah, we've got different dialogue also in the campaign for different classes, like the sorceress comes obviously from the Maraketh. When she goes back to the Maraketh, there's kind of a little backstory there about how she was banished originally. So she needs to find a way that she needs to be accepted back into their culture again. Like we've got things like the character we talked about earlier. So the warrior, was an orphan. He was brought up by actually one of the NPCs in Act 1 town. So obviously there's a whole different dialogue there because he's effectively his adopted son. We've got things like that. There's a lot of thought that's gone into, just trying to make it feel like all these character classes have some level of involvement with the world, they didn't just come into existence the moment that you...
There's other little things. So like more on the narrative side, obviously we saw the world map. You have the icons that show different things that are in each act, like all the things you want to explore, or find, and awesome. But each of them also has a little bit of a kind of little bit of text on them as well. And like, for example, there's one in one of the first areas in the game that's just like a camp of Iron Count guards. And, we showed it in a trailer when the Ranger class trailer we did, whenever it was, you saw the Ranger kill some of them because they were trying to like hurt a child, and the child was just trying to get some food. And the Ranger just like snipes them with arrows and kills them ruthlessly. And so you read this thing and you're like, you hear whispers of an Iron Count, scouting party that was slain by a rogue archer or something like that. So you get these little things where we're like connecting a lot of little dots, and even that you absorb a little bit of interesting little information. You've got other things, for example, when you enter an area, it not only says the name at the top now, it has almost a subtitle text that's giving you a little bit of history. And these little things like somehow make the world building feel so much better. And when you approach certain landmark rooms and you walk into them, you'll get a banner at the top as well, which says what it is and gives again a little bit of a thing. And all these little micro narrative delivery mechanisms like make you feel way more immersed in the world and way more aware of what's going on and way more connected to your character, way more connected to the bosses, to the NPCs. There's a lot we're doing now that we certainly never did before. We didn't even think of before. But yeah, it's I like that awesome. a lot because like as an action RPG gamer, I don't really care too much about plot, but I do want a really cool world to be blowing monsters up in. Basically, that's like, I want the characters to be cool, I want the baddies to be cool, and I want like the things happening around me that like build out a bit of that story without me having to stop killing stuff.
Yeah.
And it sounds like there's more of that going on as well, which is great.
There's
the baddies being cool. I mean, that's that's how we almost designed an ascendancy class in here just before when we were watching the trailer earlier.
Yes. So what you were saying a shadow. You came up with a shadow ascendancy.
Yeah. We internally we had some developers watching the trailer yesterday, getting excited about it, and then I was like, I want to play that. I want to play that character. I want to be that character.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That like. Kind of Val Thaumaturge type character, and so like all of a sudden it's like we should make that a class, and then we had another guy like suggest it should be a shadow, and so now I'm like, oh yeah, we're definitely we have to do a Val Thaumaturge like shadow ascendancy, like that's gonna be cool. And you can do awesome things now. Even I know it's hard to say because you hide it under all the armor, but you can do things like. With our character classes, just due to the upgrades and models, where all of a sudden now the character can have tattoos added to them and stuff like that is completely feasible in the future. And like, I want to do a lot more of that stuff. Like for the, there's little things like for the Warbringer, I think was the class name on the Warrior. When you take that ancestral totem node, all your totems now have like an extra blue glow to them, kind of like they're enhanced by this ancestral magic. And what we also want to do is add tattoos as well that like glow blue when you're using certain skills and all that. So heaps of little things that again connect all the culture and all that stuff together and make you feel like it's believable and this is a character as opposed to this is just a mechanic and
makes picking an ascendancy more epic. I know that there was a part in the trailer that was like not fully finished where you ascend and it doesn't really do anything, but I know you want it to be like a cool moment where some power goes into
absolutely.
you.
We just hadn't finished the VFX yet.
Even the another one, the Blood Mage, when you play the Blood Mage, now you get an additive surge on your character. Whenever you cast spells, you're getting like almost bloodbending kind of vibe going on, and like
drawing it from their veins and sending out a fireball.
It's cool.
Yeah.
It's real cool.
Yeah, you can have like the tattoos get tattooed on them as they ascend and things like that. I mean, that just makes taking ascendancy way more cool, which is already, I think, I almost feel like ascendancy is more important than the classes for players kind of like feeling the vibe of what they want to do with their character. Like.
For sure, because the classes are pretty open. You can play whatever skills, whatever weapon. Sure, you're on a passive tree at a start point, but by high level, you kind of go wherever you want to go. Using jewels, especially getting off-class stuff, you can kind of be whatever you want with the base class.
Yeah.
So eventually, the ascendancy is what becomes more of that important identifying feature because that's what you have actually chosen that makes you distinct. That another different class wouldn't be able to actually have. So yeah.
So you want to make that super super cool. And on that note, I know I was definitely confused. I know people were definitely confused and a little worried about ascendancy and what's happening with that. And people were like watching the Sekima trial and being like, oh, what if I don't like this? Oh, is this another lab again? But I want you to like lay it out as like simply as possible. Like how do you ascend?
Yeah, so effectively in the full game there's going to be 3 ascendancy trials. For early access there's 2. And effectively, you can use any of those ascendancy trials to be able to do your ascension.
You choose.
You choose which one. And effectively, if you as you get to higher level keys for those trials, that will unlock more points. Like if you do it at certain level breakpoints, that will allow you to get more points for those classes. So if you want to just play the entire, just only the Trial of the Chaos God with to get all your points, then you can just decide to do that. Just play it at higher and higher levels, and you get more points as you go through. If you want to do a mix, that's fine too. Personally, I think people will want to try out all the different content. I mean, you might think that you, but even within the trials, there's choices, right? Like, I know that there's always contention around traps, but because in the because in the trial of the Sekimas, you can choose which rooms you want to go to. If you don't want to deal with traps, you just don't pick those rooms, right? Like,
you don't go into the gauntlet rooms.
Don't go to the gauntlet rooms. You can just go to other things.
Do the combat ones.
Do the combat ones, and that's fine too. So effectively, it's like you always get to choose like what you're doing there. Like it's funny because like I know traps are so contentious, but also there are other people who just enjoy that stuff. So we want to have something for all those people too.
There's these like
Path of Exile, divisive content, but lots of choice, and you can choose what to do and what not to do, and then we're embracing that here now, and that is.
I mean, you're clearly leaning into that now. You have such a competitive advantage in that you have so much content, and even with PoE 2, that's still going to be the case. So you can lean into that, like making content that is spicier but divisive
for sure.
And now you're like separating trees and having these things be a little able to be focused on a lot more. And you're doing that with the trial, with the ascendancies. So
and
you can kind of do all of them and drip feed yourself smaller progression if you want.
And there's also stuff that you're going to be getting from those, like specific rewards and everything that might incentivize you to do that. But of course, on the other hand, if you don't want to do that content, we have full open trade, right? You can just trade for the rewards, and that's fine too. So that's always part of it.
Yes, like the rewards there, for example, like jewels drop throughout the world. But if you want to get more jewels, you go and run Sanctum. Now, if you want to get the radius jewels, it's Sanctum. I can't. Trial of the Sycamore.
So just for anyone who isn't a Path of Exile 1 player, this is effectively a sequel to Sanctum League that we did in Path of Exile 1. So it's mechanically very similar, but it's obviously, a Marraketh, like a Marraketh trial now, and, we've changed it. A lot of things about it have changed, like the content is new, but it is effectively the same overall mechanic, in terms of that sort of roguelike mechanic that we have.
And it's the same with the other one. You have Ultimatum and PoE 1 being the theme, and of course now it's redesigned and it's evolved into Trial of Chaos. A lot of people in chat would have been spamming Ultimatum, and for those who haven't played would probably be like, what? I don't understand.
Effectively the Trial of the Chaos of Chaos is a sequel to Ultimatum. Which is
and we just have to get used to the new names, which is very hard. Anyway, the point being, of course, and Val Orbs drop in the world as well, and if you want a larger dose of Val Orbs and you don't want to trade, feel free to run some ultimatums. Thing is, because they're all item generated keys as well, it's not like you have to do it right then and there. You can trade the keys away. At any point, you can also buy more keys if you want to farm more of that thing. And if you just want to do it later, just stockpile a bunch of them, run them all at your leisure. You know what I mean? It's like you have the freedom. They are itemized, tradable, as a lot in Path of Exile tradition, but
as is everything, right? We do the only thing you can't trade is gold. So we're like the exact opposite of most games, where it's like the gold is freely tradable and the items get locked. We're like the gold is the only thing you can't trade, and every other item is free and open.
And that's because you've made gold be this like way to be like you're playing the game, so you have access to this, and
absolutely,
so you don't want to trade that away.
Effectively,
So how on the ascendancies and the trials, how hard do you foresee getting your ascendancy to be while leveling? Do you expect people to fail out and attempt these things multiple times, and what does that look like if you do?
Well, I failed the first time I did this. Did the trial.
It is important to know that first itemized key is a quest key, and we have special rules around it that if you do fail, you can just repeat it, right?
Yeah, you changed that recently because that was something that I didn't actually realize you'd changed. I guess it was a little bit too harsh to require to get another one.
Yeah, you weren't the only one failing it. So pretty much you get to reattempt it, and for something like Ultimatum, just to immediately start thinking of exploits. It's like, I can just do 3 of the waves, then intentionally fail, and then repeat them. Well, we've thought of that. Don't worry, you can't. But the first ones are repeatable. You're not going to be like, what the heck? Now I have to just play to the whims of random generation to ascend like that.
Right.
Yeah. So
it is pretty hard though. Like it'll take. I definitely don't think you'll do it on your first attempt.
I did. I did pass on. I was clenched though.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, especially in that boss fight.
I was watching him do the boss fight.
You came by right as I was doing the boss fight.
But you had some kind of powerful boons there, to be perfectly honest. So.
I got 60% move speed. But that was part of my strategic choice.
I was watching you from. I'm like, how is he so fast?
This isn't the PoE 2 slide.
I was like, what was dodge rolls going across half the arena?
This game's supposed to be slow. It was good. It was good fun. I quite liked it. I mostly like Sanctum. I don't want to do it all the time, but I did quite like the Trial of Sycamore. But knowing that there's other choices, so I can do Ultimatum instead or something like that's fun.
100%. So
you've got these 2 roguelike dungeons that are going into the beta that launch, but they're done very differently. One's got the honor system, which is like a separate health, but it's based on and scaled by your health, which I noted as quite
and your defenses now. It can be fully mitigated and everything.
So fully scaled by your character. You go in a tanky character, you'll be tanky in the dungeon, which is really cool. So
and then with Ultimatum, and just because people will ask, in Ultimatum there aren't any traps.
Yes.
So that's the
no traps in Ultimatum and no honor system in Ultimatum. If you just want more of a pure combat experience, then that's your choice. And then there's going to be a third one as well, which
they will eventually.
Is a secret for now.
So once Act 4 goes in, then we'll have a third trial. So people sort of broadly know that the Kuruia in Act 4. So it's the question of how would the Kuruia ascend is the question there.
Yes, and if there's any other things that have been called trials associated with the crew at some point in the past, and how likely that is to be related.
I'm just thinking now, we're just thinking of that Val Thaumaturge class before, and I'm already thinking like, oh, it'd be so cool if you ascend an ultimatum. We want the trial master to say different lines to you because you're like choosing the way of the Val. I can't stop thinking about all this stuff.
I did hear a few of his lines in some of the gameplay Jonathan was showing me. It was quite good. I love that he's back, the trial master.
Yeah, he's cool.
Good. A little salty sometimes that you're taking this power, it seems. So we have the unique rewards from each of them. We got like the like you said, the jewels are global, but there are unique jewels, and then there are unique socketables from the other one.
Yep.
And there's something planned to be unique from the final third trial that will be added later?
Of course.
Yes, there is already. Secret. I know what I'm not going to say it, don't worry.
Okay. Keep some secrets. Fine then.
Yeah. Again, I value the discovery, right? I'm certainly, if I accidentally say it, it is certainly by mistake. But yes, don't.
And that Val orbs from the ultimatum in particular they seem like they're a lot more important, a lot more powerful.
I mean, I certainly think that like some of the stuff is a lot better with how they work. So So one of the things that we wanted to change was that implicits on items are truly implicit. Like you can't get rid of them; they stay there. And so that means that when you do a Val orb, the mod that you get there now is an addition to whatever implicit already had, which is obviously good. And then the next one being that you can get plus one socket above the normal limit, which is also kind of powerful. So especially with the soul cores, so that in the Trial of Chaos, you get soul cores that you can't get from anywhere else, and those effectively are mods that are typically a bit beyond what you would normally get like on regular items, whereas runes, which kind of drop everywhere, those ones are just kind of normal everyday mods that you would expect to find on any
Resists
kind of item.
and things like
just
that.
resists and damage and that kind of stuff. So effectively the soul cores is is kind of the more end gamey socketables that you might want to be using. And obviously being able to get plus one socket, I mean it's something that everyone will want, but on the other hand there is that risk of just bricking your item. So that's the deadly gamble you have as your final crafting step there.
Val orbs are more forgiving though.
They are, yeah.
But if you think about we talked about enchantment, so some slots you might value the enchantment over a rune or a socket slot, right? That probably, especially towards end game, I'd say that's probably going to tilt that way because maybe a soul core contests with it, but the whole point is that there's choice there involved. And then there's enchantment. We just talked about the socket. There's obviously always the case of doing nothing, which happens. But for just say regular rare items, it will re-roll like 1 to 3 modifiers at random. Effectively, do a chaos orb on 1 to 3 modifiers, not all 6. And as much as that can often be a downside, because if you're using it on a very good item, obviously it's going to take away the good ones.
Interesting.
But if you're using it on a mid item, you can actually turn it very good. And I've had this happen. Like when I've been playing, I've got this is life, defense, double res, and something else that I don't want. And I'm like, I'll just start valing everything because why not? I've got my Val orbs and I Val it and it re-rolls that bottom mod into a tri-res. And now I got a tri-res double defense life helmet. And I was like, yo, awesome. So even that, which can often be perceived as a bad outcome, now isn't going to completely brick your item. And so, for example, if you have a weapon, you got your 3 damage mods, and you got some bad suffixes, it could even be an option, or hopefully it doesn't just remove all 3 damage mods, whereas before it's like if it bricked it often was almost always a brick, right? Like that item is now dead. So,
and then you told me about a new unique result, which I don't know if you want to spoil or not.
100%.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's so cool.
I'm surprised you even got that one past Rishi, honestly.
I mean, he got it made.
Okay, great.
We discussed it. I agree. I agree. I messaged it to him thinking he'll be like, no way, this is unacceptable. But
he was all for it.
It didn't turn into a dexterity chat.
Yeah.
And so, what it effectively does is it just takes the mod values and it goes up to, I can't remember exactly the values, but let's just say it changes all the values to between 0.8 and 1.2 of what they were multiplied. But it doesn't care about the minimum and maximums. So, for example, if you had 1,000 life Helm's Heart, you can use this to get, again, this is me assuming it's 20% variance, but because I can't remember what we balanced it to, but you'll be able to get a 1,200 life Helm's Heart, for example. Now that's obviously giving up the enchantment and a socket. Just thinking about sockets on Calm's heart. I can't remember what we did, but whatever. I think you can actually do that, which is interesting. But ultimately, it's like, now I'm choosing, do I want the enchantment? Do I want an extra, 100 something, 200 life, whatever that ends up being? Or do I want the socket? So it's quite an interesting choice and adds an extra axis of corruption to unique items that is, I think...
Corrupted divining of uniques. Interesting.
Yeah, effectively, it's divining them, but with higher maximums and lower minimums.
Surely there's going to be some broken things like max res or something like that.
I mean, we'll guess we'll find out.
Cross that bridge when it comes to it. Yeah.
It's fine.
So that was all just talking about the trials, how you actually get your ascendancies, but what about the actual ascendancies themselves? How are they cooking?
Well, they're fun. They're cool.
Yeah.
We certainly tried to get... What we've tried to do is for the classes, we've tried to have one that's a bit more out there.
Yeah.
Something that isn't just, like... If you think even about in PoE 1, you've got the duelist, you can go like champion or slayer or holy words, I don't remember, but you know the drill. And the gladiator. And the problem is like, okay, they're all just about like hitting stuff with weapons, and they haven't. There's nothing really out there. They all sound cool. Like, don't get me wrong, and they can be cool, and they do have differences, but there's nothing that's like kind of crazy. So all of a sudden now, when you're like, sorceress, you're using all your elemental skills, and now you can just like go into this thing that can stop time. It's a little bit more crazy, and you got the mercenary, and you can turn into a gemling legionnaire and like, effectively fuse gems into your flesh to like, mutate yourself. It's like not just talking about crossbows and projectiles over and over and over and over again. It's like doing kind of whack stuff. So I really like that. That's awesome. And we're going to make sure every single class has one thing that is like definitely out there. And then one thing that's, more predictable, more to the expectation of the trope, for example, the Deadeye to the Ranger. And, but yeah, lots and lots of cool interactions, just cool playing with different mechanics. And we've tried to make them, like, for example, none of them call out a weapon, right? None of them. So we're trying to make sure that they're broad enough to be that you might be a ranger going a Deadeye, but playing a caster, right? Yeah. Playing spells, like keeping all of that open, that flexibility, that kind of crazy, for the Johnny players, as we call it, out there who want to just completely experiment and figure out, the most broken, weird stuff, and you get things with that when you're still like, okay, I'm a ranger, and I'm using a Quill Rain in one weapon set, spec'd into a bunch of prod speed, attack speed, and in my second weapon set I'm using a Spellcaster Staff with a bunch of projectile stuff, and I'm invested into more spell damage side, and you got a whack tree, and all of a sudden now you're this like Deadeye, Archer, Spellcaster, Mage hybrid doing all kinds of wacky stuff, or like even, or let's say the same build and experimenting with a bunch of triggers. And so you're using your bow as a Quill Rain as a high attack speed delivery mechanism for, laying down a bunch of either CCs or slows, or building up crowd controls, and then you're using the caster stuff, and like you get some pretty out there things going on. And the important thing is it's not like just like benefiting only arrows or only bow attacks or anything like that. It's broad and now opens up the world to what you can do. And same like the Gemling Legionnaire on the mercenary is entirely just about gem slots, skills, support, etc. You don't have to be anything. You can be literally whatever build you want. And yeah, so that's embracing that and making sure that people still, even though we have all these classes, we're embracing that path of Exile. You can do anything fantasy that we want people to be able to do. And if you don't want to, go with the trope, perfectly fine. Yeah, and you'll still be powerful.
It sounds like you're really trying to avoid that thing that we've had a couple times in PoE 1 where like a certain niche is relegated to one ascendancy. Like that's the only way to go for it. For sure. It sounds like that's not going to be the case here.
Well, at least if we're doing our job right, that should be the case. Yeah.
And with so many of the ascendancies as well. Got a lot of choices. Originally the plan was to like have all of the PoE 1 ascendancies available, and it was some sort of weird split campaign stuff and all that. I don't really know at this point. It's a bit confusing. You mentioned Deadeye though, so it sounds like some of them are coming forwards, but is it all just being
I think it's more
redone at this point?
At this point, At this point, they'll just be different, right? Like originally, way back when, we were planning on just keeping the ascendancies as they were and putting them over. But at this point, that wouldn't even be good enough because like it doesn't fit the kind of like Path of Exile 2 way of designing this thing. So I mean, like we might have a class called the Deadeye, and it might have the same themes, but it'll be like different actual mechanics and different things.
I mean, yeah, even the Deadeye, you got Tailwind, works differently. You've still got an additional projectile. You know, like there are things that certainly carry over, but it's really easy, and it's honestly been fun just looking at them going like, you know, now we have all these system changes, all these skills, and everything works like this. Just what would the perfect class be? Not like how can we retrofit and band-aid a PoE 1 class to work. It's just way better to look at it and go, here's all the things we want. Yeah. So, well, yeah, like when you only have now the life and mana flask and stuff, it could obviously things don't work quite the same. But then now you have the charm system, and all of a sudden, if
I
you
actually
did
do
have
wonder
that,
if
you
Pathfinder
could
would be cool with that.
Exactly.
Like stacking charms.
So it's just here are 12, eventually 36 classes. It's not really like here's the PoE 1 counterpart and they're identical kind of thing anymore, for sure. Too many things changed for that to even be possible anyway.
Yeah. All right. That sounds very epic. We can skip over the flasks and trinkets as we did cover that very well. So moving into skills, I realized I had many pages of questions here, and then I was like, wait, we haven't even talked about skills here. so much for us to discover over the course of this beta. How has the list of skills been shaping up overall?
I mean, it's certainly getting there. I mean, look, there are even certain skills that won't even make it, even just within the classes we have. Like, there are still going to be some more skills coming later on as well for these classes, because there are more skills that we got just about there, and didn't quite make it. And like getting a class finished in terms of the skills you need, like it sort of seems very easy when you okay, we need 22, 23, 24, number of skills, something like that. And it seems like that's not so many, and you kind of design them. But when you actually come up with all of the things, the way they interact together, the number of prototypes you have to do that kind of don't really work, and you end up not being fun. And then, of course, the support gem stuff, like you need to make sure that every skill has enough viable supports so that you can actually even recommend people to be able to do. Then you need things like the passive tree support for all of them. You need to have all of the stuff with like the buff gems for each character class as well. You need to be thinking about uniques for the type of that can work with these things. It's just like there's so many different elements to actually make skills work, and once again, it's another area I think that was underestimated to some degree before, and it does take to actually get that finished, it takes a lot. That's been a total struggle, and we didn't think we would have to have only 6 character classes initially at the start of early access. We were thinking we would have 8 to begin with. But when it actually came down to actually getting to actually finish something, it just ended up being too much. Now obviously we've got a bunch of work on more of the classes that we've done. There's things there, but it's that finishing work of like making sure that all the systems in the game come together to support, how that works. That requires a lot.
Doing all of that as we're still discovering how we want those systems to work. Like the changes to support gems and all that. As we're also making support gems, as we're making character classes, just can cause things to slow down quite a bit, and then we have to recalibrate and all. It was an extreme amount of work that we certainly predicted poorly, but that was also because we are making all these cool systems to all these changes to all these systems, which are having like immense benefits as well. So I would say it's pretty safe to expect that as much as you can't play them on day 0, some of those other classes that we have shown in the past, and some of the skills and stuff, there's a lot there, like just not to make it seem like it's shallow or anything, but we will be adding those classes in for sure.
Yeah, the thing that keeps like surprising me is, when you click that all gems tab, when you're doing an uncut, there's quite a lot of skills in there, but you initially kind of box yourself away where you think, okay, so I'm playing the mercenary, so I'm just looking at the crossbow skills. And then I was like, well, what if I go look at the elemental skills? And then I find flame wall, and I'm like, I can shoot my projectiles through that. Okay, cool. I like that, but that's like surface level, because you also have the weapon swap thing, and that you can actually viably do with the automated weapon swapping. It's not like Toxic where you have to push the button a bunch of times, and you've got the trees that like customize whenever you do it automatically on the fly. So that's like all of a sudden I'm like, oh well, why can't I use a sword? On the other hand,
you absolutely
that's actually a very cool mercenary vibe, sword and crossbow.
So yeah, I mean that stuff is like is crazy. I mean, like in the you know, actually there was one in the community guys recorded where they were using a bell, the bell skill with the quarterstaff with the rapid shot mercenary skill. And when I saw it, I was like, oh man, you know, that's like it's like a whole other thing. Yeah, like that I didn't even know about that particular combo until I saw it in the some of the footage they recorded.
I started thinking about that too with like multiplayer, and I was like, so I was throwing my gas grenades, which you can blow up with your explosive grenades, but then I was throwing it at a boss that was doing burning ground, and they were blowing up instantly. I'm like, oh wait, so it reacts to the environment. Well, it's obviously going to react to my friends doing burning ground then.
Oh yes,
so
and
my flame wall friend.
And this is the reason. Like this conversation here is the reason why there's going to be crazy builds that we don't anticipate, because like some of the stuff that can happen between classes, I just have no doubt we will not have discovered.
Yeah, like how much co-op have you really been able to test?
I mean, we do test party play all the time. Like Mark's like.
But to find all those,
I'm the support character player. Now I'm like freezing, armor breaking, putting down clouds, slow. You know, I'm like, holy, there's just a lot going on all of a sudden. I'm not just standing there like I got buffs coming out of me. You know, it's like you know, you're like. I'm actually doing all this active support and like different conditions to synergize with the group, and how it's like, oh, okay, you're doing that skill. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do this and enhance my armor breaking and go ballistic armor breaking, and you just spam your thing that consumes it. You know, so you get a lot of that stuff going on for sure. Where but you know, it's kind of honestly the terrifying part as well, where it's like. You know, what do we have? We had the whole like vulnerability curse with gas cloud ticks or something, and it was like literally applying armor break like every frame, and so you have the monsters going ting 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 ting.
Then you have armor explosion on there as well.
Yeah,
and then you have some other thing, and you have some other guy consuming it, and again, oh my god, Quill Rain! Just don't even how many bloody synergistic things with Quill Rain.
Just, you can do a lot with that.
All the lightning arrows on the ground, and because they can, you know, lightning things hit them and explode, and all of a sudden now everyone's running around with Quill Rain, spamming lightning rods everywhere, and.
Yeah,
and Frostwall. Somehow Frostwall had about 15 abuse cases, and
I mean that's historically accurate.
Yeah, true.
Kinetic blast, Frostwalls, and all that. It returns. Sounds like it's coming back.
It'll be fun. Yeah, it's cool. Even finding all the stuff so far has been really fun. But yeah, I generally play multiplayer. Most of the alpha I've done is being in multiplayer. Play with other people. It's good to get a lot of that testing in there as well, because not a lot of others do it.
That's really good.
And then try and see what we can break, just for good fun. Honestly, the thing that's like hard is to then like, because you get this thing which is quite interesting where you have a staff is both a player and a developer, and I'm of the like, don't you better not keep that you know, something that's I wouldn't say exploit, but you know, something that's OP, a secret, right? You better bloody tell me, because
the exact reaction you had earlier.
You were saying people weren't telling you about their good builds.
Like you get a situation where someone doesn't want to tell you about their build, that's because they're like, oh, Mark will nerf it then. You know,
like you're supposed to be making games, not hiding your good builds.
I legitimately had a Monday meeting, and you know, whatever. I was like, I swear, if I see any of you at the top of the ladder on day one, we're going to have a talk.
Yeah, exactly.
I know you've hidden something from me.
Exactly.
No, I did tell you about my flashbangs and.
But maybe it's fine. I just wanted them to check.
Well, that's the thing. No, that is the thing that is hard. No one knows if their thing is actually look, there's a line that gets crossed, yes.
Yeah.
But sometimes you don't know. Is it just I've found something cool and it's powerful, or have I found something cool and it's broken? You know, and those things. I mean, we have to make those decisions, of course. And a lot of the time, what is reported is just fine. And it's like, yeah, you got a good weapon, and you got this combo. You're strong.
If it's supported by items, then it's like fine to be very powerful. But if you're just like, I just pick these skills, and no matter what weapons I'm wearing, I'm just like completely ridiculous, then that's a different situation, because now it's just a thing that anyone can do at a moment's notice, rather than actually requiring like, you know, oh, I have to find this combo of items and things like that. So that's a much different story.
But no, we've had a lot of good testing, a lot of good feedback, a lot of good. People reporting that stuff, especially in the last month, it's like coming in a lot, because as the systems and everything's kind of stabilizing, you start to get a lot more of that, and people are understanding what the difficulties meant to be and what the power of characters is meant to be. As all of that came and started to stabilize, we got a lot more of this coming in, and we are kind of getting more understanding. But again, you'll never find them all. But you know, it's fun, good fun journey.
Support gems have changed a lot. How have you found the changes to them being now having no levels, and the restriction of having only one support gem on your character of a type, but having a lot more of them?
I really like how this works. Like, I think that it adds so much more build diversity and interest to have to be making the decision of like, you know, where is this going to go? And the thing that's been important though with that system is it requires a lot more support gems to exist because you only have one on your character. You need tons of them, and you need a lot of different ways to increase damage and a lot of ways to support different mechanics. It's like if you're going to have something like freeze, if you're going to have a freezing skill, you need to be able to support that and augment that in many different ways. And there needs to be more options than what you can even there needs to be, in order to have choice. You can't just have 5. Here's your 5 freeze things and that's all you do, right? There has to be more than that in order to be able to have it so you actually have some choices as well. So that kind of stuff has meant that you just need a lot of things going on there. But I think that the choices that you end up with as a player of where do I put my model projectiles? Where do I put my pierce? Whatever. I think that leads to a lot more interesting decisions with how you build. And I think that to me is where a lot of why it just works so much better. And we were certainly hesitant about the whole, you can only have one support per character thing, because it sounds bad if you just hear about it as a player without actually playing it. Your first reaction is you just hear that and you're like, oh, it's just a restriction. Yeah. And it is arbitrary in some sense, right? There's no we can't justify it thematically, really. It just is what it is. And so I really don't like that kind of thing usually, because I want the theme to match the mechanic as much as possible. But in this case, it just made the gameplay so much better that it just had to happen. So it was
arguably, if you need to if you end up in a situation where you I have to put the support on every slot.
Exactly, that is less choice, and that's the reason why the gameplay is
less choice, less interest, and also you may as well just bake that now into the skills and or
100%. And so this is the thing: it is actually much worse to have that, because it results in this outcome. But that's a kind of more subtle argument that you have to kind of make to people if you want to kind of convince them that this is actually the right way. Because when you tell people, oh, there's this restriction, it doesn't sound like what they're getting out of that is more choice. It sounds like they're getting less. But the reality is it is actually more choice, because you no longer have mandatory, here's the 5 mandatory things you have to put on the skill. There's actually much more going on.
I think it's much better helped realize my experience on the Mercenary, that your vision of having all of these skills available to you and them actually being worth using.
For sure.
Because if you had all the same support gems, I feel like you just pick 100%. The one that does the most damage and you make it do the most damage, and that's the only skill you use.
Yeah, and I mean, the great thing is now it's completely reasonable to have a skill in your character that you just use occasionally, right? Every 5 minutes you might have a situation where you need to use that, and that's actually fine and completely reasonable.
Yeah, so I'm playing a Grenader, and I would be like, okay, I should only use this grenade normally, is what I would be like in Path of Exile, because this is the best grenade, or maybe this one that does interacts with it in some way, the obvious combo. But now I'm actually there's a reason I could use those lightning ones to apply shock, because I have all these shock support gems that I'm not using anywhere else, because I'm using the damage and the LMP on my big damage dealers. I can put the shock things on there, and I can actually have a shock setup. I can incorporate that into my build. 100%. I can incorporate poison into my build to strip their armor and whatnot, and maybe
you only use that occasionally when you face something that's got heavy armor, but it's exactly. That kind of stuff I really want to be viable, and that situational stuff I think just makes the game way more interesting.
It's really feeding into the flavor of the Mercenary as this prepared kind of fighter who has all these tools at their disposal as well. You're I have this grenade for if I get into this situation, and this grenade for this one. It's so good.
Yeah, nice.
I love it. I've a couple of questions here. People definitely have been asking about Vile skills and transfigured gems and stuff and like that. I feel like this sort of thing doesn't make sense at launch exactly.
Yeah, because ultimately, if we were going to add something like that, it would make sense to add it just as another skill. So at this point, there's no real reason to do that. That kind of stuff comes in when we want to have a specific reward system somewhere that wants to be able to do that, and so we don't really need to do it right now. But we might decide to bring that theme back and in a reward system later.
Yeah, I think for Vile skills especially, it's a cool flavor.
Yeah, for sure. But I think the transfigured thing is also interesting. If you're looking to be able to the reason why transfigured was nice is because it's we got to sort of iterate on a bunch of different themes around the same skill, which obviously at this point we don't need to do that because we're already just having to still adding the skills. You know what I mean? So all the iterations of it are less of a necessary thing. But I'm sure we'll be doing more stuff like that in the future. We absolutely will be.
Do you know how many skills roughly you have / are going to end up with?
I actually don't know the number off the top of my head. But what I will say is that we initially, I think, when we announced what the full game would have, we said 240. I'm pretty sure we're actually nearing that. And I feel
definitely it's going to be way higher than that.
Yeah, because I think we're nearing that now when we've only added half the classes. So I think that means that there's going to be a lot more than that.
100 of them or whatever are some little utility skill or whatever, but there's even if you discount for those, it's
I know. That's a lot.
You got
because there's 20 to 25 for each of those for each class. So just with 6 of those, I'm terrible at math in my head. But I feel like that's 120. Well, let's say it's just a bit over 110 or something. End up around there, 120, something like that. I think probably 120. Around there, like that. But then you've also got all the buff gems as well, and like each character class has 9 of those. So that then sort of adds up. And so you've already reached probably 200 just by the time you've got to there. And then it doesn't even count things that really are skills, but like are not. You don't get them via a skill gem. So like we're talking about all the ascendancy little skills, and there's like uniques that have little skill things on them.
All staffs, wands, and scepters
there's
have a skill
exactly,
baked
right? We're
in.
not even counting that, right? Like, because the staffs, wands, and scepters have skills built in.
Yeah.
And then those are like, that's another. How many of those? There's like 20 of those probably.
I mean,
like if you add them all up.
I don't know who remembers all these things.
I know, but there's no one has counted recently. But there's a bunch.
Countless skills.
Ascendancy classes with skills.
Tons.
Yeah,
it's tons.
Yeah. And those skills, by the way, ascendancy class skills are fully supportable.
Yeah, that's wild, because I remember you did the thing with default attack where you can support that now.
Yep, you can support default attack, and you can support any skill that comes from something.
That one caught me by surprise. I was like, oh wow, you can actually link those up.
Yep, it's so that you're going to end up with quite a lot going on there.
I was even surprised when I was like, oh, I can add additional accuracy to Herald of Ice, and it like provides a buff to my character. I can like add buffs through support gems.
Well, you know why that is though, because those things like heralds are so hard to find like a good set of supports to recommend. So like, damn, we have to come up with like tons of these now. They're like really difficult.
I like that idea though. You can like create a custom aura.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. So yeah, it's that actually means it's actually nice because part of the it means that you get the feeling of having more aura effects on your character without having to have the spam of actual auras that many characters had in PoE1. Like you get to kind of have all that stuff as well. That's been really nice.
Thanks for the invisible aura MTX. Well, it does remind me though. So with all this is very off topic, but with all the very good teasers you've been doing for like new 3D art for uniques and stuff like that, have you had any thoughts about reworking the skin transfer MTX in some way, making it more permanent?
Honestly, it's not in our thing about stuff we're thinking about. Like it'll work the same way it works for now at least. But obviously, skin transfer in PoE2, there's a lot more cool base art.
That's going to make people actually want to use it now.
So you'll probably be using that a lot more.
So yeah, it'd be cool to see something for that in the future potentially. So onto the end game, which was I feel like a big bulk of the announcement
for sure.
Yeah. So just as like an overview, so we have the end game versions just for beta launch, by the way.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be a lot more later.
Yeah.
We have the end game pinnacle versions of the 2 trials.
Yep.
So as like fully farmable content. They don't have trees though. Those ones.
They don't have trees, but they do have a progression system of some kind. So you've got the relics, in the Sanctum sequel, and then for the Trial of Chaos, you have the inscribed ultimatums have getting mods from the end. So when you kill the final the final boss of that, which is alleged to be the Trial Master, then you'll
alleged.
Yeah. Then he'll drop items that can then have mods on them to make the trial itself harder. And there's also some pretty interesting ones on there that we actually were going to put in the video, but it was starting to get a bit long. Which was that you've got the thing which where you've got the bets that you can make of like put up 13 exalts, and then you might get double that back if you're able to complete the thing. So those are some of the mods that can spawn on there, and as well as mods that make the actual trial harder as well. So there's things like that as well. So yeah, those two have those kind of like different outside the Atlas because they're not really part of the Atlas. Like you'll get keys for them while you're playing in game, but technically speaking, they're kind of like they scale to end game, but they're not like sort of part of the whole Atlas. You don't like play them there.
Yeah, so they're their own distinct endgame too. Exactly. So there'll be 3 roguelike dungeon things that will be
sure.
Like
distinct I wouldn't say 3 roguelike dungeons. I will say there will be 3 trials that have various mechanics that can be different.
Yeah.
But then of course you've got the 4 kind of what I guess would say sort of. I don't know. We actually need a name for what are we calling the things that are icons on the.
Because they were called leagues, but they're not really leagues.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense to call it a league exactly. That is what we call them internally. We just call them further as like there are 4 leagues that you have that appear there.
Doesn't really work anymore, does it?
I don't have a good idea right now.
Yeah, we'll need to come up with a
we
name for
probably
that.
have actually named it. I just don't remember what it is.
Right. And then you've got the kind of boss hunting kind of element as well. And then the kind of, I guess what you would say is the pinnacle of the kind of boss hunting thing is then, you've got the cities with the lieutenants and then the Uber Act bosses. And then above that, you have the pinnacle boss who we don't want to spoil. Although I did show you a little bit about it just in private before. That one's gonna be hard. Like I know you're cooking up some pretty difficult mechanics there.
It's fun. That's the fun stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because now you don't need to worry about if people can't progress through. It's not a progression blocker. You can just kill them.
Yeah. It's a progression blocker to difficulty to the higher difficulties though, because once you kill that, of course, then you get the increase of the difficulties, and then it's like, okay, now try it again, but way harder, and then there's four levels of difficulty for each of those for each endgame system like that.
So like apart from the trials, the endgame trials, everything has like its own distinct passive tree, and progression through them is also by doing them.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So we really wanted to prevent the situation where you feel like you allocate points for a certain piece of content and then you feel like you can't do the other content because you're kind of wasting the points that you've got.
Yeah, the lock-in.
And we kind of band-aided that in PoE 1 by adding multiple Atlas trees as a way. But I think the solution is much better, where effectively you can progress all of them and you can either do just all in one for a while, or you can just do each of them as you come to them and just add them kind of piecemeal. But either way, however you want to do it, you can make progress on your character. I should say in your league for all of those, because the progress and all that stuff is, of course, for the whole league, not just for a single character.
Yeah, and previously we used the Atlas tree, I would say very much so, to make sure that we were doing the type of content that we wanted to do.
Yeah, so now it's not so much about finding the content, because that's what the tablets are for.
Yeah.
Now it's more about improving your ability to sustain effectively. Like you're going to want to have those points to sort of get sustainability for the next level up, and we want to make sure that there is sustain if you're doing engaging with those mechanics well.
Yeah.
But effectively you do have to actually to get sustain at higher difficulties. You will need to be able to be making smart choices in terms of allocating and using the tablets correctly and that kind of stuff. It is part of that sort of story of all of that. That's kind of the main thing with that.
Yeah, this idea of sustaining the content you want to do by doing it is a little different to how it's been in PoE 1 a lot of the time, where it's you had to fuel it by going back to maps to,
right.
Get your delve juice.
I mean, you're still doing maps ultimately, in terms of
find,
but effectively, so long as you're doing the content that you want to do, you should, and as well, and making it harder. So your build has to be good enough to be able to sustain it. Those hard, then you will be able to sustain that stuff. And if you want every single map to have a breach in it, that's absolutely doable by using the tablets correctly.
Yeah, so the Atlas passive trees and the trees for each of the distinct types of content is about scaling the reward and difficulty primarily.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And what does, I saw on the breach nodes, it said increased difficulty. What does that mean?
It's somewhat arbitrary and asymmetric, but it will feel like, for example, some of the difficulties will actually change the boss's skills and how they work.
Wow.
Generally, they'll increase the level of the area, right? So you get the general monster and life scaling, but arguably to a player that's arbitrary as well, because they don't know how that scales. And in other contexts, it might be more of certain monster types, less of others, and stuff like that. It is generally so the small nodes will increase difficulty of the meta content, whereas the notables will increase the reward of the in-map content. But when I say difficulty, that is reward as well. So an example of how this works is let's say the boss has 6 uniques it could drop, or 5 or 6 uniques. It can drop 3 at difficulty 0. Then at, say, difficulty 1, it can drop, maybe has increased level or higher item level, some rarity. Now also that, when I say rarity, also do note rarity does increase the grade of items, not just
that's wild.
making them yellow or orange. It does make them better yellows or better, not better oranges.
Right?
But it does affect, it affects other things about items than just the rarity.
Yes. And so, when I talk about just getting rarity here, I don't want people to, and PoE 1 players in particular, to think, they're just going to go from yellow to more yellow. So anyway, and, maybe the next tier will add a unique to the pool, like a more, what we hope will be more valuable unique. And then the next one can do a bit more rarity, something else maybe, introduce a different unique perhaps. And then the last difficulty introduces something ideally, without giving away exact specifics of them, more in the line of a modular unique item, say like Megalomaniac or like Forbidden Flesh and Flame from PoE 1. So a unique item that is like ideally very powerful, very chase, but has a lot of different combinations. Watcher's Eye is another good example, right? So a new series of jewels is a good example. There are other uniques that are modular and stuff, and that comes in at the last tier. And so you want to really be getting to that hardest difficulty so you can be getting these like farming for these extremely good, powerful, unique items. But of course, you have the thing, if you're never ready for it, if you try it and you're like, oh, this is too hard, you can always just respec the nodes.
Yeah, you can unspec them away and then not, just effectively decide, like, I've got these points, but I'm not, I want to go back and do this later. And so that ability to effectively configure the difficulty like that, I think is...
So if you're maybe target farming one of the uniques, the difficulty 0 drops, you might want to just be like, I'll do that. I'll do the difficulty stuff later and I'll just farm it at this difficulty. So,
and I think that's a much better way than than some of the systems we've used to scale down in the past. And the nice thing is, of course, with difficulty is that we can effectively use whatever scaling levers we want to make that more difficult without necessarily having to, because we could have been like, oh, you increase difficulty, it's like 200% life or something like that. But by effectively being a bit more vague about it, we can actually like specifically tailor the difficulties of the different tiers, with more specific changes.
Yeah, this like multiple projectile thing you shoot has more projectiles.
Sure, and that kind of thing. So, just whatever we feel works best for making this particular fight more difficult.
It seems like there's a lot more players to kind of discover experimentally there as they progress.
For sure.
In what ways they're getting harder. And that is going to be different for different players too, where like a different build is affected by a difficulty change more so than others.
Potentially.
And that's an interesting question as well, I think, where how much are you guys pitching these sorts of distinct endgame pieces of content at being like completable by the same build or by encouraging players to make a different build that's better at certain
content? So this is a very difficult one. And it's something that we've discussed a bit recently is like the harder you make, the harder content, the less builds will be considered viable by the players because effectively like a build's only viable if it can defeat the pinnacle boss at difficulty 4. Like that will be kind of the general perception. So we have to be really I actually don't know necessarily what the right answer here is. We have the ability, I mean maybe you feel like you do, but I don't think you do.
I wouldn't say I'm 100% confident on it, but I'll have a go at it.
Look, there's going to be iteration here because what we'll see is if we find that there's only some particularly abusive, only the most abusive stuff is possibly able to defeat the hardest content, that we might have to dial it back a bit.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a bit of experimentation, and it's very hard at this point to be able to pitch that because we don't have the crazy history. PoE does not have the history of PoE 1 to be able to to know kind of what is the right life value to have on a difficulty 4 pinnacle boss. How do we even know that at this point, really, without,
That being said, though, the bosses are a lot more skill-based and tactical, right? At the end of the day, the gear is, to some degree, necessary because no one can really make no mistake for some amount of time. So you do have that thing and you do need to mitigate certain things, but a lot of these are very dodge roll tactical or using certain skills or mitigation tactics or whatever. There's heaps of different things to bypass the things that make them hard, for sure. But I would say it is very much, a lot of skill is involved, especially when it comes to some of these with dodge rolling. I'm trying to emphasize that quite a bit. Or blocking, if you want to do a different way about it. Not to say you must block, but yes, dodge roll is a pretty key mechanic here, and I'd say we're certainly upping the emphasis on using it and using it well as you get into these higher tiers. But gear is always a way, and combinations of uniques and passive tree and builds is always a way to go, I'm not good at dodge rolling, I'm going to gear around that skill check and become strong enough to defeat the boss.
Or another skill, some sort of skill that helps you block.
Using skills in the mix is fine, But I would say pretty generally you can take, I'd say any decent character, you get you gear up all the way, and as long as you're good enough, that is a way to defeat them. I would say there's no real hard requirement on doing something crazy niche or out there or complicated.
You're certainly not going the route of this boss is fire immune or something.
Oh, no.
Thanks. No. We've been through that already. Yeah. Excellent. So this very cute atlas, this infinitely expanding civilization map-esque atlas, which I know you're particularly fond of, Jonathan.
Yep.
what's kind of the idea here? Like, is the layout the same for everyone? Is it the same across the league?
So it's the same for all your characters in the league, but the layout is different for everyone. It is random.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to find stuff. Like, it works like Delve in this respect, which is obviously a league that I was particularly a fan of.
Yeah.
I'm just what I really wanted is I wanted a feeling of exploration in the Atlas, and it's something that we sort of tried to do with the Atlas and PoE 1, with that feeling of kind of, having the connected areas and exploring, but it didn't feel like exploration in quite the same way that this does.
Yeah.
That's the feeling I loved, and it's one of the reasons I love Delve. So that's, kind of where this was coming from. And at the same time, it's sort of solving various other problems that we've always had where, one of the things that's really cool to do is to be able to have things like, okay, like in this area, you've got like this item drops and like that kind of thing. Like I guess in PoE 1 you had div cards, but yet there was always a problem where if you have differences between in-game areas in a system that works like PoE 1 does, then effectively that's the only map like whatever the best map is, that's the one everyone will run like continuously forever.
Yeah.
So effectively, we wanted to try and make sure that you actually like had an experience that had more variety while still retaining the whole like I get to play the content that I want. So ideally with the Atlas, we kind of get that we've got in PoE 2, we get to kind of have both of the best of both worlds. We get to make sure that there is some variety. You feel like you're exploring, but because once you've run a map, that's run, and now you have to move on and do it and find another one. It's not just like just play one map again and again and again. But yet the content can be added to it. You can do things if you like the particular maps, because there are biomes and you can see them from far away. You can be like, okay, I know there's a particular desert map that's great, so I'm going to go for deserts, and that's fine. You can do that kind of thing. So like you've both got controllability, but also the ability for us to kind of make more variants.
You get a lot more very high satisfying spikes.
Yeah.
Where like, for example, you get more variables where you just have, okay, there are like 4 towers really. You got a good tower cluster, and you've got really good maps in that range. So like, there are maps. So in Path of Exile 1, for example, the range is effectively, say, how do I quantify this? Like, say 350 monsters up to 700 monsters.
Yeah.
Whereas the range here is like 300 monsters up to like 1,500 monsters, much more drastic range. Now, those numbers are arbitrary, but it is approximately the representation of the range. Obviously, you then modify it and add more to it and all of that. So you will have some maps that are like extremely good with Delirium, and some maps that are like way better with something more like Breach.
Yeah.
Because Delirium enhances the monsters of the map, whereas Breach entirely adds the monsters. And you will even have things where there are maps that are like way more magic monsters, way more rare monsters. And so you probably want that with, pick your league of your choosing and whatnot. You have all these variables that are at play, and so you'll all of a sudden find a really good set of towers with some really good maps and radius, and then you'll get really good tablet modifiers, and then you'll get really good maps with really good prefixes, and you want to just combine all of this and you obviously instill them all, and you corrupt them all. And there's the corruption influence.
We didn't show that.
And so then there's the corruption influence on them. And it's like, okay, like...
It is possible for there on one map to be many, many mechanics stacked to the point of craziness.
So it sounds like the juicing is definitely there.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's important, right? I mean, like, that's part of the PoE experience. For 100%.
But how much control do you have as a player, though, over min-maxing your just exploration of the Atlas map?
So effectively,
can you do better in some way?
So effectively, what you're going to want to do is the towers are where you go to like see areas around, and then there's the structure of the connections is quite open. So like you can beeline for things pretty well. Yeah. Like if you you can certainly see a lot more maps than what you play, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So because of that, choosing what you want is easy to do.
And you can kind of see the towers in the fog.
Yeah, so you can see the towers in the fog from a distance, which means that like a lot of the time it's like go to a tower, you'll see some maps you want to play, you go play those, then it's like the next tower is just a few other maps away. Go to that tower, see the next area, and so on.
I'm guessing that's like a certain range out you can see. Into the fog of war.
The fog kind of in 3D the fog's actually a 3D thing, and it rises slowly as you get away from where the thing is. So that's how you kind of get the towers to.
Oh. So you might see a cluster of towers off somewhere. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that.
It sounds like this is like potentially an infinitely expanding map that is going to be, by the end of someone's league, quite big.
Yes. So we actually need to add a search feature. I don't know if they've done it yet for finding specific maps that haven't been run yet.
Yeah, we have a few things. Like there's a button you can press and it like goes to your last map round, one that goes back to a home base, and one that goes to some of the special more iconic things you find. But this, we certainly need more. 100%. So that is something we will be working on. Hopefully it's there. Who knows?
And so Waystones have a tier, but they don't have specific maps on them anymore, which obviously shrinks that whole map pool thing down substantially. What sort of impact does that have?
It'll make the map stash tab a little easier to manage. That's good.
Yeah, so have you thought about like what sort of, I don't know, economic consequences that have for like how players progress through maps? Is it easier to do when you don't have to collect all of these individual maps to get the completion bonuses and stuff like we do currently? Like we have that whole, hunting down over 100 maps to get completion for. That's
now you're hunting, you're hunting certain valuable maps, you're hunting towers, you're hunting content, you're hunting, the warlord, the faction leaders to get the pinnacle.
Yeah.
You're hunting unique maps, a very different thing for sure. As opposed to, and then the item is all about, I've just got a key, I just want good modifiers. There's not really all that whole other variable to it. So there's still a lot of interesting choice and access, but we've taken it from the item and put it on the actual world map. But it's cool. It also makes you just feel like you're traversing a world. You're not instantly like finishing the campaign, very grounded, and now I'm in space. Like Path of Exile does have that.
I only literally just thought about that. I was going to ask about that. So, the mapping system was always this like extra dimensional kind of unknown thing. It's pretty interesting, but it is a little weird.
So we wanted to start with to actually like at least, look, I'm sure we'll get to the extra dimensional beings eventually, but at least to start with, we wanted to have a bit more grounded initially.
Yes, you're on the planet.
Yeah.
Right, you're
on the planet. That's like a good thing. We have become a sci-fi crazy, but you haven't gone to the moon yet.
Yes, not yet. Well, even then we were saying like, can we at least before we go to outer space, go to the moon first? Like, actually, how many moons are we? Don't. There's a whole complicated thing we need to figure out there.
Wow. I feel like there's a delve but up league coming. All right. So we've got this 1 in 4 maps is boss maps, and then that means the other 3 are not boss maps.
Yes.
What does a non-boss map look like? How do you win it?
So effectively what you need to do is kill the rares in the map to remove the corruption and finish it. Once you get down below 50 monsters, it will point out any rares that are remaining. There'll be a little marker just so you know.
I was worried about that.
Honestly, I wouldn't expect that to even be necessary most of the time because the layouts are kind of designed so that, if you, generally speaking, you want to clear the maps to find the rares anyway because those are the ones, those have good drops. And effectively, the only reason that you would need that marker thing is just occasionally you get some slightly weird degenerate layout where there's some side bit you didn't notice or something like that. And that's where you have to go. So generally speaking, you'll be able to make your way around and kill them all.
The goal of the player is you're cleansing corruption from the world, you're bringing order back, stuff like that. So you even get the thing on the map where you're like, if there's some corruption-y looking stuff around the map, when you complete the map, that gets purged away. So you feel like you're reverse painting the map a little bit. And you're
cleaning up.
It can actually be quite satisfying as you're like changing all the nodes from one color to another, and you're like, this is fun. I'm like,
But ultimately, what we wanted to do is we wanted boss combat in PoE 2 to matter when we have it.
Yeah.
And so in order, like if you have a map boss every area, then if we made it so the boss combat mattered enough, like in order to actually balance it that way,
stressful.
It's too much. Like it actually is like, you spend too much of your time fighting bosses.
Yeah.
So effectively, if that's what you want to do now, you can do it because there's bosses there. Like when I say 1 in 4 maps is a map boss, that doesn't mean that 1 in 4 maps you play as one. Because, obviously you can pick what content you're doing by exploring around.
You're
picking your pathing and your path.
Exactly. So effectively, if you want to hunt the bosses, then that is the thing you can do. If you want to just like do some mindless grinding for a while, you can do that too. And what it means is we can actually make the bosses way more rewarding. They can drop way more items than they were going to because of the fact that there's not one at the end of every area, right? Like we can actually, and the fight is substantial. You get a lot of drops. That actually is something.
And they get their own tree.
And they what? Oh yeah, no, right. You mean the boss killing tree? Yes, there's a tree for boss hunting. Sorry, I thought you meant every boss had its own tree. And I was like, geez, did you do some design?
Not yet.
Josh was like, wait, stop. It's too much.
Jeez.
That's like a year 3 feature.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind. Yeah, so there's actually like I do love that there's a boss hunting because I'm super into that. There's a boss hunting tree that you can fill out as well. So how do you get points on that? Like,
Yeah, so effectively, I mean, well, you can...
You get a lot of points for the core tree. There's a core tree that affects all mapping. That a lot of things like pack size, quant rarity, and you've got multiple keystones that can work together, and all can. So I think there's 3 of them. One plays on like corrupted maps. One plays on like prefixes and suffixes, and I can't remember what the other one does right in this very moment. But you obviously get that core tree, and then you have a boss tree, and then obviously all the different league and pinnacle content trees. So you get those points by just completing maps. It just has you effectively get a quest, and effectively it's like you complete 10 maps, you get your first 2 points, and then like complete X maps and one, goes up the chain.
But of certain tiers. Like
at least tier 1, at least tier 2, at least tier 3.
This is the tier climb, effectively, where it's like as you get up the higher tiers and clear maps of certain tiers, that's when you start getting points for the Atlas.
At like, maybe say the third one, I can't remember the exact specifics, it's like, complete this and defeat a boss, and then later it's defeat at least 5 bosses at something, and so killing bosses generate.
It sounds way better for fresh starts. I'm not having to like go and get that estuary map that I missed or something. It's
for sure.
I'm just doing content.
But it is kind of the analog of that in a way, because like it's that feeling of like I've got a system to progress through. Like I need to beat these objectives, and
definitely got a lot
and
of
I'm getting from that you're getting the the Atlas passive points and so on.
Cool.
So yeah, that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, so you can really like focus in on map blasting with the bossless maps, and or on bossing content if you want to, or on breaches, or on.
And you can always put a breach on a map with a boss, right? You can do both.
Yeah, like they can have you can have every type of content in one map if you want.
Yeah, is like a boss map a kind of like a distinct thing from like a regular map in terms of like the layout or the thing you've done?
Technically, they are separate, but generally speaking.
Similar.
Yeah, they're basically the same.
They're pretty similar.
They're pretty similar.
So there'll be like a boss estuary and a non-boss estuary.
Yeah, there are some cases at the moment where there are some maps that can't have a boss, and because we haven't done the one that would go here is not in early access yet, and that kind of thing. But effectively, as I said, generally speaking, it'll be 1 and 4 that you'll find.
Okay, excellent. So I think that covers. Did I miss some things from? You've got like all the smaller contents, like the strong boxes and essences. And things like
So
that
initially we actually had a design where everything, like even all the smaller content, there was still going to be icons for it on the tree. On the Atlas.
Yeah.
But we actually found that it meant that when you were actually exploring, it felt like there was nothing random to find. So we wanted to make sure we also have kind of just completely random stuff that like doesn't have a progression system that you just run into randomly, because that's fun too. And we'll probably be adding more stuff like that as well over time. That's just like I randomly encountered this, and that was like not expected. So
is that sort of stuff on the core Atlas tree? Yeah. So you can kind of like see more of that if you want to.
Yeah.
Yep. Great.
And often mods on the items as well. On keep waystones.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah.
Lots of different names. Maps, waystones, same thing.
Yes, I've had to keep kind of correcting myself about that. I was like, I don't know.
I mean,
guess
look, internally, we definitely call them maps all the time. The thing is the only reason why it doesn't make sense thematically is because a map does imply it's of a specific location, whereas a waystone can take you to anywhere.
Yes.
So that's the reason why the name change had to happen. But I think that probably even players will probably just call them maps, I bet, just because, that's the PoE1 connection.
So... We've got the Breach, Delirium, Ritual, Expedition, those like leagues that maybe need a new name.
Yep.
Is there another one that you're just both personally really keen to bring back in the future?
Oh, I mean, like I've always wanted to have Delve again, but I kind of got a bit of that wish with this system.
Yeah.
It's also a very like content heavy league to make, because you need to make tons of encounters, and doing it properly is a huge thing. But I mean, look, I love Incursion as well. It's one of my favorites. Like I'm keen for that. I don't know if there's anything other than that you're really keen for.
There's a lot, especially because there's a lot we can do with all this new art, new monsters, right? Like, for example, if you just take Legion had all those 5 civilizations. We've now got an entire new array of Vile monsters, Vile bosses, etc. that we can use as a baseline. We've got way better consistent direction on what's going on there, heaps of stuff, new animation, and the capacities are just like out of control. But then you've got Incursion, we've got awesome Vile artwork we can use there and make that all awesome and nice. New corruption mechanics that we can extrapolate on.
You don't have a roof as the boss anymore?
No, you're not just going to have a floating roof. The Omnitex is just a small floating roof.
Oh, you're keeping with the theme of vacuum cleaners.
Look,
standing and then
mistakes were made. Now we have minimum. That's a world where you had super uniques with 1 or 2 skills.
Yeah.
Right. there's only so much you can do with a floating roof. So anyway, and then I don't know, even like Bestiary coming back with something, because we've got all these like, awesome bosses, way grander in scale, and you can do these more grand hunts for them as opposed to just like, I'm like in a city and there's a rare spider, you know. You can just get way more epic and way more involved and with all the new art and so much stuff to like.
A Bestiary 2 that's like hunting big beasts and preparing for them and tracking them. That'd be pretty cool.
Exactly.
I'd definitely take some mercenary action into that. It'd be a good fit, I feel. All right. Well, there's lots for us to look forward to there. You have some kind of like penned already for adding to the beta.
I mean, all plans can change, but there are absolutely. I mean, look, that we've done things like commissioning art assets and so on. Like we've got there's stuff coming along. It's just a question of like when we actually get there,
committed. What's
it going to look like?
Yep. All right. Let's talk about crafting a little bit, because you've done a lot there, and it's pretty fundamental to the game, I think. So, what's the core of what you're trying to do with crafting in Path of Exile 2 compared to Path of Exile 1? Kind of noting that you've really kind of stepped back from the idea of like reforging an item many times or scouring it.
So we really want to make it so that you're finding crafting items all the time. You're using those crafting items way more often than you were in PoE 1.
Yeah.
That you like just the game of like picking something up, like seeing what I could modify it to, like, then actually equipping those items is just happening way more often. And there's so many subtle changes around this, like in terms of just like the way that the base mods scale and items and the like things like that, like all the stuff to kind of make it so that as you find new base types and new things, like you've got a reason to craft them. Part of that is making sure that you've got enough of that currency. It actually took us a long time to even get comfortable with the idea of making something like an Exalt drop that often, because there's just this thing cemented in your mind of like this is rare, right? Like it's an Exalt, how can it possibly drop like multiple times in Act 1? Like it just seems crazy. But with the way, like, removing scouring affected so much of the way that we can craft. Like, I know that you noted earlier that you can. There's so many more things you're allowed to craft now that you weren't allowed to before.
You can craft relics, which
yes, and the reason why that's allowed is because without scouring, like those crafts become one-time things, which means that it's actually okay to allow for that stuff. And I think that's opened up a huge amount of stuff. There's so many more types that can be crafted.
It adds so much more value to the dropped item as well.
Exactly. So that stuff has just, I think, opened up a huge amount there. And it also has, and this wasn't necessarily an explicit goal right at the beginning, but it's also meant that the game of like, I'm just going to click again and again as my crafting session is no longer really the meta.
Not just spam re-rolling.
Yeah, exactly. Like everything kind of is something that you want to be able to use.
You are still reforging and meta crafting things.
Oh yeah, we've still got stuff like that, right? We've got nulls and
chaos
but that stuff is higher up. Like that's kind of more of a later game thing.
It's not
yeah, exactly. Because you have to think about it after each time. Like, will I improve this? Will I make it worse?
Yeah.
There's stuff to do there, and like like the meta crafting that omens can do is also very interesting. Like there's some pretty powerful stuff there, but once again we introduce that stuff later on, and so effectively we want to I guess for lack of a better word, democratize crafting at early levels, like make sure that everyone's able to do that stuff while having the more advanced stuff be kind of a little bit later.
We certainly had a goal at one point where I was we're talking with Rishi and I'm like, if every single time we're doing alpha wipes or getting the stuff to play, I'm like, if I am not seeing and hearing about people using Exalts during Act 1, then we have failed. And we need to drop more of them. And so we ended up, like, I would say, honestly, in the last month, we have, like, over, like, 8 to 10 times the amount of currency dropping, and... there's the cool things about it as well, which are the subtle things, like a boss is way more likely to drop the higher tier currencies and stuff because, again, rarity affects that as well now. So you're like way more incentivized to go and kill bosses to get them, and there's heaps of awesome stuff around there, but we're actually now finding people are exalting gear during the campaign, throwing it on weapons and building weapons from scratch that you find are very good. Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt, that process is like...
Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt is like a thing that you're doing often. And like enjoy, and when you find good bases and you do stuff with that.
I can speak to that experience. So I've played probably 6-ish hours. I'm most of the way through Act 2 on my mercenary, and I've found maybe 6 or 7 Exalts. I took a ring from like a 1 blue stat ring that had a nice roll, maybe a nice life roll or something, and crafted it up to 6 property rare. And I crafted a crossbow that I found with good sockets that had a good damage roll in it, and I took that to 6 properties with multiple damage mods, and I'm like, each time that power was going up, and so I was I was doing that.
It feels good.
I felt like the bottleneck was Regals, which was actually kind of interesting because I don't know if that's intentional or just luck, because I did really have to think about which blue items were good enough to take to a rare.
Yep.
So that I could then put my exalts on them.
So you get more of those by disenchanting rares.
Yeah, they
so
are
effectively-
farmable.
So they are farmable, which
Yeah.
is completely intentional.
Yeah.
We want to make sure that like if you don't have enough of those, like so generally speaking, it's like you're going to want to keep like I feel like once you get like more than like 5 or 6 transmutes, then you stop disenchanting blues and start
Yes.
selling them instead.
Yep.
And the same thing
That's
can be
right.
true also for Regals, where it's like okay, once you've got more than a certain amount, then you're like okay, I can stop having to disenchant the stuff and kind of switch over. But the nice thing is like when you don't have enough, there is a way to get them, which I think is really important. And the same is true with the socket currency as well, where it's like when you don't have enough, you can start salvaging. I know you were telling me you were buying stuff from the vendor with sockets in order to
I
salvage
surprised
it.
them with my my methods, my degenerate ways.
So that stuff, it's just really nice to have for people to have the ability to, to get that stuff when they need it. And so it's nice that like all that really basic stuff of just like getting items to better tiers and is now way easier to get. And that solved a problem that we had through quite a lot of the betas, where people were saying they didn't feel like they had enough control, like they didn't feel like they had a way to advance their character when they needed to be able to solve specific problems. And I think the socket thing really has helped a lot with that now, because now we have a way finally to be like, okay, if I need a bunch of fire resist, there is a way to get that, and I've got the tools to do it, and I've got items I can use to do this stuff. So that has helped a huge amount, I think, of solving those like issues that come up with your character.
And this is to confirm how you've solved bench crafting. The question of
So
that.
we went through so many iterations of bench stuff. It was like a huge thing. We implemented tons of UI. Like there was tons of wasted time there implementing crafting bench things. The problem that we had was that the systems that we were making, it's like we could balance them in the ways the players were happy with, and then the designers were very unhappy. Or we could balance them the way the designers were happy with and the players were unhappy. And it's like when you've got a system where like you're fighting the players for how the balance should be, like you can tell that means you have a system that is bad. But I think we were very I myself honestly was too slow to recognize the fact that a complete overhaul was needed. Then at some point the socket stuff originally came from the Varlorb. Like it was designed there. And then at some point, I don't know who came up with it. I think it might have just been you, who said like, why don't we just
Rishi.
Rishi thought of that. Okay, yeah. So Rishi thought of the idea of like, hey, what if we just put sockets, in early game? What if you got them in Act 1? What if you had runes that would let you get the basic boss as the way of solving the remedial crafting problem? And so then suddenly, as soon as we do that, it's like, oh, like I'm happy, players are happy, everyone's happy. So that means we have a good system that is working and gets those good feelings. So that I think was a real win. I love how that system is feeling at the moment.
Yeah, so the bench was achieving 2 things kind of in its way, which was maybe even 3. Gear customization for one, like you take an item and you can do something more to it, firstly. And then you've got the problem fixing of like, I need a bit more fire resistance.
Yes.
And then the third thing was like the meta crafts. So you've handled those each in different ways.
Exactly.
You've got the runes, which do the first 2 things. The customization and the problem fixing. So early on,
but I think for the customization, it's the what do you call them? The soul cores. Like the runes are more about the kind of like I need to fix resistances, whereas the soul cores are more about like I want to customize my items in different ways than what I would otherwise normally be able to do. And then of course you got the omens to solve the metacrafting problem. So we effectively moved all that stuff around. And essences, of course, of course. So essences, what they allow you to do is get 2 deterministic mods. So because you can upgrade to blue, but you can also upgrade from blue to rare with an essence as well. So that lets you kind of get some of that stuff, and then plus some of the omen things you can. There's stuff you can do there that is I think going to be pretty interesting.
And that's just at the start of release.
Yeah, because obviously there's going to be more, of course, as we add more things.
So I was worried that some of the changes we're making might move us away from some of the like deep impactful crafting that we have, but it sounds like you are still allowing like powerful meta crafting and the ability to make like a really good item.
For sure.
But you're also making sure that like the physical item itself that you find matters more.
Absolutely. And I mean, like the more subtle,
that's what it's all about, right?
There's so much more going on. I think just like clever things we've done with the item system as well. Like one of the things I love that we did is we've made it so that so we've got blue and yellow chests you can find now, and we've changed the world generation so that if a dead end is generated, the chance that you get a rare chest there is way higher. So effectively, if a rare chest will spawn in the area, then it will choose dead ends first to go there.
You feel better about that.
Yeah, effectively. So like that means that we effectively mean that like when like it makes the world feel like, you know, as far as item drops go, that like, oh, like it feels intentional, right? Like, oh, I went down this into this dead end room, but look, there was a rare chest there, so I feel happy about it. You know, like that kind of thing is really cool. So there's things like that, but there's also the way that so we've alluded to it a few times, but the way that rarity now works, where the mods get better as rarity increases, and also things like the you get better currency rather than just
yeah.
You know, it means we don't have to have like the spam of items that's like crazy. Like you actually feel like that you kill a boss and it drops good shit, as opposed to just lots of shit. So you know that's I'm a big fan of how this feels. I think it's a lot better. But it does mean though, of course, if you're a PoE 1 player and you see a boss kill, like the number of like the expectation of like, because a PoE 1 player sees like looks at the amount of spam on the screen to some level as the way of like knowing how good the drops were. Now, of course, you got item filters and everything.
We
to
have
kind of improve
quantity
that.
brain rot.
Yeah, exactly. So exactly, that is a good way of putting it. It really is more about like, are the items actually good? Like, ideally, you kill a boss and you pick every item it drops up. Yeah. You know, like that is to me is a win, and I think we're basically getting at that point.
Mm-hmm. I quite like how the exploration systems and that as well, with the chests down dead ends and things like that, acts as a player leveler in some ways, where like a player is struggling.
Yep, the more you explore, the more stuff you'll find, and that's true as well for the optional encounters around the place as well. Yeah. If you're struggling, go fight some optional content. There'll be stuff there that can drop, and you know and you will definitely find more things. And
lots of guaranteed rare items here and there,
exactly.
And certain like that. This little boss here will drop a rare caster item, and like heaps of stuff.
And the funny thing about that is that stuff came about a little bit from the fact that we actually had a problem where people were just face tanking bosses and dying over and over again. Yeah. And they keep on respawning, and they would never be like, oh, I'm going to go away and actually find some other stuff. And so I was thinking for a long time about like, well, why is it that in other games that people don't do that? Like if I'm playing Elden Ring and I die to a boss like 10 times, I'm not just gonna like just continue doing that. I'm gonna be like, oh, maybe I'll go do something else for a while. So we realized that the map, like the idea of just there's lots of stuff to find, like is actually a really important part of that. So in PoE 2 now, one of the recent things, and it's taken a lot of work from people to get this working, but now all of that you can see all this sort of weird side encounters that have specific drops on the map. And that means that if you're having trouble with the boss, you're like, oh, you know what, I'm just gonna go do some other stuff. And then you'll come back and you will be powerful enough to kill the boss much more easily, because you do absolutely find the rewarding things.
There's a little chest on there or a little campsite.
Or like there's lots of little hard-coded drops from specific bosses. The hard-coded drops, they only drop one time, so you can't just farm them endlessly. But effectively, if you go do all that side content and you check it all off, you'll get some very rewarding stuff.
Yeah, you got some pretty clever systems there. And I definitely noted I was using the map thing a lot to be like, to be completionist about it a bit. But also, just being aware of like, oh, cool, there's some good stuff in this zone that I can come and find. And I think we figured out that like that some of that stuff reveals after you like find the waypoint in a zone.
I think that's how it works. Is that?
Yeah, it's either there's a few. So it's like either because an NPC told you about an area, in which case it just happens to be revealed. Or at the very least, yes, when you get there, generally it's just when you get there you see everything. But there's a few different conditions that will reveal everything. Kind of depends. Like a lot of people just click through the dialogue, so they'll never know the NPC told them, but they maybe did.
I was checking my map kind of like when I went into a zone, and then maybe afterwarers to see if there was anything.
But like you never get to an area and don't see some unless they are like very obviously hidden intentional secrets that.
There's nearly something everywhere.
They might be there, they might not.
Yes, I found half of your key for your secret quest.
Oh, yeah, don't worry about that.
So, pivoting into economy and trading, the exchange from Path of Exile's one experiment recently, we got a chance to actually try that live in the field, and it seems from the player's perspective it was a smash hit.
Yeah, definitely for us as well.
Yeah,
solved a lot. We're 100% on board with that. It's very good.
It was the least stressful league I ever played. I mean, what normally caused almost all the anger and friction for me was especially bulk trading. It was horrible, and I was just like, oh. This is like a dream come true.
Myself and so many other players, I feel like we're more engaged in endgame. We were able to do the thing we wanted to do more, and we're just less aggravated on a moment-to-moment basis. It's good. So, do you take that then as like as a big positive for it going into Path of Exile 2?
100%.
And how do you feel like it adapts to the game being quite different in the end? Because they are pretty different games. Like the economy works a bit differently.
I mean, honestly, I think it will just work. I mean, look, we have no idea what the trade values will settle on and like how that'll end up. But
is it going to be chaos? Is it going to be exhaust?
But ultimately, I think that the trades effectively Settlers was a test of what the economy will be like in PoE 2, and to some extent because of the way that we did the gold and everything.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty confident that that's going to be okay. But obviously, you never know, right? Like when lots of people hit the economy, what can happen? Hopefully, we don't cause like horrible hyperinflation or have some horrible issue like that. But I guess partly this is what an early access is to find out, right? Like whether there's any issues like that.
Was there any
economy testing?
Was there any surprises with that or with gold in terms of how things panned out?
Thankfully not, honestly. Like we were worried, but thankfully none of the like horrible situations came to pass with that, and it ended up working just fine. So it went great.
Who'd have thought 10 years later we'd be back here saying, you know what? Gold was a good idea. You just had to do it right.
Exactly.
Because I remember 10 years ago, we're like, this game's brilliant. It has no gold. Stupid gold.
But the funny thing is I don't think we would have arrived at the way gold is now if we had it in the first place. Like the non-tradability of it, like using it as a sort of marker for how much play you've done.
Yeah.
I don't think that we would have ever had that way if we hadn't arrived from here. So I think that path dependency kind of did matter.
The paths we weave. So, how likely then, based on just how successful it is, are you to want to expand the exchanges capabilities to like other things like maps or waystones or even gear?
Well, I mean, look, I'm interested in this, but I don't think it's necessary right now. So we're not going in early access, at least. We're not going to launch with any expanded stuff in that way. But I guess I do want to sort of see how it works, and I'm interested in potentially trying something like that in the future. I just don't like. The currency exchange was like 90% of the problem.
Yeah.
And so fixing that like fixed a lot of the, like it seemed like we would need to do more initially, and then maybe now it's seeming like maybe we don't, but I still want to experiment with it potentially. So I'm interested to see how it goes. But the currency exchange definitely helped a vast amount.
Those were the annoying trains.
Yeah, they were for sure. They were.
Yeah, definitely.
Great. So we've had some so this is a tricky question to answer, especially if we could just scroll down. Okay.
Yeah.
So what are you aiming for in terms of Path of Exile 2's kind of like personal player economy and progression? So how much resources you're acquiring, how you're using them, but also how much are you getting from trade versus from yourself?
I mean, this is a tricky question, but I mean, I think that really the feeling of like being able to trade is super important. So being able to get that stuff, I think, is good. Like not everyone wants to do that. You need to be able to progress through the game well without having to do much trade. But I do think that like look, it's definitely going to be the case that if you're playing in a trade league, you're going to have the ability to it accelerates you very significantly, and that's the case, and it will continue to be the case. And like we are a game that embraces trade.
Yeah,
right?
well,
like,
I think the DNA of Path of Exile 1 is very much that like it is a game about economy and trade.
Yeah, 100%.
And for some people, getting rich is their main motivator.
100%. So effectively, yeah. So I mean that will absolutely be a factor. And look, like I think that the feeling of that will probably end up feeling quite similar to PoE 1 in that regard.
Yeah.
I think that's what that's the type of game we're making.
Yeah. Do you think it's that said though? Do you think it is in some ways better for a solo self-found sort of experience?
I mean, I simply because again, as we talked about, we're dropping a lot more currency that we expect you to use on gear, as opposed to save till end game for one, and then by end game, like we don't have Kirak mods costing, that kind of stuff that all costs chaos, and you don't have like the meta mods costing divines and all that, right? They're all different items. You're like, I want meta mod crafting. There's a ritual. I'm going to get it
as well, right?
So you're not just like having to I'm blocked behind this thing because I need so many divines and I can't get that because I'm solo self-found, and farming divines is not exactly beyond trivial. Yeah. So there's a number of ways there where I'd say it is honestly a much better solo self-found experience. But each to their own. That to be seen, and
and there'll be a separate solo self-found mode, presumably even potentially beta launch or in the future.
It is our intention to have hardcore and solo self-found.
We'll have both of them. Right, Cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't play hardcore for your first round, honestly, because you're likely to die. Like once you learn the boss mechanics, it should be fine. But
someone's gonna.
First time, it's gonna be tricky.
Couch co-op hardcore, and you get to see your friend die right next to you. That's the true dream.
Actually, hang on, wait. In couch co-op hardcore, do we still lock the camera so you can't walk away from your friend?
No, we put you back to solo.
You back to solo? Okay, great, good. That's good to know. It's like you have
to have a mourning period of about 30 seconds.
Right.
But you're just like, all right, you can go home now. We're like,
See ya.
What do you do?
Yeah, that's a devastating moment. I did lose my place there. I think we mentioned the co-op support and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll scroll down and take some of the additional questions here. Excellent, thanks. Will there be a penalty for individual party member dying when grouping up for bosses on that note then? It seems weird that the boss straight up resets when playing solo, but when playing in a group, nothing happens if a party member dies.
So tell us about the rules
now
that we have, because I know you've changed them recently.
Bosses are obviously harder for having more people.
Yep.
Less crowd controls, things like obviously more life. And I'm not just saying double life, more than double life, right? It does get more than twice as hard or more than in players as hard. So yes, you could argue, okay, we have reviving as an advantage. Well, yes, it does. It does take time to revive, and if your friend dies early and you're unable to revive them because you're constantly being interrupted, well,
from what I saw, it's pretty hard.
You're
to pull
not
off
having a
you,
fun time.
Get a big stun or something.
Another change that we made recently is, of course, for each revived. Between each set of checkpoints, every time you have to revive them, the revive takes longer subsequent times.
So that's important because it just means that if you're like, you can't revive spam anymore because it's going to take longer and longer each time. But then when you go to a checkpoint, that resets. So like you're back to normal
now,
again.
In in-game maps, you cannot revive each other. Death is a consequence.
Yeah. I was going to ask actually about like in-game maps and what is the rule for dying in in-game map? Is it one portal deal now, not 6 portals?
Well, you still have 6 portals so you can have your party members, but death...
And you can leave and come back as long as you don't die. So you can take items out, but a death will end that map for you.
And to remind people, the if you like log out or the server crashes or something like, not that that's going to happen, then the game pauses. So when you boot the game back up and log back in, you'll be still in your map, right?
And also, we've also now have it so that if you just Alt F4 the game at a random time, you'll actually, even if you come back like the next day, because for example you might have rage quit, you will appear back at the checkpoint you were at. So if you are like fighting a boss, you die a bunch of times, you're like, crap, Alt F4, you come back, you're going to be right there at the boss checkpoint again.
That part is campaign specific because there are no checkpoints in maps.
Yeah, non-maps. But in for the campaign though, and that honestly has helped a lot. Like there were so many. I think it really did cause new players to have problems in PoE1 where they felt like they just lost track of where the hell they even were when they came back after a session. If like they might have not got waypoints for certain times or things like that. Like you now kind of have the situation where you log back in and you're like, I forgot like 3 waypoints in a row and now I'm like freaking miles away from where I was, which I think happened to new players fairly frequently.
I'm glad in a world where everyone's becoming a Souls-like that you guys didn't do the running back to the boss segment of gameplay, and you just kind of jump back in and have another crack.
So effectively like that's nice to just have the save checkpoints to your character, which I think is a nice one.
Were there any other mechanics around there? Reviving, well, obviously in hardcore you're dead. That's the drill.
It's irrelevant at that point.
So your maps almost embraces a kind of semi-hardcore mentality there where there is actual cost. Like we went through so many iterations here where it's like, okay, like the moment that you have to spend something of economic value to do the attempt, hence a map item, and especially if it's got breaches and all this content that's coming from precursor tablets, all of this stuff is worth stuff. So you all of a sudden have heaps of stuff on the line, and then you don't want to be in a position where you're like, I need to bring in some people to do this because I'm not going to risk that value. So that's why we just were like in maps, no reviving. It's just like, yeah, sure. You still can always bring in any context someone way more powerful than you to carry things, right? That's the benefit of multiplayer. But feeling like you have to do this thing because then they can just keep reviving you so you can get all the rewards. Like we're trying to get away from all of that. Otherwise you get this weird thing where like you're often always too scared to do the thing. Yeah. Now you're scared, but everyone's scared and it's fine, and you don't feel like you're like, okay, you have to go in with a sense of confidence to like, I can definitely do this thing. And so it's just a little bit less fear when it comes to all of a sudden doing that.
That's much better in the context of the fact that you can pause the game if your cat's on fire, or if the server crashes or something, that you just paused and you can jump back in as well. You're failing because of your own faults.
Yep. Now, it's worth noting in multiplayer, we do have a thing, of course, with respawn at checkpoints as an option. So if a player dies and you don't want to die, don't want to finish the fight out, you can both choose to respawn at checkpoint, and then it will just create a new instance. Cool. You don't have to die to do it. And you don't have to log out and do any shenanigans like that. You can just press escape, hit respawn at checkpoint. It'll ask other players to confirm, and then it moves you all to the new area.
Cool. Excellent. I didn't want to go super on it because we've definitely talked about it before, but click to move versus WSD, it's definitely been asked about a bit. So there's been plenty of reports about WSD being amazing. Personally, I've been using it a ton and really enjoying it. I know you've said a lot of people around the office have given it a try and adapted to that, but it has raised the point for people that feel like they're still very much against that for whatever reason, or maybe that they literally only have one hand and want to use click to move still. How does it stack up? How does click to move still stack up now?
I think honestly it's fine. Like it's not been a problem.
There was a time where every time I go to sit down at a developer's computer, there'd be a WSD, and just because it's a little bit easier to move around again or whatever. But lately, I'd say now it's back to almost every designer's computer I sit back down at to go play. They're back in click to move.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's gone full tilt the other way.
Interesting.
And I'm always like, change it back.
That is.
Yeah. But even watching Octavian play on click to move,
he's a click to move player.
Yeah, he's 100% click to move. He is very proficient with that.
Yeah,
with it.
That'll be reassuring for I think some of the people that are worried about being forced into WASD, even though it is obviously playing so well by all accounts. That's very good then. Yeah, and Octavian's often doing the demonstrations for your live things too, so you'll be able to see that even.
I have to force him to play WSD sometimes because I'm like, I think the Mercenary looks so much better with WSD just visually. I'll tell him to...
It does feel very good on the Mercenary. That kind of like stalking through, especially with that kind of like preparational tactical play style. It's good. I'm loving it so far. We did already talk about skin transfers. Could we scroll down to any additional questions that we have? I feel like I don't even know how long we've been going for, but
I mean, it's a while. We're getting creep in at this point. Yeah, exactly. we've been rolling.
People asking if there's going to be anything like challenges or challenge rewards in the early access.
Not at first, no.
We will do it later though.
Did I ask about races, events, and private leagues?
I think not initially, but we will do it later for sure.
Cool.
I think I'm not sure what happened because I think the issue was that the private league interface was like on the PoE1 site, and we had to do some work and something like that. It wouldn't be far away though. Like it won't take us that long before we get to it.
I can't exactly remember either, but it wouldn't be private leagues in particular. Wouldn't be far away.
Yeah. So I mean, we'll have them, just not like right initially potentially.
And I think I did miss this actually. So cluster jewels are a thing or not a thing? Are they've been kind of replaced by those?
Yeah,
radius?
we replaced them with that almost like rollable timeless jewel kind of thing.
Yeah, that's cool.
At least for now, there's like so much passive tree there, and the jewels accomplish the kind of off-build thing anyway.
You hardly need to add the extra passive trees on your passive trees.
Yes, we do. Yeah,
that's after launch.
We made the passive tree implicitly bigger, so
the cluster jewels are in the tree already.
That's again, I talk about like year 3 features. That's around a like year 3 to year 5 feature as well. So
yeah. We've got another decade of what we had with Path of Exile 1 to look forward to for Path of Exile 2, hopefully, before we start worrying about Path of Exile 3, maybe.
Jeez.
You go, just start thinking about that.
Give us a little while.
We so I guess to just finish us off for today then, do you guys have a recommendation of what is the best class to play in the beta?
I mean, that's a very hard one. Honestly,
there's so many choices now.
There are. So let me. Okay. If we're going by the numbers, if we go by player satisfaction reports on per class, we break it down from the betas.
I mean, this is good technical information here.
Then that means the monk is very interesting because the monk is the class that dies the most often. But it's also the class that when people play it, they have the highest satisfaction
That's
level by a
fascinating.
very, very tiny margin that compares to the others.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, it is like glass cannon, like it's very fast, but you have to you have to retreat and move in and out. So,
I fell in love with the monk playing it. It looks like it's gotten a little better.
Yeah, that's interesting. But I think if you're a new player, then the mercenary, if you're like used to shooters and stuff, I think playing the mercenary could be a good win. Like I really love that class.
I don't know.
Cool.
I've been loving the mercenary, but to me it feels like you need to really be considering each engagement a lot more. It's a bit more tactical.
Maybe.
And
I don't know. Like
considered.
I like it. I really like
to correct if you.
But
make a mistake.
honestly, like I mean, I go through favorite classes all the time. Whenever I change to play a different class, it becomes my favorite.
That's my current favorite.
It's just whatever I'm playing tends to be the thing. So right now I'm doing a mercenary playthrough, so that's probably why I'm into that. But it's, I'm not sure if you've got a similar thing.
You were talking about the numbers as well. It was interesting that monk and then warrior had the highest satisfaction levels.
Warrior's next, like, by the way, technically, if you're looking for...
That's pretty good. That's two melee classes.
Exactly.
That's a win.
Yeah,
that's something going on. I mean, they were dying a lot more at the time, but
it's such a change from especially early Path of Exile 1. Like, it's got a little better in modern days, but still.
I mean, I just have a real desire to freeze time, so I just want to go sorceress and just go. I don't know what
it's
skills
good to hear some
I'll play.
sorceress love. I feel like she's not been getting enough attention.
I don't know what skills I'll play, but I definitely just want to be able to freeze time. So it just feels cool.
Right. So you could be playing crossbow build anyway.
Yeah, I might be a crossbow time freezer. I don't know. We'll see what's going on.
Yeah, right. I liked that our mercenaries were very different as well. I was playing full grenader. You were.
I was doing the freeze shotgun.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
Some sort of monk trigger build, obviously. It's always just going to be fun to play around.
They have so many of
with
those stacking effects, the wind and the ice coming off it, and the ascendancies showed some more as well. Oof.
Just see how far that can be pushed and how many spells can I get to trigger per second.
Monk does seem good for that. Alrighty. Well, thank you very much for your time, both of you. I don't even know how long.
That was a mammoth session. I think we're coming up to 1 o'clock here, so
there's still lots to talk about, but I think we just need some time to digest.
For sure. Thankfully we didn't have everyone saying patch notes when this time.
So good.
So that means we can actually have a conversation.
There's no pressure on us to wrap it up, boys.
Yeah, exactly. That's good.
Fantastic. All right. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the Q&A. That's a good idea.
They want patch notes now.
Patch notes.
Well done.
It's not a patch.
Thank you.
It's a launch.
Exactly.
Where's the launch notes?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. And thank you very much.
Thanks heaps. Appreciate it. Yeah. It's been an epic journey. It's kind of surreal. And it's only the start of another journey, really. So
that's it.
Yeah.
Can't wait to play.
It's cool.
I mean, I'm going to go play more now, but
yeah, it's true.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I got to go fix bosses going up elevators and.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just pre-bug testing. So.
All right.
I assume we've faded out and cut.
Hopefully.
You never know.
Hopefully.